So, I mean, you only slept for 5 hours then, right?
Yeah,
The
I'm
rest should be
chilling.
like okay. I mean, I also slept 5 hours yesterday, to be quite honest.
Yeah. How long do you have today, by the way? Because I don't know, 5 hours is like probably not that much. So maybe you want like to stay up longer than yesterday, or like go to sleep earlier than yesterday. I mean,
Uh, Wait, tomorrow?
just so like I know
Might
how like
honestly be the
long.
same time. It's like,
Okay.
yeah, I can do 1 a.m. again, so it's like 6 hours from now.
Okay, so we can just split it up like three and three in Minecraft Geo, unless you get tired of
Yeah.
Minecraft. Um,
No, I mean, I'm down to do a few more normal runs.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm down. Um, cool. Um, yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I don't really have anything that I wanted to teach you, like, so we could just get into like runs right away.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I mean, you have the anchors down. I'm trying to think, like, yeah.
okay, I did practice the anchors to be quite. I mean, I had no time to practice, so um,
Oh, sure.
I
But
didn't
like
practice them yet. But
Loki.
if we get them, like, sure, I remember what to do, but it's not like I practice doing them. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not like
yeah,
super
yeah.
complicated.
No, yeah. And also you slept on it, so like it's chill. No.
Yeah,
Now that you slept on it, it's chill. Um, all right. Whenever you want to go. Palestinian.
yeah. I mean, what do you want to do? Any
Uh,
specific?
I mean, what do you feel like do you still feel like you need to focus more on rune portals, or do you feel like you need to focus on anything? Because I don't know exactly like what is your priority, but yeah, like we can just do whatever you want to focus on, I guess.
I mean, the thing is, I don't really do shipwreck just because when it
Nick's
spawns so far
running.
down, I always
So,
take like drowning damage, and it's really annoying.
okay, I mean maybe we
But
should do that though.
it's like I'm not sure why I'm taking damage. It's like, okay, how much faster can you loot the chest? It's like,
It kind of depends. Like there's like optimal ways of like grabbing the chest and stuff a lot of the time. But
but
like
it's like,
even
can
I
you?
take drowning damage sometimes. So.
Isn't it like the first like the fastest way to do this? Like you double click an item and then shift it over.
Yeah, like fast looting. I mean, that there's like that's like a method, but like Loki doesn't really lose that much time over the way that you're looting. It's like probably more about like how you swim in and like your confidence of knowing exactly where the chest is and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of know where the chests are if
So
it's like
Lemon,
at
sup
least
Curtis, some
the
Micah,
right way up, not
sup Kara.
tilted over.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
forgot
yeah,
I low-key forgot I had face cam still on. I thought I turned it off, but I mean, I guess
yeah.
now it's there anyway.
Oh. Okay.
Lighting is really bad. It's I literally don't have light on in my room, as you can see.
That's chill. It's chill. Um, all right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just like Loki. Like a lot of the time, I think about if I have something that's like annoying, that's like almost always the thing I just need to practice, and like it's annoying to practice it because it's annoying, but also afterwards it is less annoying. So
Yeah. But is there anything I need to do when spawning into it? Because sometimes I also don't know where to find it. Do I just do like the pyrite as well?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You should start it like a BT, I think, and then from there, like, um, you can obviously just like look for the shipwreck.
Okay, yeah, that's like a new update.
Yeah, I haven't
Just
seen
add
the new
animation.
ranked animations yet. That's funny. Oh
Wow.
shit.
What?
C-type
Okay.
shipwreck.
All right. Like, okay. Wait, so I guess it's over there somewhere?
Yeah, there it
There it
is.
is.
And then yeah, so like oh you'll this is a good way to get in.
Okay, wow. Lapis lazuli. I guess I have to go up.
Yeah, just barely. I mean, I guess the other thing is like you want to dive down as late as possible so that you can preserve as much breath as possible, but
Yeah, I
just
guess
the
I can take
stew
these.
and then yeah, you're good. So I would craft a golden axe here and then iron pickaxe, iron shovel, and then shears.
Okay.
And then obviously all the regular stuff as well. But... Nice.
Wow. Just gonna organize it now. Not.
Cool.
Guess I don't have the shears yet. But... All right. We even got an apple.
Oh, and raise your entity distance and render distance.
To see the kelp, obviously.
Yeah, that should have been done like right away, just because you can see it like as early as possible, and then that can help you like determine and make a decision. Yeah, there. See that kelp to the left? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I still need to get flint, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. That looks fake.
Is it fake? Okay. Keep going. So in this situation, usually what I like to do is kind of just like create like circle the island, because the ravine has to be within 10 chunks of the iron source. So the iron source is kind of on the other side, so I would like pull in a little bit, but like just continue circling like this, and just keep your eyes peeled for any ravines. Maybe something to your left here. No. Okay. Um, yeah, and just keep your eye out for any ravines. Maybe
There's a ruined portal.
is there a ravine like near the shipwreck to the left there?
There's a ruined portal, I know, but I didn't see one when diving down. There's one here.
Yeah,
There's
this
one.
one. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's fine. Honestly, that's like just totally fine.
Holy lag.
Oh,
What
lag.
was
Yeah,
that?
that was annoying.
Right. Okay. Okay, there's a nice L shape here. Okay, I don't have my blocks. GG.
Oh, good. Wait, that's so cool.
Wait, I already have it on. Fuck.
Uh,
Okay,
oh, there
it's
it
like a
is. Yeah.
60 spike in that direction. All right. What is this terrain, though?
Wait, what Y level are you at? 100 probably. Yeah, 90. So I would just like kind of staircase down, and there'll probably be terrain below. But I wouldn't dig straight down because you're probably gonna like have lava or something.
That's rule number 1 in Minecraft. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing pigs. Like,
Yeah, maybe if
yeah,
you look at subtitles, you might be able to dig towards them. Have I explained how subtitles work? If you like look towards them, you'll see no arrows. So I think it was to the left there.
yeah, it was like a bit to the left.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I don't know.
You're trying to go that way. Maybe that fire crack. Oh, careful.
I mean, I'm hearing them step. Like, it's like over,
Maybe
like
it's
at top
above.
of me.
Yeah, the fire crackles is like right in front of you, so. Oh,
Okay, I digged into another
really?
cave,
Oh, there
but
we go. Okay, nice. That opens. Um, and what was the angle again on your bastion? It's worth rescanning if you don't remember. But
okay,
I think it was kind of that way. Yeah, okay. It's just kind of straight in front of
that
you,
way,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, where is it?
It should just be over this hill. Oh, there we go.
Right.
Nice. And then maybe wide a bit right now and just see if you can see any fortresses, but might not be able to, but oh, was that it to the right? Yeah, okay, there. So we can remember it like
I didn't see it, but sure.
it's like out back right from the
So I
bastion.
just bridge over then.
I would just boat down and then you can go into this single, and the single will have uh
I don't know which bastion it is.
it's stables, it's stables.
Oh,
So you can loot this chest. Also, I just realized you can make armor. We should have done that in the overworld. I just like completely forget that because I don't do that in my runs, but it's just a good strategy.
So I just do
Yeah,
like
just make
boots.
boots, yeah. And then you can just be so much safer with this. So I would say like eat a stew and grab your boat back. And then you're gonna go loot the triple, and then we're just gonna head down to the
Where's the
boat
boat?
is
Oh
yeah.
my god. I left it.
So like go in between that triple chest, and then loot the chests, like dig down and loot the chests, and then just yeah, this is fine. I would next time I would go like in between both of the single and the
Yeah,
triple,
I
but
feel like we didn't do this yet. Like how
oh
to
yeah, yeah. That's
dig
okay.
down
Yeah, this is good. Okay, so we got our obby there, so that's good. So let's just go out the front of the bastion. Um
this way.
yeah, that way, and then down to your left kinda. Just to get to like the center part. So like down there, yeah. And then just we can just start the route from up here because we're at the to your right is the no, go back towards the middle of the bastion or like to the ramparts. Right here. This is we're at the center now.
Oh.
Yeah. And there's a baby hoglin, which you might have to punch.
Oh
Oh,
my
that's
god,
a
there's
big
also normal
hoglin.
hoglin.
Yeah, just kill it, I guess. It's really annoying.
I mean, it's really annoying here.
Yeah, you just kind of have to deal with it. Yeah, try and like yeah, there you go. If you crouch up on the edge, then it kind of yeah, that's
Right.
just really
Oh
stupid.
my
And then you can
god.
just punch this guy once and he'll just fuck off. There you go. Yeah, I might want to eat a
I guess I
little
break
bit.
this and then run.
Yeah, just be ready to drop a lot of gold because you're kind of low. There you go, nice. Yeah, that was good. Cool.
Oops. Why is my inventory full again?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot I need to lead them in.
Oh, make sure to mine that block above the piglin's head. Oh yeah, sure, this is good, and then okay, well they de-aggroed, so the block above the piglin's head right now is blocking them. You forgot to mine it earlier. No, to the left.
Oh, this one.
Oh,
Oh
careful, just
my
boat
god.
out. Just boat. Place your boat on the leaves to the left, or there is fine.
I can't place it.
Just like you have to go like kind of deeper to like a spot that it will be able to place like a 2x2 kind of area.
Okay, I place it pretty far
Oh
away.
my god. Okay. Yeah, you won't be able to get into that. Just gravel. Do you have gravel?
Yes.
There's a gravel
Can I
above.
just place it?
Yep. Okay. Just try and
Alright.
break that gravel. If you can aim at the corner. Okay, cool. Let's mine the block, the black stone. Oh yeah, get those guys out of the boat.
Bro, how do I get them out of the boat?
Just punch the boat on the like side of it, and you'll be able to just break it. Yeah. There you go.
Oh my god.
This is yeah. So just that black stone. There's one black stone you forgot to mine, so they couldn't get up above the leaf that you placed, the extra leaf for a
Oh
staircase.
yeah.
That
Oh
one.
yeah, I forgot this one.
Yeah, and so just get them in the pit. And Loki punch a guy as well um because yeah, you didn't get those guys down. Okay, this guy's gonna be annoying. Yeah, the baked
Okay, just don't
potatoes
do
do like
anything.
nothing. Do stew. I don't think that pig is in the pit. Okay, Loki, just kill it.
Okay.
The other guy should go in though. You didn't punch him yet. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why my game is so loud again. Like I can barely hear you because I didn't do it in standard settings.
Yeah. Okay,
All
block
right.
off and then no, or sure, yeah, but okay, that's fine.
What is my inventory already here? Like,
Yeah. Okay.
I
Drop them all the
go
gold.
up.
Drop them all the gold.
Oh, I guess I can drop the gold first.
Okay.
Uh, That's why I don't like stables. Like, why is so much going on?
No, I know, it's okay.
And GG.
Clarity, thanks for the 7 months. Thank you.
Alright, I just go here and...
Yeah, so I think you have bread to craft. Yeah, so just clear out like the netherrack, the shears, I guess, the cracked. Yeah, okay. And then go to like the side a little bit, just so you're stopping picking up items and just let them trade and then craft. Oh, you picked up the gold. Drop it back to them. All right, and then craft bread, and then an iron axe and a bed. You have to make the nuggets into ingots, yeah. Here you go. Nice.
You said, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's way easier if you just click the button here.
Yeah. All right, you can drop your bowls, but you have bread now. You can drop the 1 wheat as well. All right. Oh, you probably need that, Loki. There you go. Nice.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. Grab the corner of the trades. Okay. Yeah, get your pearls on bar, your soul sand. Drop the extra leaves after you get your soul sand on bar, and then yeah, we need to grab a bit. Oh, yeah. Okay, only 2 soul sand or only 2 fire res. So just put the fire res on your hotbar and then don't pop it until you absolutely need to.
Okay.
Yeah, and then your pearls on your bar and your soul sand on your bar, and yeah, just get your hotbar all set up here.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Okay.
All right.
So it was that way. Yeah, yep, out that way. And then to your right.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah. So I just pearl.
I would pearl up to the right. Yeah, and just make sure it's like a safe pearl so that you don't
That's safe.
Yeah.
Bang.
And then you have to try to get into the fort. It's like just go to the left, like out where it's open. I mean, not down there. Like you know the close part was like right beneath you, kind of, and to your right.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, so just honestly bow down.
Yeah. Bro.
Okay. And then just build up, I guess. Because you don't have a ton of food. Also, I mean, you have rotten flesh. Eat this bread actually right now because you're 2.5 down, which is perfectly lined up. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a new thing. Like, do you always want to eat when it's like perfectly aligned?
Yeah, that's ideal. So yeah, so be ready to pop the fire res as soon as you need to, but just don't pop it until you absolutely need to. And yeah, we can mine in here. Cool. So we have to back nav the fortress a little bit to get to the good part.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You could have taken the 3 diamonds, but it's not really a big deal.
I was just looking for food, honestly.
Up these stairs, so.
Oh yeah, always up. And then
maybe I think yeah, this way I would try. I don't know. Okay. There was like one more path. Like, I mean, yeah, this way could work, but I think it's gonna be back to like the left after you go back here. Yeah, this way. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, here's the room.
Okay, cool.
Okay, the thing is, I thought the open one was towards the bastion, but yeah, I guess I didn't. Okay, how do I break this fast? Like,
no, it's so slow. It's so slow. It just you need a hoe actually.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah. Okay. Surely there's just gonna be a spawner like right here.
Yeah. Maybe I go through the glowstone, but
yeah, I would. Does this lead to anything? No. Okay, I would go back. Maybe
wait,
just
that one.
Do.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
Do pie chart. And then look like back to that intersection, and then look back to the intersection all the way back. Oh, you have something that way, but I would go because it doesn't really make sense how it would get there. Just
what do I do?
Run past it. Just tank 1 hit and then run past it. Because you need the food kind of, but
yeah, I don't have a bucket.
Yeah.
All right, so I just go through here.
Yeah, I would say just go through here.
Okay, that
and then
good.
Probably is to your left. maybe.
Hmm.
Pie chart again. Okay, it's not this way. Go back towards this intersection.
This way.
Oh my god. Okay, light this guy on fire and just kill it.
All right.
It'll be, you can kind of like use like kind of go slowly, inch slowly up to it so you don't get hit by it. Okay, you're like too close, but break the fire as soon as you. Oh my god. Ugh, it's offhand, offhand. Oh my god, it burned.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
yeah.
Oh, because I have so much shit.
It's
I guess
okay.
I have to rotten flesh.
No, no,
Or
no. Keep the rotten flesh. You absolutely need the rotten flesh. That's your only
okay.
food source right now. You should be
I
eating
cannot
it.
sprint
You should eat
anymore.
it. You should eat the rotten flesh. Okay. Uh. Okay. Back, back, back. To the left,
Like
and then
here.
to the left again.
Where I go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, this fortress sucks. Okay. Um. Okay. Keep
Bro.
going straight. There you go.
There it is.
Finally. Okay. Be ready to pop your
Oh,
fire
I don't
res.
have my fire res.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, good thing we didn't pop that on 4 enter because you would be out of it already.
Yep. How did this guy spawn here?
Yeah, I don't know. They can just spawn like kind of outside of it. Alright, nice. And then try and get your blaze bed off as quickly as possible.
Bro, where is it?
You need the nether brick.
Oh yeah.
Kill this blaze.
Bro, why move towards me?
They kind of like try to run into you sometimes when you're really close to them. What is bro doing up there? Grab the rod. Grab the rod on the floor before you blow it up. There you go. Okay, you're good. Oh my god, kill these blazes. Kill these blazes.
I mean, I won't complain. Free spawn,
Yeah.
bro.
You're gonna need the soul sand to block the damage. Okay, Loki, don't blaze bed. Don't blaze bed. Don't blaze bed. Just break your bed and just pick it up. Yeah, you have 6 rods. Okay, just go. Just blind.
Bro, what are you doing?
This is like maybe you should. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, this is kind of stupid. Yeah, I just realized.
Just like one out from this would be like the perfect spot.
Yeah, like I picked the worst spot possible.
That's so good. It's so good. And then just eat
Inventory
as you go through.
management is not on top.
Yeah, it's okay. All right.
Bro, I don't have my ninja brain bot.
Okay.
There it is. Now I have it. All right. I need to craft.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna crash out over my inventory.
Like, well, honestly, after you measure eyes, we can like spend a second to just inventory manage.
Oh wait, no, I need to.
30 FOV, yeah, there you go. Oh, nice, you're lined up.
Okay, yeah, it's giving me. What is this? Okay, I need to go left or right 3 blocks.
Yeah, I guess like it's not that far, so but you have to. I mean, you're gonna have to grab the eye on the bottom of the water anyway, so like.
Wait, am I not allowed to throw from soul sand? Wasn't that a
You
thing?
yeah, actually, I mean, you don't have soul speed boots, so I think it's fine. But in theory, you might not be able to.
All right, 3. All right.
Cool. All right, grab your eyes, yeah.
Where is it?
Down to the right, I saw one floating, and then one was like right beneath you right now. It's above you now. They're like both like,
Oh.
yeah, and then to your left, yeah.
These boxes are a bit confusing.
You might have to water bucket if you can't reach. Okay, you can. Cool. So pop fires as you go through. And then line up your angle 174. Okay, so it's like straight past the blaze spawner.
It's minus. Or is it minus?
It's positive, but it's right there too. Just you don't need to kill these guys. You have 12.
Oh. Wait, so I just need to go.
It's that way. It's only 600 blocks, so low-key just pearl like straight into the lava and you'll just hit it. F3C like before you throw it though, so that you know the angle. Okay, so it's a little to your left and 62 blocks. So yeah, like this would be probably a maybe tiny bit overshoot, but yeah. Like there. Yeah.
Alright.
38, negative 250. Oh my god, yeah, perfect.
It's 1, that's what you like to see. Where's the
Just
exact block?
F3, yeah. 38. Oh, you're on it.
Alright.
So just build up, or yeah, that's fine. And yeah, ideally you have both soul sand and gravel on your bar at all times, honestly. But
Yeah.
you're fine.
Bro, I can't build.
Mother
Oh
sucker.
my god.
Alright, sweet. Was it this one or the one over? It was this one, yeah. There you
What's
go.
this?
Okay, cool. So
Settings, of
yeah,
course.
8 render, cool. And then okay, we're getting 0.
There's water.
It's okay.
Yeah.
The water's kind of annoying.
Okay,
Oh, I saw something spiked back there. Try to like move a little bit and line it up nicer.
There's
Yeah,
definitely spike that direction. It was
I
like
would yeah,
50.
since you don't see anything else, I'd go for
Guess I
it.
go bottom left.
Yeah.
I don't know, somewhere.
Yeah, I can see this working. Okay. There's still more path along the four-way. Oh, was there? No, this turns back. And does this go anywhere to the left here? Maybe.
That work?
It kind of
Yes.
dies. Just yeah, just be careful because you are on 5 hearts. So okay, go back, go back, go back, go back. This is too deep. So if there's any mobs, you should probably just like block yourself in and hunger reset or something. But yeah, I would just
So do I go down?
wait, go to starter F3G right now for a second.
Wait, FVG?
Yeah, so see how this one's lined up with a chunk border? Remember what I said about opening up air? So the bottom right place that you have to mine through.
I don't know what you mean.
So you know how like there's like top right and then that's an open 3x3 and then the bottom right has like a hidden room
Yeah,
down
here.
here? Yeah. And see how this is lined up with the chunk border? See how it's like perfectly like flush?
Yeah.
That means that there's a chance that it gets cold behind this block. So opening this up might allow you to see this portal room. So open that up and then kind of go through here and then turn off chunk borders and preemptive again. And well, I mean, okay, I think this, since this is just one path, Loki, we can just send the one path. But okay, well, it just dies, so that didn't work. But like a lot of the time, or some of the time, it will be like that, where if you don't get,
So I guess I
kill
can
these
only
guys.
go middle.
Yeah, you can pretty much only go in middle. I mean, there's some deeper bottom left, but like if it's that way, it's gonna be really deep. So I would try middle, definitely for sure here. Okay, kill these mobs and Loki. Since it, oh my god, there's a lot of mobs. Oh my god,
Why
there's
is
so
there so
many.
many?
Oh my god. Okay, that that skeleton is really scary. Do you have like an apple or something? I would eat an apple and then kill
Bro,
this
zombies.
zombie. Um. Okay, there was like a skeleton there. You have to just immediately
Yeah.
run at the skeleton and kill it. Otherwise you'll probably die. Uh, bro, holy shit. It was top left. That's like a really nice spot for the portal worm to be though. Nice. Okay, so maybe around here somewhere. Okay, nice. Apples are slightly better than rotten flesh, but honestly not by much. Um, see if it's to your right. Oh
I mean,
no.
this is where we were originally, right?
Oh
We
wow,
didn't go
yeah,
through
okay,
here.
okay. Yeah, it's weird that it goes back and it no no
So
yeah. Just keep exploring. No 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 go back, go back, go back. Back to the four-way
mid
here. Yeah, and then back to
elaborate.
mid. Fuck
Okay.
these guys.
Let me-
And then just go mid here, and then maybe there's a bottom right as well. Oh, kill this guy immediately. Yeah, okay. Nice, that's a good kill. Oh
Oh
my
my god, there's
god.
two Endermen and
Okay,
there's a okay,
okay,
there's
just
a really
place a bed down probably, and then just
die.
mine one down or two.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, sorry, mine two down actually, and then yeah. Yep, perfect. Grab
Uh,
your armor maybe. It's fine. Yeah, I would just like yeah, and then you can shift click it all and then offhand your food as well. So you notice how like your armor goes last and then your offhand goes like very last. So
yeah.
you kind of have to like pick that up. So
Okay. So
yeah, we should try that because that's the next best area. But just like block up in the hole there. You know how you can like block their face and they'll just not be able to hit you. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's just
there it is. Yeah.
yeah. Oh my God, there's so many Endermen. And then yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. They spawned in from the end.
Yeah, I know. They lead to the end portal. Cool.
All right. Let's not pull a blinky here. I mean, I didn't pre-craft beds.
Yeah, I would ooh,
We
wait,
don't have that
actually
many.
you wait, shift click your wool and your glowstone, just like craft it right now so you have so we have 6 beds and then uh 2 anchors. So, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
So I just pearl in and then craft it on the way to
Yeah.
the thing. Um, but do I use anchors?
Honestly, just no, just don't even use anchors. It's gonna just cause too much pain. You can just make 6 beds and you'll just be chilling. I mean, you can like make the anchors just like in case you need them, but um 1, 2, and then you can make one more bed. You should make one more bed.
Or is it perching?
No, no, it
No.
shouldn't be. But you should turn on hitboxes when you have the chance.
Um, oh,
All right, cool. And is your bed on the right slot?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
My God. Can't even stretch myself once.
Yeah,
This guy's just so annoying.
was
Bro,
annoying.
this was probably one of the most scuffed runs of all time.
Yeah, I
But it's the
know.
first run of the day, so it's fine if we just finish it.
Yeah, I think it's going. If it turns back in here. Oh no. Yeah, no, that was so scuffed, but like the good thing is that you just like, were able to get through it. So
Especially with low food in the stronghold with a million mobs.
yeah, no, that was so scuffed. I'm surprised we didn't get the spike down mid, which is kind of annoying. But whatever. What can you do?
Nothing.
No. Bad nav. Bad nav's bad nav. Oh, go, go, go. Maybe.
Is it? No.
Mm. Dang. Okay.
Interesting. It's gonna be such an annoying pearl again.
Yeah.
It's like always slightly uphill. I hate that.
Yeah, I
I
know.
guess I just aim exactly at the fountain.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is he going? Should be right. No.
Maybe.
What?
After it
That's great.
fireballs you, it does like some kind of pathing that can look like. Oh, maybe, maybe, maybe. Yeah. Oh my god, you
Oh my
overshot.
god, I overshot by a mile. Okay, I guess I'm dead. It's fine. The run was so scuffed. Honestly, this is probably the best ending possible.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't jump throw it, that's all.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
I pretty
It's
much
like...
never jump throw the pearls to the fountain. I just always just will like
Yeah, I always misjudged the distance. Like, I didn't want to throw not far enough because I would hit like one of the blocks and then be really far away, but that was way too far.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh good. You can just see change. That was like such a scuffed run, but like Loki, I'm glad that we like made it through the run.
Yeah.
It was like a slow bastion, slow fortress, slow stronghold, like that was good though.
All right. I mean, I guess I just...
Yeah, I like that.
Probably.
To the right maybe a little bit. I don't know. It should be here, like along the edge of the island. What?
I don't see it.
Okay, maybe it's like back. Why did you pick it up that way if it wasn't there? Okay, oops, that's so weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, just so keep your air as long as you possibly can, and then dip down,
Yeah.
and then oh, this one's upright, so you can get the wood as like an in between. Oh, actually, you shouldn't get the wood because there's TNT on this seed. Grab the TNT as well. Grab the.
Oh.
Yeah. You
You
should go to the door. To your right, down.
Bro, what? Yeah, I guess I forgot. I thought it's up.
Oh, good. And then just only punch one log. Go grab it, cause you have
Oh, I have TNT. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, if I get something.
Okay. Cool.
So do I build a pressure plate?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Raise your settings. Yeah, only 2 trees is kind of funky, but
Did I go to the wrong island?
no, you're good.
Big patch over there.
Just just mine like a sand so that you can raise your TNT, and then just like place it in between the 2 trees. Yeah, right here. Yeah, perfect. Cool. All right, and throw out the potatoes. You don't fucking need those. Both the baked and the rotten, or not the baked, but the raw potatoes. Okay. Yeah, dirt there. Cool. And then we're gonna make just full tools and like just everything that's normal. Pickaxe, shovel, not shears, but pickaxe, shovel, axe, bucket,
Then
boat doors, yeah. And also your bread. Make your bread. Alright, and then, yeah, fix your hotbar. And then you might want to grab, I don't know if there's any left extra, like, wood above you, but if there's any, like, logs that are easy to grab, I'd just grab that one. We grab that one, yeah. Alright, and then, let's...
There was like a huge patch over there.
Oh, yeah, yeah, for that.
Okay, maybe that's because of the temple.
It could be because of ocean ruin. Is there, like...
It's like...
Yeah, yeah, that's an ocean ruin, right? Yeah, so those are fake. So you have to be careful of those. Um, yeah, this kelp is good to go for. You should eat while you're boating. Eat the rotten flesh, so like you can like
Oh.
like unpress W and then press W.
Oh, wait, what?
Unpress it and then right click and then repress it. That's fine. You're good. Loot this rune portal. It's like right here. Grab the gold block on the ground and then oh, is there even a chest? No, place a door. Okay, this is fine.
Oh.
Oh, you ghost doored. Place the door again.
What? What just happened?
Yeah, you like place it on like a diagonal. I don't even think there's a chest here. So yeah, grab this gold block and we can dip.
I mean, I still need gravel, I guess.
Yeah, gravel, yeah.
Go stored. Like, what is this game? Are we being serious?
Oh yeah, there's like some kind of T shape that you can use, or there's like an L at the very far
I
end
don't
as
know how to
well.
do the T shape. Like,
It's fine. You just have to repair it. It's like kind of the same as, yeah, this is fine too. This is good. Cool. And then eat rotten flesh.
my God,
Oh good, oh good.
need to do it in my hand.
Yeah, F3.
Wait, oh,
You're
I
good,
already
you're
have
good.
it. That's like
Okay.
50
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
direction.
That was good. Yeah,
Let's
go
go
up
up.
here, yeah. And just, we really don't have great food, so just eat rotten flesh and we'll try to heal up as you're running towards the bastion. Um, it's more to your left, by the way, but maybe this terrain kind of wraps. Yeah, I would actually go this way and then wrap in left when you can, but I don't know. I would go more to the right now and then, because it's just a wall. Yeah, that way, and then I think it maybe try not to go in the ravine. Just try and like go around this. Yeah, and then to the left. Yeah. I mean, you can just boat down. Just rescan when you need to. Oh, what?
There's nothing now here. What? Okay, he's
Oh,
90 in
you
that
wait,
direction.
you went over it. Yeah, because okay, boat down to the like right here.
Like, just down?
Yeah, just a little bit down because we need to like explore this terrain and see if it's open. Go like no, no, yeah, not that way. To your right. It could be in that ravine, but I don't think it is. So I like out here somewhere, if you can like look lower. Wait, did you see it above you? Like up in that gap? I don't know if you did, but no, sorry, go just build up. Like in that like where the glowstone is at. I thought I saw it, but I just might be tweaking. Okay, no, it's not there. Maybe try this actually, this cave. It was like towards the spike.
I mean, I can rescan, but
I think
it's
it's yeah, it's like
70
right
that direction.
there.
I
Okay,
don't know.
try and keep the open terrain, so go back out, honestly, and then to the right and see if we can kind of start circling it until we can find where it opens.
Oops.
So good. And just yeah, just keep circling this terrain to your left. Just like go up and like there was just terrain up here and then yeah, see how it like
Yeah.
is kind of open here. We should be able to see it, surely. We chose like the wrong 50-50. Um okay. I mean, you're probably like above it like right now, so or like in a few seconds, so okay.
Yeah,
It's
this is
like
where we
just
got up.
directly beneath you. So maybe go like well go to that open terrain to the left. Is this open here? No, it's not. Bruh. Okay. To the
Uh,
right there was some maybe here. Do we see it? We
there
see
it
it.
is. Yeah. Oh, flip. Okay, what do we do?
Just go down. You can
So
it's
it's.
stables again.
Oh my God. So just go
Yeah, do you
up.
have gold on you?
Yes.
Make gold
So
armor.
yeah, let me just speed bridge real quick and lose the run.
Lose the run on purpose. Um, all right. So you're at the
Like,
middle.
there's a chest.
Yeah,
But
you can loot it.
oh,
Just be careful.
bro, these hoglins. Yeah, it's GG.
That's okay.
I don't know if I can. Oh my God.
You can't loot it while crouch. Yeah, there you go. All right. Um, grab the arrows in the. Okay. Well. All right.
All
Cool.
right.
And then yeah, so that's the middle over there, like where you're right above. Remember? Where
So I
you
just
were.
go down again.
No. Go to the middle. Right there, below you. Okay. Like,
We get
do you
down.
remember? It's like
Oh,
right here.
here. Oh,
Yes.
yeah. And I mean, this was bad, right? No,
Oh,
good.
all right.
There's
Get
no
some
block.
distraction, and then yeah. If there's no blocks, just punch a pig.
I mean, I can break this.
No, this is okay. You should get distraction on your hotbar.
Oh
Oh my
my
god.
god.
Um.
Yeah,
Okay, you're
kind
okay.
of
You're okay. I
forward.
think you're fine. Okay, nice. Wait, mine like one block up from this. Like you shouldn't be down. Like you should be like, remember, and then one block like in front where you mined. Yeah, and then did you build the? Yeah, that's good. And then did you build the Yeah, you built the
Yeah,
thing
with the step.
correctly. Yeah, okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. So then let the pigs in. Loki, you're gonna have to punch one because the guy's de-aggroed. And then this guy won't go in, but oh my gosh, you're missing the gold throw. Just like mine down, like crouch and then like crouch over the edge and then mine down, or like mine down one here. Yeah, so this will go, that guy will go in now. And then, okay, we have like no pigs.
Yeah.
Drop all the gold for them and then remember to block up where we came from so that no late pigs come and kill you. Cool. All right. And then, no, that's better, compared to your last gap row. Um, cool. Okay. And then drop them back this gold. This is gonna be a really slow trade, so we're probably gonna loot a bunch of chests while they're trading. Actually, maybe not. We have to do pie chart stuff, so that'll take a bit. Yeah, drop them back this, and then honestly start pie chart stuff right away. So
Uh,
just
over there.
sure. Did you pick up the gold? You didn't, I don't think, but hopefully not. Okay. Um, all right.
All right, so I go all the way to 2.
Yeah, just make sure you're on the
I'm
right
at,
pie chart.
I'm in the so tick level entities, block entities.
All right.
Then I wait, what? Okay, 16.
Cool.
Okay.
Pause X. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Oh my god.
Rip. Oh my god.
Keep the wrong button.
I think that's okay. Just don't punch anybody. And then yeah, you didn't like gravel them, so you're not gonna be picking up the trades like as much as you could
Again,
be.
so much random stuff in my inventory. What is this?
Yeah. Gravel. Just like you should gravel the items up because you're not picking up them all. And then yeah, there you go. Cool. Okay, you only have 13. 14 obsidian. Okay, make a bed while they're finishing the trades. Um, yeah.
Oh my god, my inventory.
Yeah, you should only be making the 3 wool that you need exactly so that you don't have that extra wool stack.
Do I
Um,
really need these arrows?
no, throw out the spectral arrows, keep the regular though. And then fire arrows on your bar and then soul sand on your bar and then throw out the dirt. And then put gravel on your bar as well. And then take or throw out the potatoes. We don't fucking need those. And then mine your crafting table back. All right. How close are they to being done trading all this stuff? Because low-key, we just need one more string trade and then we can leave. I mean, we can leave right now technically, but oh my god. Okay, they're actually clutching. They're getting 18. We have 18 OB. Check if that other guy
Drawing
that
you.
was out of the hole dropped any trades around.
Uh, Crying obsidian, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Can you drop anything else?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get enough. So go up. Um, yep. Go back towards eat rotten flesh right now. Like eat like all like 3. And then oh, what was above us? It was a single, I think. Yeah, go to your left actually. Sorry, behind you.
Up?
Yeah, right here and then up. And then mine through this above you.
Wait, what?
Just mine the
Like
block
here?
above you. Yeah, and then see that chest? Okay, there's nothing in here. We need 2 obbies, so that's what we're going for right now. Keep no, there's nothing more up here. So just go back towards the middle where you were before, and then um go down, honestly. Go down the stairs and go loot the bottom chest, see if there's anything there. Oh, hogline. Honestly, we kind of need it for food, so maybe try to flint and steal it.
I mean,
Yeah, we should
yeah.
be trying to grab lava bucket on Nether Enter if we can, but you might not be able to light it because of stairs. I'm not sure. Oh, you can. Nice.
Bro, why is he running away?
Oh,
Wait, why is he hitting me? Okay, that's kind of annoying.
good, oh good. Just punch out the fire before you kill it. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Wait.
you're good. You're good.
I got lucky. Oh, how can I F?
You have
Oh my
you have a
god.
ton of extra fire res. There you go. Cool. So loot this chest. Obby. No. Loot the string though. One
Yeah.
extra bed. Nice. All right. Go back to the up a bit and then back to the bad gap. Is the gap a bad gap maybe? Right here. No, it's a good gap. It's a good gap. I think. Yeah. Okay. Just go up. We don't need it. We don't need it. We just need obby. So go up to the middle. So it was
Yeah.
a double, but let's try and see what the other rampart was on the far right. So yeah, over here. Yeah, yeah, that way. Okay, it's another double. So just go over there and loot. Oh,
Oh
careful.
my god. That was quite close. I
All
can't lie.
right, cool. And then yeah, so here's a chest to loot. Okay, cool. And then it was pause X, so
Yeah,
it's
this
that way.
direction.
So maybe out the front. Yeah, over this way. Actually, open F3 real quick. Um
No.
Yeah, it'll be out the front of the bastion, so like out towards like to your right. Yeah,
Wait.
that way. And then so just go that way and then obviously pause X, but um yeah. So maybe wide you actually might be able to see it. I mean, it's not really a big deal. We kind of know where it's at.
Oh my god.
And you don't really need to save your fires because you have so many, so you can just pop one whenever you want. And
I mean,
then
crouch, GG.
yeah, it's so good. Um, you should have pearls on your bar, and you should be ready to pearl too.
Yeah.
You should really try and figure out like a consistent hotbar. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
would try to
yeah, I don't
keep
know. There's
going.
just too many items. Like, I
I
don't know.
know, I
Like,
know.
sometimes you need. Okay, this is
Um,
kind of tough.
what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, keep going this way. Oh, is it? No, it's not there. It should be like to your left. Oh, sure, it opens here. Nice. Should be like way more to your left because it was pause X 16 or
Yeah.
something. So try and go around this train. Why is this train so bad on this seed? It's actually
I don't know.
ridiculous.
We're kind of getting cooked. I mean, there I see it.
Do you see a
Like,
different
yeah.
one? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just go to this one.
Uh, how do we get there? Over there? Purple?
Yeah, you could if you throw it perfect with a jump pearl, then you could probably get it. Nice, that was a perfect throw. All right, and then yeah, you could do one more to like the where the piglin is. Do you see the piglin on the hill?
Yeah.
Yeah, just jump through it and then be ready to block clutch. You might. Oh no, you're perfect. Okay, cool. And then just eat, and then we'll look for the
It's
spawner.
like 4, no? So I wait.
Oh, sure, but like you low-key, the only reason why I'm telling you to eat kind of early is because you're just on 3.5, so it's kind of scary. So,
Um,
so like you're right, it's not perfectly lined up. Yeah, you can just go here. Um, okay,
is there one there?
kill this wither skeleton. Just yeah, you can punch it off too. Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, there is one. Okay, cool. All right. Just get ready. Craft your nether brick right away. Like shift click. You should be just shift clicking in the book.
Or this inventory is
Netherrack or
literally.
fire res. You should repop fire res actually too.
Oh my god. I have too many items.
I'll tell you the optimal. We should like probably figure out the optimal hotbar stuff. You are not
I have
picking
too
up the
many
blaze
items,
rods.
not enough
Go
spots.
pick up the
Like,
blaze rod.
wait, what?
It was down there. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay, kill these guys.
Cannot place it.
Yeah, you're just like not perpendicular enough or not like lined up enough. All right. Yeah, okay, nice. And then just build out the back as soon as possible. You should be building out the back because you're gonna get hit off if you don't do it right away. There you go. Cool. And you only need to go like 3 out, so just yeah, like that's good. Yeah, cool. Kill these guys. Cool. And then oh, okay, nice.
How's there so many?
Yeah, I don't know. You're getting really good spawns though. Okay, you have 5 rods, so
Okay.
just start first world already. My God,
What? My god. Uh,
motherfucker. All right. We saved the bread as long as we could, so eat. Just get your bread on your bar and start eating that.
it's my axe.
There you go. Alright. Yeah, you have soul speed, right? Yeah, okay, you're good. Alright.
Free. Okay, 11%.
Wow,
What?
16 blocks to your right. It's because you're on like a 90-degree angle, so it's just like hitting a bunch of fucking, it's like not very accurate. Yeah, you have to go like farther than normal. You could just run on the ground. I mean, I don't know. It's like fine. All right, cool. And then you know where this eye is gonna throw, so it's like not gonna be in the, yeah, there you go.
Oh, forget it.
Oh
We have to
good.
try again.
Oh good.
I guess, yeah, I go for 11, sure. Okay, it's giving me 77%.
Wow. Honestly, we just send it.
Sure.
Because if we're off, we're gonna be really close anyway.
Other one break?
Uh,
No.
no. And be ready to pop fires as you go through.
I need to go up.
You
What?
can just
Oh,
hold space on them. Here you go. And fires, yeah. All right. And eat as well, because this blaze is gonna be like right on you again, so you have to like kind of run past it. There you go. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, you need one more rod.
I only need one more. Like, why is there a million? Okay.
Yeah.
The angle. Minus 90.
91. Yeah, that way.
Yeah.
Perfect. So just like it's like very straight. So it's like 164. So it's like 150 blocks, but you should go out to the or like through this terrain here. Ooh. I mean, I would try to keep your terrain because yeah, over there is good. Yeah. So, but you have to like pull, you have to go back to that angle again once you, yeah, that's a good pearl. But just make sure you're eating as soon as you throw it, or like after, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Do I just throw
Yeah,
it
yeah.
over?
Okay, nice.
Perfect.
164,
Oh,
138. So you're at 141 already. So you just need to go to 164, which is in 10 blocks.
it's like here.
Boom, and
I can do
then
here, right? 40 is okay,
it's one block off.
right?
So yeah, 160. Yeah, 40 is good. 164 is there, and then no, back one is 164. Remember on block, and then to your right is 138. Oh,
Oh, no,
all right.
that's right. All right.
Yeah,
So
right
this would
there.
be okay.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah, I need to practice just finding a block. It's honestly harder than it is because it's covering my entire screen, this flipping menu.
No, it's very hard. Like, um, cool. And then just be ready to drop your settings, 8 render, and then cool. And then you might have to change your pie chart back, I think. Yeah. So 0, 0,
I guess I
0.
have hitboxes on.
Oh yeah, hitbox is off. Yeah.
Yeah. So 0, 0, wait, 0, 0, 0, and then
Uh,
game renderer,
yep.
level, entities.
Cool.
Okay. Okay, there's like, oh, that
Yeah,
looks,
back up a little bit so you're not hovering.
oh,
Okay. Yeah, it's
yeah.
yeah, I like that. I like that bottom or the mid left. I would go mid and then left. Bottom left is a very valid option. So if this die, yeah. So go.
I
Actually,
can go back, I guess.
I would try bottom left, just because it turns. So hopefully this turns in the like direction that we want it to go. Um,
Yeah, it kind of does.
Perfect.
There it is.
Oh my God, there's so
And
many
there's a
fucking
million zombies
zombies.
here. Bro, what is this?
Why do all of your strongholds have so many fucking mobs?
Why is the lava broken? I thought this couldn't happen.
It was because of the silverfish. Soul Sand is scary, so just be careful. Yeah, you have to be 2 blocks up with Soul Sand. So that's good.
Oh,
You should hop into the middle before you get attacked by silverfish.
I mean, I
Okay, cool.
destroyed the spawner, no?
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry. Wait. Okay. Do you have to craft anchors? I think you have to craft anchors. So just be really quick about this. So pearl into the middle, and then craft your craft your wool and then your glowstone. And then actually you have 6 beds, Loki. Don't even worry about it.
For this direction. Oh my god, this whole effect is so annoying sometimes.
Yeah, I know. All right. And then just clear out like just the shit from your inventory. Like, I don't know, just all
Yeah.
your fire res and like, I don't know, everything that's like a 1 stack. It's just like you can always throw that out. All right. And then cool. And then you can make the anchor if you want, but like you could
I'm
like,
confident enough on
yeah,
the
yeah.
6 bed.
Throw up your hitboxes as well. All right. Cool. Should be good. Let's get a good perch there. This time, for sure.
I swear my luck on like fast purchase is like non-existent.
I know. I've seen it. No.
Nope. Oh, my bed is not in the right spot. I even got 7 beds. No,
Oh yeah.
that's six.
No.
Never
Okay.
mind, that's an iron ingot. Close enough. Close enough, honestly. Almost. Or what if I hit the flippin' crafting table?
That
That would be funny.
would be fucking annoying. Maybe? No. Oh shit, careful. Do you have to throw out your obsidian, by the way? I forgot about that.
I don't
Oh
have
no, you
one.
don't have it. Okay.
I had 2 and I both used them. So,
Oh, okay, perfect.
I mean, I don't need it. It's just like, I don't know.
You're very diagonal right now, so
Yeah, it's just like,
you can just like, yeah, nice. That's good. Yeah, the Dragon's Breath gets really annoying, but I don't know. I think you're pretty good at maneuvering with it, to be honest. Maybe, yeah, on this intern. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, turn this direction.
Yep. Yeah, okay, nice.
Oh, I'm too
A
early.
little
I need
early,
to...
yeah, you're good. Nice,
Okay,
nice.
the
Dang,
last
you
two were good.
clutched those. You
The ones
clutched
were
those, yeah.
really bad.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
first ones were really bad.
No, you clutched those
Oh my
last
god.
bits. Alright. Another, like, scuffed ass run. Like, what was this nether terrain, dude?
Yeah. Oh
Uh,
no.
but we, like, closed it out, so, like, that's good.
Okay. Bro, why did I hit the ones... The earlier ones were so early. Then I was like,
Yeah.
okay, what am I doing? I need to go later. And I feel like the last two bets were both like the 60
Yeah,
plus
the
damage.
perfect ones. Yeah, actually just perfect bets. Okay, so wait, go to okay. I want to show you some stuff. Let's
Yeah.
so firstly, the stables row, let's just make sure like you got that down. I'm just gonna like visually like show it to you again so that you can like remember kind of because you did it fine, but the problem is like just a few slight ordering stuff with the blocks being off is is really bad because it just like kind of slows it down a lot. So essentially what you want to be doing is instead of um so like okay, I'm gonna just like yeah, like I don't know. I mean, you want to have stuff on your bar like always, so I'm just gonna like have this distraction gold, and then like I go down here and then I'm gonna block off the okay, this piglin is really annoying, but you can kind of do that sometimes. But anyway, so I'm gonna mine these top blocks, right? And I'm gonna grab this one gold block, and I'm just gonna drop this one stack in the pit, and then let all the pigs in. And then I'm just gonna mine down like this, and grab all the rest of the gold blocks now that they're trading, right? And then I'm gonna drop this in, and then I'm gonna block up here. And now, because of I had this extra block, they were able to path in here really cleanly. And then every time like I have a pig like this, as long as I'm crouching over like this hole that's like one block lower than the pit, they'll path in instantly. So then I'm just gonna go over here, and then you were doing this all correctly, but it was just that beginning part was just a little bit messed up. So yeah, this and then I mean you don't have to do the boat, but
Okay, yeah. I'm not doing that, I think. But yeah.
yeah, and then it's just oh, I forgot to I was wondering what I forgot to do. I forgot to do this, but yeah, sorry, I'm bad demonstration, but yeah. That it was just mostly the thing that I was like trying to tell you about is like when you mine up like this and then you grab one gold block, drop the gold block in, and then let the pigs in. That's like the most
Yeah.
important step.
Yeah, I think I just always broke one block too far down and I didn't know what I was doing wrong.
Yeah.
And also in practice, so I just forgot that I have to enter like one block higher up and it makes everything way easier.
Yeah. Okay.
Because sometimes you literally just shimmy through, like if you... They just get to you somehow.
Yeah, no, the pathing is like way better. That's just like quick like refresher on stables, and then I think okay, what was it that I was trying to okay, so there's a few inventory management techniques that or like just stuff that we do that I should explain. So one of them is like oh wait, actually now that I think about it, I should have been this bastion map. But essentially like I want like bastion items. I can just do this. So when you're exiting, so every single time what you should do is this one I think. Okay. No wait, it's actually just not this one. I wanted fortress. So this one. Alright. This is my fortress one. So I have like a bunch of shit in my inventory. So I'm going to like when I craft my nether brick, right? I'm always gonna shift click all of my nether brick. Boom. That saves a lot of slots sometimes. And then when I'm making my bed, when I'm leaving the bastion, I'm gonna click 1, 2, 3 wool only, and then I'm gonna make my bed because this is 2 stacks, right? If I had my wool and a string, it would be like 3 stacks. So this is only 2 stacks.
If you have more than one stack of string, it makes no difference.
Yes, that is true, but it's just a good habit to get into because also I'm mentally checking how much explosive you had based on like if you crafted one bed and then the amount of string that you had. But it's harder for me to like do the math if I'm doing string plus wool plus bed compared to just string plus bed. But anyway, that's fine. And then obviously you should try to remember that you only need 4, I would say 4 fire res. So you should throw all the rest of your fire res, and then like the most important stuff to drop is like books, extra soul speed boots, and
Fire charge.
yeah, fire charge, but
I mean, I
only
guess you don't
yeah.
have a fitted steel.
Yeah. I mean leather here would be good to drop out, and then an extra stack of gravel, but yeah, so then also with your hotbar, I think what we should do maybe is try to get that like really really consistent because it's like so remember on the first page of the spreadsheet I kind of had like an optimal hotbar kind of laid
Yeah,
out.
but I don't know. I
It's
just always when I want to place something, I just replace something in my hotbar, and then I don't know.
yeah, and that's like kind of slow because you just have you're always just like going in and out. And also you should be replacing by like um pressing like the slot instead of like but like obviously that's just like a
I mean, that's what I usually do, right? I
yeah,
just
I think yeah, you just
Control
sometimes
X
forget.
and then
Yeah, that's all.
but sometimes
Um
when I really think too long what to replace, then I probably drag it sometimes.
yeah. And then the other thing is like so like okay, that's fine. But yeah, I would just try to like okay, so like your pearls, okay, the consistent items is like once you get your pearls, they should be on your bar the entire time. Once you get the soul sand and gravel, they should be on your bar the entire run, except for when you're like, oh, actually, yeah, no, they should be on your bar the entire run. Just think about it as like you have like boat on the same slot, gravel on the same slot, soul sand on the same slot, pearls on the same slot, tools on the same slot, and then these 2 slots are your flex slots. So you can flex whatever you need in and out of these. So obviously it would do like I would do like um bed and nether brick, right? And then after that I would do like obsidian and like I don't know, fire res or something. And then after I do my portal, I would do obsidian again, right? And just like think about those 2 slots as your flex slots instead of having to change all of your items on your hotbar. Just make sure your pearls are consistent, soul sand, gravel, boat, and then tools. And then just you have 2 flex slots that you can switch stuff out on if you need it to. But those ones are the really important ones because you use them so frequently, you always want to keep them on your hotbar.
Yeah. Also, maybe you should thank the raiders.
Yeah. Thank you, Fulham. Hi, chat. Hope the stream went well. Hope the practice went well. I saw you practice in Canada, my house. Cool. And yeah, so that's that. And then obviously book is just like so OP for like all crafting stuff, but yeah, like anything that involves like multiple items, it like book is just like low-key worth doing because it just is so quick. Okay, that's all I wanted to show, I think. So we can get back
Let's
into
just hope we don't get stables a million times.
yeah,
And
stables is
another
low-key
terrain.
annoying AF.
Wait, where's my Minecraft? Here it is. All right. Do we just continue?
Yeah, I think
What do
you're.
we want? Rune Portal, maybe?
Yeah, we can do room portal. Your shipwrecks are getting a bit better for sure, but like you kind of like I don't know, you forgot where the door was, which is like
Yeah, I thought it was up, but it was down.
yeah, all good.
Wow.
Wow, pretty rune portal.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is just a completable one. Um, oh my God, and we have food. Wait, this is go to Druid Portal. Grab the sword, yeah. Okay, and then oh, sharpness. Wait, go complete the, well, actually, you don't have flint and steel. So you have to wait, really? This is so annoying actually. Okay, punch 3 logs.
So I have
Um
to craft a flint and steel and don't have a pickaxe.
yeah, exactly. So in this case you would make a wood pickaxe and a wood shovel and then make stone tools. Or stone axe, sorry. Wood pickaxe, wood shovel, and then stone axe.
Okay,
Yeah.
and get like okay, so free stone, I guess.
Yeah. Alright, cool. And then yeah, make the axe and then make the iron and then just make your flint and steel. And then we're just gonna grab a bunch of logs and then enter yeah, sure, over here is good. Because we have the golden carrots and we have the golden apples, so
How
like
much?
we have
How
so
much
much
do they
food.
give?
Wait, what do
Oh,
you
I
mean?
swear, weren't they non-edible earlier in the game?
The what, golden carrots or the enchanted golden apples?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
How much do I need? Like,
Lucky you're good. 16 is a pretty good number. And then make sure your hotbar's like good. And then put the boots on, I think, unless they're thorns. Oh, Curse of Binding, yeah, that's fine. Oh, actually, I guess that's not the best thing, but whatever, it's fine. Too late now. And then boom, cool. It doesn't really matter, honestly. Curse of Binding's fine. F3. Okay. Oh, we forgot to raise settings.
uh,
Whoopsie. All right, all good.
all right.
Yeah, that way. Okay.
Yeah, 40 this
Yeah.
way.
The I think like the problem last time was like I'll kill this guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, nice. Well, at least we have plenty of food. The problem last time
Yeah,
was since you didn't pause on enter, I didn't know how far the bastion was, so I wasn't able to inform terrain that
yeah.
well.
Never do it because I can't really read it as well as you. But I guess if I play
Yeah.
with you, it makes sense. Where do I go? Up?
Just straight. Yeah, just kill this guy, I guess. Yeah, technically you do have to go up, but like honestly, just go to the bridge and then go up, so. Yeah, just boat down there.
I don't have a boat.
Oh,
I
make a
just
boat.
realized.
Yeah.
Bro.
You should like F5 while you're boating so you can see. Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, maybe I should have. Holy shit. I thought the terrain was like super flat under me.
Eat a golden carrot, and then so all you're gonna have to do is just build up here and see this little opening. No, to your right. See the little opening? Yeah, go in
Yeah.
there. And then just go up the stairs now, all the way to the top. And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna try and safely loot this chest by you can mine through. Wait. Actually, this
Wait, what?
is fine. Just go next to the chest and just dig down and then hide next to it. Actually, this guy's not even visible. That guy can't even see you anymore because he pathed up. All right, cool. Iron there. I'll show you what I meant after. And then okay. Oh,
Oh my god. I triggered him.
all right. Just okay. Nice. That was. Oh, never mind. Okay, nice. That worked really well. Make your iron pickaxe.
Uh, yeah, I forgot I don't have an iron pickaxe yet.
Yeah.
So now,
All right.
go down?
Yeah. Is this
Or,
guy still mad at you, or should you mine this?
yeah,
Because this wood's gonna get in your way, right?
yeah.
Just
Like
drop
if it's,
him a piece of thing and then. Okay, sure.
oh my god, what is this?
Yeah.
Hello?
It's like way
Okay,
easier
I'm
to
getting,
see if you're in F5, by the way. Oh, not reverse F5.
bro, what is this?
All right,
Okay,
all good. Um, Get your pickaxe on your bar, and then all right, let's do this treasure route. You already have armor, so
Oh
oh,
my god.
fucking sleep.
Okay, I mean that's his own fault, right?
Minus one big lid.
That's his own fault, honestly. Like that's not my fault. And now I just throw something and run.
Yeah. All right, mine the block above. Oh, careful, throw more. Nice. Nice. And then, okay, you're low-key gonna need to open up that other side, because the wood that you placed earlier is blocking them. All right, there you go. You should be good. Make the hit hole. You forgot to place the block for the pit. One block. No, 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 no,
Oh my
no.
god. Oh. Yeah, I'm dead.
Uh,
That was my bad.
yeah, you just have to place one
Two.
block.
Yeah, or just mine it. Like
No, no, no,
below.
no, no. You should be placing it here. Here, let me show you.
Oh my god.
Oh good, oh good, oh good. Here, this is because I'll show you the other thing that I wanted to show you as well. All right. This is so the block that you want to place will, okay, normally there's like a block here, and then, or sorry, normally there's a block here, right? And then you jump up there, but you want to place the one there so that you make the pit. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what I was trying to explain was like you can run up and then obviously this is like really hard to explain on the fly, but since you know how I'm like standing here and I can kind of just like I can mine this and then I can like loot this chest safely from here and like even this one. So this is like what I was trying to get you to do. I mean you had gold armor, so it was fine to go up, to be honest, but and then if you had like mined one block down and not even blocked up your head or like not even mined 2 blocks down or anything, you would have been safe as well because like the piglin couldn't have seen you even though he
Yeah,
was like kind
he
of on
juked
these
me though. He like
stairs.
went up and then he went down
He like,
again.
yeah, he went like
Really.
down again. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. But yeah, I would have maybe just like mined one block down just so you 100% know.
No, I mean I just trolled by not making the hole.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Just some micro comms.
That was the sub 7 minute seed. And I threw it
Yeah,
away. It's
no,
tough.
no,
Imagine
that
you get that seed.
no, it was like good, but it was like not that crazy. I don't know,
Alright, I'll just seed change. Bam.
yeah,
This animation's kind of clean.
yeah, true. Like the ranked like update, it was like the best like ranked update because it just was because they were like full on the player limit, so that's why they had to update and like increase the player limit, which is like so high. Use the axe and then just mine the chest. Mine the chest. Yep. Here you go. Boom.
So I have 1,000,000 flint and steels.
Yeah, Loki, throw out all but one.
Lag, hello.
And even the flint as well. And Loki, you can't eat the glistening melon, but you can use it as distraction, so so we're gonna wait, raise your settings and look for a pig and or look for like animals. Oh yeah, do you see some cows to your left or like towards the river?
There.
Oh, okay,
There
nice.
was something.
Yeah, yeah, this is good. Your axis Loki is gonna break.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if I one hit them, maybe.
Yeah, try to like, and then if you don't one hit them, just punch them. Nice.
Okay. Bro.
That fun's stealing.
Melon. Bro, I put a melon in there. I'm like, why is this not lighting on fire?
Bro, okay, nice. Alright. Oh, wait, Rob, while you're here, grab this stone. You can just, well, I mean, normally you wouldn't do this, I guess, but might as well just, like, make a wood pickaxe and then just grab, 4 stone and then just make a stone shovel and a stone, axe, just because your axe is about to break.
Yep.
And then boat as well. Oh good, oh good.
Oh.
I forgot to comment. Alright, cool.
Boom.
And
It's going.
then yeah, so we're chilling though. We have like everything. And offhand your food, and then remember the glistening melon is like, or glistering melon is like good for distraction.
Alright. Damn, there's like 2 gold blocks here.
Yeah, it's just unlucky though. Alright, F3.
Oh my god. Did I get it? Then I pause.
Oh good, oh good. I think it's like really close. Okay, just oh yeah,
Oh.
it's on top of us.
Uh,
Maybe this way.
wait, what? No.
It was the other way. That's okay. I should have asked you to open chunk borders. There's a trick you can use to open chunk borders to know, and I would have been able to tell you, but it's fine. Alright, it's like the same scenario, but you don't have gold armor this time. You only have glistening melons or glistering melons. So just like you have to go grab the
How do I do
iron.
this?
Just place a block on the like top on the next to the gold block. Jump there and then just drop the 3 melons to them.
And then run up.
Yep, and run up and then drop melons every time you need to distract anybody. Yep, that's perfect.
I mean, what? I'm not mining, right? The blocks?
You should mine one.
This?
No, you should. But you should do. Remember how I showed you to loot? It's fine. Okay.
Oh.
I'll get. I'll get it.
Yeah.
I'll get it. Just is this guy mad at you? No. Okay. All right. Cool. Just make the pickaxe right away. Put the boots on. Loki, don't even loot this chest. Or like, yeah, just go. Just make the pickaxe and put the boots on. Sweet. All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Now I go down again.
Yeah. Go down again. You should mind that. It's gonna block you when you go up. Okay. Well, it's fine. Just remember there's a block in your way of where you would normally go up. And eat
Oh,
this
I
food.
blocked that. Wait, what?
Eat this food.
Didn't I break it when I went there? I don't know.
No, there's like a. You'll see. There's just like a. It won't kill you, but. All right. Use the glistening melons instead of gold to distract them because the glistening melons don't you lose trades. So just drop that. Cool. All right. And then this is blocked, yeah. So then block, yeah, you have to reblock it. Yeah, good. And then cool. Perfect. And maybe just throw a glistening melon back so that they get out of the way. You should throw it like behind you.
No, just go in the hole.
No, because they can't because they're pushing each other. Oh, there you go, nice. You shoved it.
Why is there mushrooms here? What?
Perfect.
All right. I forgot I can just drop down 1 block and then don't take fall damage, but.
Oh good. Drop in the gold.
Oh my god. It's true. I guess I got new gold blocks.
Cool. Alright, this is good.
Okay, I didn't get it again. Not as tough.
That's okay. Just go loot the chest. You can do this later. I don't like doing this. Oh, did you drop him the gold back? Do you have the gold?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like doing this early because then your inventory is cooked. So you should.
Yeah, my inventory is.
Also, you have to throw it in the actual corner, so they might not all be trading. So you have to like. That's like they're not gonna be all trading. Only half of them are gonna be trading.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's cooked.
There you go. All right. Nice.
Okay, yeah, now my inventory is full. GG. I guess
Yeah,
I don't
just
need that.
soul speed. You should grab the arrows.
Yep.
All right, cool. And then yeah, this is nice. Oh, grab the backup. Yep. Nice. Cool.
You always get. Yep.
Yeah, and the other backup too. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, I
Uh,
guess, yeah.
Yep. And then
Block is still there. I just looted the chests.
yeah, you already looted the chest. Yeah. All right. Sweet. And then you can corner this new gold that you got, and yeah, just make sure you try and like really get it in the corner because you need to make sure they're all picking, like they're all trading it. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So glistering melon, and then come on, you can get 20 surely. Really? Okay. So are they done trading? Oh no, you got 20. Perfect. All right, so let's just open your F3 real quick. Okay, wide and look to your right and see if you can see the fort. If you can't see it, we're just gonna break this just to kind of go out a little bit so that you can actually see. There you go. Yeah, you see it? Yeah.
What?
Look to the right more and then look at the left side of your screen. No, the other way. There you go. See it?
Wait. Oh, there. Yeah, I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, pearl there and that way, and then hotbar should be soul sand,
Yeah, and this.
and fire res
Okay,
is in one of your flex slots. You don't have a bed yet. We'll craft it when we get there. Should have bow. It's fine. All right. Oh, nice. Okay, so this is. No, just go down. Just go down.
Oh, yeah, I can just drop down here. Okay.
All right.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Pop it
Might as
anyway.
well. Was it wait, I didn't see. Was that balcony? Okay, that was balcony. Wait, no, don't go this way.
Yeah. Away from it, so.
Yeah, away from
Okay,
it
there's another
again.
one.
So it's like kind of somewhere sandwiched in the middle here. Yeah, maybe that way. I would try this way. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yep.
And
Super
spawner,
cool.
sweet. All right. So
Don't have a bed yet, though,
yeah, you
so.
want to just make your nether bricks as soon as possible. Shift click them. Remember in the book. Shift click them in the book. With the yep, there you go. And
Oh, yeah.
then one, two. Well, actually, you can make all your string because you're at the spawner already. So just make all your string, and then you should check the mark of the book. Yep, and then bed. Actually, Loki, we only have. Yeah, actually, don't blaze bed. Don't blaze bed. Sorry, mind the spawner. We only have 6 explosives. I just realized.
What? Mine the spawner? Oh,
No,
like
no, sorry, not
manually.
the actual spawner, but like the. Oh, careful.
Oh,
Um, not the actual spawner, just like the blocks
I
beneath.
was like, mine the spawner? Like, what? What are we doing? Are we abandoning this mission, or?
Mind the blocks below first. Sorry, mind the blocks like in the middle. Yeah, these ones. Remember, these ones are like the most important ones. So
Yeah.
yeah, mind these ones
I
first.
wasn't sure if those still count or not, but.
Yeah, these ones are the best ones to mind.
Only one spawn?
Yeah, it's cooked without a blaze bed, but we just have to because you only have 6. You have 4 beds, 2 anchors.
Okay. At least we have enough food.
Yeah.
Bro,
Why do these guys keep wandering up?
I mean, we saw 2 of them when we went there, but still.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That
That's why I
rod
didn't want to.
dropped to your down to your right as well in the first place you killed.
Oh, this one.
Yep. All right, and then obviously you can just do first portal. You already have 5 rods. Okay, sweet. Just first portal, or yeah, kill this guy. Sorry. Okay. Okay, don't misplace. Just be careful.
Oh, yeah, true. Don't misplace. Okay.
If you do misplace, I've been there. I've been there many times. Oh, okay. Why are
What?
we caved? Okay, never mind. We're good.
Okay, for a second I thought it's a rigged seed.
Yeah, yeah. Just yeah, try not to run towards any mobs. Just kind of throw it where you can.
Here.
Yeah, yeah, this is good.
Um, why is my inventory so full?
Same thing every
Uh,
single run. Yeah, fence it. You're gonna have to craft anyway, so honestly, might as well just like do this because we're gonna craft before you enter.
wait, did I?
Oh, and reset. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I almost forgot to call that.
Oh my god, why is it taking so much time? All right.
No, he's not using bow die.
Okay, that's
Uh,
2.
okay, nice.
Okay, so only 2
Two blocks.
blocks.
So you don't even have to change your setting. Yeah, just do
Yeah.
this and then jump twice. Yeah. You can even just you shouldn't even look down because you know where the eye's gonna go, right?
Oh. Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, did you get it?
Uh,
Did you see what
no,
it
I don't
was?
think so.
Okay, all good.
I need to probe.
Yeah, just like you don't even have to look down because you know the eye's gonna throw like right there. Nice.
Okay,
Okay.
4. Okay, got it.
Oh, 300 blocks. Okay. Cool. And then yeah, grab your eyes and then oh,
Broke.
one broke, all good. We'll have to kill a blaze. Um so fire us as we go through. Cool. And then craft your glowstone unless there's blazes, craft your glowstone and then craft your anchors and beds. 2 anchors, 3 beds. Yeah, nice. And then nice, and then kill these blazes, and we should be able to go. Nice, yeah, there's a rod that
Broke.
dropped up there.
Yeah.
Alright,
All right.
what's the angle? It's only 300 blocks, so
148. So that's that direction.
lucky, just like, yeah, you could go up
Oh,
there, I
okay.
guess, but like, it's like not even far at all, so like, we're gonna go down pretty soon. Oh, just go down here, just boat down to your right, just so we don't have to mine straight down. And then maybe to your left, does it open at all? Because it's gonna be, your angle is 148, so it's like to your left. 178, opening F3. Yeah.
Uh,
So you're here on 178, you just need to go 20 blocks in front of you, or like 25. There you go. Yep, and then, yeah, so just, yeah, mine in this corner a little bit.
so 20.
20, nice, and then to your right, yeah. Oh, you went past 20, but it's okay.
Oh. Yeah, because I'm going to build it there, obviously.
178,
So
you're at
here would here.
179, you're at 179, so remember, look at block cord. So it's that one, yep, perfect.
Okay, not misplacing,
Yeah,
obviously. And then,
cool.
all right.
All right, let's nail this nav. Make sure your pie chart's set, and yeah, you can do this now. That's good. And then you can also eat when you go through because we have so much steak. All right, all right, cool. And then let's try. Then yeah, okay,
That's good.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
build.
just send it. Honestly, I like specs that are behind starter. Oh yeah,
Oh,
perfect.
there it is.
Wow, it's right here.
All right. Do we have no eye? Wow. Could have not have gambled. All right. Yeah, we have everything, right?
Yep. All right, and then raise your settings. Yep. Roll into the middle and eat, and then, yeah, we can just set up the anchors like how we would set them up. So remember to jump to like the middle,
Yeah.
and then you can kind of crouch over and then double place. Yep, and then, yep, nice.
this, right?
Yeah, that's sorry, just yeah, it's good, it's good. Just yeah.
Oh, I only have two.
Yeah, you
Cool.
only have two. All good. Just load the anchors.
Flip.
All right, cool. So that anchor in the middle is just gonna you have to do it a little later. Just try and remember just a little later because it's set up in the middle instead of on the
So I'm gonna
sides.
do the
But it should be
right
good.
anchor first, then the
Yeah,
middle.
yeah, right anchor first, then the middle. Yeah, it should be
Where
good
do I
though.
place the bed? It's the wrong direction. Do I have to change
No,
sides?
don't. You just go to whichever side the dragon's on. Like don't go to it's
Yeah.
normal like that.
Yeah.
And also eat steak might as well. It like it'll be normal. Like it just you start with anchors. That's all.
Okay. I can't click it with my bed, right?
You can just don't crouch.
Okay. I will just use my shovel.
Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think you can crouch either way. So
All right. I mean, I'm not crouching anyway because I'm trying
yeah,
to
you're not gonna be crouching. It's just like a random thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like when opening chests.
Yeah, it's exactly like run opening chests.
Right, what's he doing?
Come on. Well, you're always getting bad
Under.
perches, so I mean, you just
Yeah.
always have to keep pushing your bronze faster, faster.
Yeah, if I'm waiting 3 minutes in the end every single time, then yes, I just need to
yeah,
sub 15 enter every single time, I guess.
yeah.
But where's he going?
Mm. Careful, watch it, watch it. Yeah, going, probably. Yeah, nice. Yeah, this is perfect. And then yeah, just top anchor. Yeah, nice.
And place it.
Ah,
Oh
it's
my
okay,
god.
it's okay. Just axe it. Yeah, you have to crouch and jump up. Just crouch and jump up on the edge of the obsidian or on the edge of the bedrock. Okay, this is fine too. All right, so do you have a bow?
No.
Oh my god, you have one. This is like just so annoying to save. We're gonna, because you have 6 stakes, so you have to pearl to every crystal. So I mean, we can save it if you want, but it's gonna take a long time.
I mean, I don't know if this is realistic in a run, but yeah.
I mean, this is like what we would do because if you were in a tournament or something, is like, well, just
Yeah.
let's just start it just to so I can show you how it works. So just eat steak and then just pearl up to the crystal right now, and then like kind of like hit
This
the
one.
crystal. Yeah,
Or
literally hit it with your pearl. And you'll notice you won't take like any damage. Yeah, and then just
okay.
pearl to the next one.
Okay, I mean, I need to aim here.
Yep. Nice.
All right.
So,
But
so you would just be doing this on repeat until you get all the towers down, and then
yeah, but how do I hit this one?
you have to fucking nail the shot. And if you don't nail it, just like Loki, be ready to block clutch. And then if just like don't like punch it out ever. Just you may have to. Oh, nice, perfect. And just eat steak. You should be keeping yourself on high HP.
All right. So, all right.
Yeah, that's good. Oh my god, the dragon is so close. Oh, don't.
Oh,
So but so make a little L shape out of your blocks.
L shape?
Just
Like
like
what?
one, just 3 blocks. Like the other
Yeah.
way, and then only 3 blocks. Yeah, and then mine the top one. Yeah, and then now punch the crystal, and you should only take half hour. Yep, there you go. That's how you do it. There's a cage
Okay.
crystal, so you have to go to like the corner for this one. So yeah, you could pearl there and then block clutch and then
I need to block clutch.
yeah, you have no blocks in your bar now. Okay.
Okay, so I throw and then I instantly block down.
Yeah. Oh, dragon
Yeah,
is
sure.
coming for you.
Okay, I'm not. Oh,
Okay.
all right. Or can I just go
You
up on the
could
cage?
low-key aim for the top, yeah, but like you might get stuck. Okay. And now don't blow that up like that. That's gonna do a lot of damage. Drop down,
Okay.
and then you have to like you have to go to like the edge still. You have to go on the edge of the block. Or you could do this and then build an L shape. I don't know. No, you're not gonna be able to place it there. You have to like go like beneath you is like the start of the L. You could do it from one block over. Like you can do it from where you're standing. Okay, this is fine too.
Oh,
No, ooh, jump, jump, jump. Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
easy.
And then just make sure it's like an actual L shape that's like one block up from this, because this is like not a good L shape. Yeah, there. No, and then one block, yeah, and then stand on that, and then yeah, now punch it. You can just punch it. All right, cool. Normally there's a oh, careful,
Oh,
careful. There you go.
oh.
All right,
Okay.
you can pearl up to the other one.
Oh my god. Okay, time to hit that.
Nice.
Oh, there's an Enderman
Oh my
following me.
god.
I got away from him though.
Motherfucker.
All right.
All right, just
Okay, another cage.
another fucking cage. Low key, you should do the block hutch method.
Why? Just go on top?
No, the going on top is so slow. You have to aim from the corner and then punch up, and that's the fastest way to break it.
Okay, but block clutching, what if I fail?
Okay, okay, you can pearl on top, but just drop it down after you pearl on top instead of
Okay.
mining through the cage. Oh my god. Oh, pearl, 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 down, down.
Oh, I wanted to. Oh, that block clutch. Oh my god, that would have been it.
GG.
No. Nah. Okay, so I mean, the thing is with the anchors, then I just don't have the bed, and then I didn't have the angle on the obsidian, so it was really cooked.
Yeah, it's kind of something you have to
Right.
practice. Since you only had two
As I
anchors, you
said,
should have.
I didn't practice anchors at all yesterday or
That's
today.
okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Um, yeah. No, that's chill. Honestly, it counts. Like Loki, you were unlucky that
Bro,
you
the
didn't
sub
get
20
enough.
is just not happening. It's just I
It's
get
so
it. I get
happening.
20 minutes, 7 seconds. Dragon needs 3 minutes to perch. Yeah, this time whatever happened, the flipping respawn anchors.
No, it's so happening. It's so happening. You're actually like sub 20 pacing
Uh,
so much. Um, no, that was good. That was good. All right. I mean, wait. Sorry. How much time do we have? I low-key forgot.
we have like
An
4
hour,
hours left.
4 hours left. So an hour 20 more, or like an hour more
Yeah,
of
1 hour 10 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, let's run it back then.
Right, different seed or ruin portal. I mean, ruin portal is kind of nice because it's really fast usually,
Yeah,
but
it's really fast.
it's really fast.
Like
But
yeah,
if
let's
the string trades are not happening, then
then you're cooked anyway. Yeah. Like yeah, let's just do it. Yeah, ruin portal's fine.
I need my beds. I need my beds.
Like Loki, if you need beds, then village might be good, but mm, just get luckier.
Bro, yeah, I mean, unironically, might just need to get lucky.
Yeah.
It's probably the move. There's
Yeah.
a village.
Blinky always gets so lucky. Oh. uh, yeah, nice. And then just make the portal right now, because might as well. All right. And then raise your settings, and then you'll just kill these sheep probably because they're just like right there. They're so nice to grab. Also offhand your flint and steel. It might be nice for you. Yeah, and then you can like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then.
Wait, what? Oh
Yeah,
no.
just keep it manhand, and then just right click and then left click. Try to. You should be breaking the
Oh
fire.
wow.
Yeah, you should be breaking the fire as soon as like right click, left click, and then. There you go. Like.
This is cooked.
I mean, only 3, but like Loki.
What?
The water is just making that jump impossible. It's funny. Alright. Nice. All right, 5. Okay, grab the wood behind you, behind you. Yeah, there. If there's close animals, you can grab them, but Loki, I believe in you to just send it. Um, So we have enough for pickaxe and shears, so you don't actually need to get that many logs. Um,
So I make pickaxe and shears.
yeah.
Oh my god, I need to flip and craft this first, obviously.
And then wood shovels, and then bow actually too. Sorry,
Oh,
lucky forgot.
wood shovel.
And bow.
Boat. Then I can grab one more animal, I guess.
Sure, yeah. And then just shear the leaves, and then just enter.
Is that enough from these trees?
Yeah, grab a little more. You want to aim for like a stack. Alright, should be good, should be good. Alright, set up your hotbar.
Yep. Yep. All
Yeah,
right.
wood shovel's definitely worth it.
I guess I have to flip in.
And then, yeah, grab the gold block as well, nice.
Please fall down. No.
You can like, yeah, there you go.
I guess I can try and place a block and it would push it down.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually the fastest way of doing it. F3, F3, F3.
Oh my god.
Plus. I don't think that was the
Yeah.
bastion. Okay, wait. Okay, I think it's, wait, 80? Wait, it's not on. Oh, no, never mind, it's far.
Yeah. The
It
biggest I get
was,
is
yeah,
40.
the 40. It is that 40, yeah. That's that 40. Look around, it wide, just to check out the terrain. Anything behind you? No, okay. Nothing, so just keep going. Alright, yeah, you keep this height up here. Does this close off or is there an opening? I can't tell. If it closes off, you go back to the opening that
I
you
don't
saw
know.
earlier. You could use the mining uptech, but let's just keep the open terrain.
So where do I go? Here?
Nope, behind you. Nope,
What?
this way, yes.
Behind me?
This is open.
Yeah, but I thought maybe.
Yeah,
Oh
just
my
boat
god.
down, Loki. Or wait, can you go up? Not here, but
I can go up here. Bro.
fuck. Eat.
Right.
Oh fuck, we missed the. Okay, wait. Yeah, go up, go up, go up.
All the way up? Or.
Low key, boat down. I think, but I think going up is actually gonna be worse. I don't think it's gonna have. They took a turn. It's
Where do I
just too
boat down
high.
here?
Yeah, down
Here?
there. Yeah, down there.
That works?
Yeah,
Surely.
just go in F5 so you can see where you're boating. There you go. Perfect. Oh.
Alright, sure.
It's like to your left a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it would be this direction. Or even more left.
There it is.
There it is.
Fucking gassed. Wait, was that the fort to your left? Yeah, it is. Or is it? No, wait, maybe I'm tweaking. Just, oh shit. Yeah, just worry about the bastion. Eat. Oh, you want to do manhunt?
And lava?
Oh, it's lava? Oh, never mind. Don't do manhunt.
No clue. Do I just go? Where do I go?
Back towards the bastion and up towards the ramparts and just build all the way up to the top.
Bro, how do I get past these guys?
Yeah, they're being annoying, but it's fine. Nice. Yeah. That's good. I mean, just make sure there's no piglins up there. Okay, yeah, you have to go like up, dang. I was hoping this wouldn't be closed off. If once we get here, just like kind of start strip mining towards, yeah, just start strip mining like towards the middle. I don't know. This is another rack? Yeah, there, that way. Yeah, it's gonna open up. Wait, just mine through this, Keep strip mining that way. It'll open up in like a few blocks.
Hmm.
So this is a double, and then. Alright. Okay, this guy's scary. Oh, we have a gold block. We probably should have been using that this whole time.
Yeah, we should have crafted it, I guess.
All good. You can, yeah.
Oops. What now?
Just mine down in the middle of the two chests and then loot them safely. Yes, there you go. Perfect. And then just block your head. And then, yep. Mend the, yeah, there you go. Cool. So we got the obsidian there, and then go to the other one and grab the arrows and the soul speed boots. And the crossbow as well, honestly.
Okay, how do you know what items are in there?
Because you opened it earlier for a second. Okay.
I was like, wait, what? Okay.
You have obsidian. Alright, so just get your gold on your bar and then get one of the gilded as well and just mine the gilded. Just to keep our inventory. You should wait. Okay, you should be ready to like run down, but this is fine. Is there anybody even following you? Also, you don't have blocks. Get blocks in your bar. Drop gold and then get blocks in your
Yeah.
bar. Because you're gonna need to. Yeah, there you go. Drop gold for this guy. Okay, nice.
Okay.
Okay.
The most scuffed housing of all time.
Nah, it's chill. It's chill. Wasn't that bad, honestly. Honestly, after you do this and drop the gold to them. Oh, yeah, okay. And then just drop like half of that and then eat a mutton before you drop down because I don't want you to die here. All right, and then drop them flutter gold, flutter, and then yeah, nice block in. Perfect. All right. I think you accidentally picked up some of the gold, so I'd just try to craft and drop them back so that they're trading this whole time.
Yeah.
You never want to have any like piglin downtime. Cool.
But what if they just trade faster?
Low key. Dude, you know in Bedrock there's a bug where you can make them trade faster by breaking a gold block and then it just instantly finishes their trade. So you just
Bro,
sit
nobody
next to the
plays
fit.
Minecraft Bedrock.
I know it's some dog shit, but it's just so funny. It's so buggy. You just like break a gold block next to them over and over again, and then they just insta trade all of the gold. Drop the. Oh, you don't have the gold back. You're probably gonna pick up the gold, and then you'll have to throw it in the other corner. But
I mean, I guess I can get the
yeah, you
chest
should
in
just get the
meantime
chests. Yeah, it's better to
and
just.
throw all the random shit in there as well.
Yeah, there's like.
Why do I have a grass? Why do I have grass in my inventory? How did I get that?
I literally don't know. Oh, you must have accidentally sheared it. Yeah, that's good. And then make a bed, Loki. Make a bed and an axe. Um, y-
Oh, wait, I don't have enough
in
iron.
you have to do it in the crafting table.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, I wasn't in it.
And then you already have the wool from the the sheep in the overworld. Perfect. All right, and then just fix your hotbar, and then grab the trades. Cool.
And
Yeah, you have 4 Phyras, 2 sacks of pearls. Obby, perfect. Yeah, let's just leave and let's grab your crafting table on the way out and drop the shears. And then I don't think we saw the fortress, so let's pie chart actually. Unless we Loki did. But yeah, this is fine. So okay, corner here. Oh wait, you do see it. Wait, raise render.
Wait, yeah. Did I see it over there?
Yeah. Okay. Just fire it. Remember to fire us, and then
God,
yep,
that's what
in the
it
flex
means.
slot. Yeah, that's perfect. Yep, and then we can pearl to the left here, and then close trunk quarters as well. All right, and then yeah, pearl like across to that soul sand is where I would. Okay, there's a skeleton on you and skeletons over there, so just be careful and eat. And then oh, they're fighting each other. Nice. Okay, just go. Yeah, I would pearl maybe to the left then if that skeleton's in the way. Yeah, like there somewhere.
Oh, that's gonna hit trust.
Yeah, that's good.
Bang.
Nice. And then is that the spawner? Pearl straight to the spawner and block clutch. I believe.
Okay. Or what if I just hit the perfect pearl?
I mean, you could, but the Soki I think is a little high. Perfectly in
Okay.
lava.
What?
All right, just build up. Your arc was like too high, I think, so it like went up and
Okay.
then down. It got a
I
rainbow.
had too much faith in my boy Steve.
Yeah. Bro's not fucking.
Bro, I thought he was in the Olympics. Come on.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like build over because you're at the back of the spawner, so you have to build like to the left and then around or up, I guess is fine too.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, how many
Be
blazes
careful,
are
be
there?
careful, be careful. Yeah, okay. Eat before you fight these guys, Loki, and then just kill them all, and then Loki hit the other spawner. There was like another spawner that you saw that's kind of close.
Bro, I cannot hear you right now.
Okay,
Holy
okay.
fuck, are these guys loud? Like, why are these guys so loud?
Dude, they're just a little loud. It's okay. Okay, punch out that fire, and then you can kind of play this as a double spawner, I think.
Oh yeah,
Well,
there's a spawner there.
yeah. I don't know if
It's
you're
like a
actually gonna be
guaranteed
able to.
spawn when I go
Yeah,
there,
yeah, yeah,
right?
guaranteed spawn. So yeah, just play the guaranteed spawn and then go back to the other one because they're already.
But that was a bad hit, but
Yeah, good.
surely he comes back.
Don't. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, that was not good.
um, dude, Lucky leave these places. Fuck them. This is gonna be so annoying. Just go back to the other spawner here. You have 3 rods. If this guy drops, don't even blaze bed. Fuck. Okay, blaze bed.
Uh,
Nether brick. Remember, shift click all of it.
oh my god,
Bang
yes.
bang. Flex slot.
Yeah.
Dead. Punch out fire quick and then build out the back quickly because you gotta spawn. So you're gonna quick, 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 quick. You should build out the back. Oh, you gotta spawn. This guy. Okay,
That guy's gone anyway.
that's kind of cooked.
Bro.
I think you have more soul sand. It's just yeah. There you go. Actually, you might be able to. Careful, careful.
Oh! Holy shit.
Okay, okay. Just kill. Just eat and then kill.
Oh
Ooh,
my god,
fire
my fire
res.
res ran out.
Splash
Oh!
somewhere? Oh my god. Wow,
Yeah,
that's
that was
so perfectly unlucky. I forgot. I forgot to come fire
that
res.
was a Fagor. Oh my god, no.
Ah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I just forgot. I just forgot.
Same.
All
There was too much
good.
going on.
Yeah, it's a fucking dank ass.
I almost got bumped off the edge from the blaze.
Yeah. That was fine
Holy.
though. Just remember, like, as soon as you should only punch out like the close fire, and then immediately you should be building out the back of it so that you start getting like the nice bridge off. And then there was a
Yeah.
couple times where like if you see it blaze and the only way that you could hit it right now is gonna hit it out of the arena, then you should just not hit it and just try to hit it later or
Yeah, but
something like
in
that.
my mind, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna hit it.
Yeah, I know, I know. It's hard to think ahead like that. Fudge, thanks for the raid. Thank you.
No. Alright, restart.
Yeah. No, it's just exactly that. Like in my brain, like I never repop fire res, so it's impossible for me to remember to
Yeah,
tell you
because you
guys
just
to
search it in 1 minute.
yeah,
Sure,
it's just
I need a bit more than
it's
that.
just like I never do it. So it's so hard to remember for me. Even with like like in like Cupvan and like SB, it was the exact same. I just could never remember for them.
Oh, how do I swim? Like, what?
There you go. You have to be like 2 blocks down, and then you'll probably get an axe here. Yeah. All right, so this is
Right.
completable, but you have to get an extra block. So you just go back to the razor settings right now and check for animals because you have like kind of an open area here. So you should be like looking around. Yeah, do you see any like to the?
There's
Yeah,
some
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. Go over
One
there.
chicken.
No, I think there's more than one chicken. I swear. I mean, there's sheep on the top of.
Yeah, there's like
Okay.
sheep. There's
Yeah, yeah.
this here.
So when you're killing, well, actually, with cows it doesn't matter as much because they'll just run away. But with most animals, you want to like break the fire so that you don't accidentally burn your food. And cows run
Yeah.
really fast, so it's like fine. But you'll and you Loki might want to try to do the push them into the fire tech here, but
Bro, cows are legit too fast. Like,
yeah,
what is this?
I'm pretty sure it's like actually a bug that they're this fast, and they fixed it in new versions. You can like push it. Okay.
Yeah,
Well.
this guy trolled me.
Oh,
No.
mother
Nice, but
sucker.
that was a...
Oh, this guy's like right on the edge of it. Yeah.
Okay, these guys are too fast. It's GG. What
Just
do I
mine
do?
logs and then just wait till that guy goes out of the water and then try and grab him.
Nah, I'm getting trolled.
Yeah, it's just like kind of cooked. It's honestly like not an easy like This is like actually a hard part of the game. Um, eh. Honestly, how much food do you have? Okay, 4 steak. Okay, Loki, grab those sheep. Just make a make a gold boots and a gold pickaxe, and then mine 4 stone right here because it's just exposed. All right, that's cool. And then make the axe and shovel, and then boat. All right, cool. Yeah, and then grab the sheep. And look, just drop like all the shit on that's like extra on your bar. Yeah, there you go, nice.
Oh,
You got
yeah,
it,
okay.
nice. But
Yeah,
if
let's
you
just
just
make
like
the
left
one
click or
shell.
right click at left click or left click right click for you, and then
Yeah,
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
For me, right click, left click. Okay, bro. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
deserve.
GG. Yeah, sure. Might as well grab this guy. Like, looky, this is like kind of annoying because this is kind of slow for a rune portal enter now because we got so much food. But we can boat back to the rune portal, and then drop leather as you're going, and then drop the chest, and then drop. Just do it on your hotbar, and then drop the flint steel or flint. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. And then yeah, okay, cool. And then fix your hotbar. So we want our blocks, and then yeah, the obsidian, we're gonna have to kind of place a block to the side so that we can build up, and then yeah, there we go. Just place the top corner, and then you can drop. Yeah, that's fine. All right, and then it's just in your offhand. So yeah, there you go. Nice. F3. Pause. Oh, you're in it. Can I
Okay.
run? Okay. So we're gonna. Okay, we have boots. So just
Stables
up.
again.
Yeah, yeah. Stables again. Up.
There?
Yeah. Above you, just build up. There's triple chests up
Yeah.
here. So just go up, 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 up. And then mine down in the middle. Oh my god, it's triple, triple.
Um,
Crouch, place a block, or yeah, usually you crouch and place a block against the chest, and that's the easiest way to do
oh,
it.
true.
Okay, sweet. You got your iron. Grab the other chests. Surely we got obby. No obby. I would say let's loot. Um, eat a steak right now because it's perfectly lined up, and let's make our pickaxe, and then start looting the other chests the same way, and just until you get your obby, and then once you get your obby, go back down to the middle where we spawned, kind of.
I just do it the same way, like mine
Yeah,
down
yeah,
and
yeah.
then.
Just move mine down and then crouch and then place a block against the chest.
What?
Other chest.
Oh,
There you
wow, that was incredibly stupid, but
go. No, it's fine. And then okay, and then yeah, this one. Okay, obby. Actually, only 4. Do this with the other chest. This is annoying, but do this exact same thing with the other 3 chests as well on the other side. And then
okay.
on the yeah, the last side over here.
Wow, there's so many chests.
I know, because it's triple triple, it's crazy. And then all right. What? Okay, the 5 obby chest wasn't even up here. All right, cool. We have 2 stacks of arrows. Okay, so remember back where we like go down the middle rampart and then like
Yeah.
yep down these stairs and then down here and then we'll end up right or sorry not like yeah this way and then yeah cool. So get
Okay,
your
and now.
gold on your bar and you have blocks and then your iron pickaxe. Maybe make like more gold. Um
Yeah.
yep, and then I
Then.
mean you have gilded to just
Yeah.
mine. All right,
Right. So
perfect.
I
And
mine
then
and run.
drop and yeah, you're gonna have to drop like right away because these guys are in your way, but mine and run.
Oh my god, there was one right on me.
Oh yeah, all good. You're dropping a lot. Okay, there we go. Should be okay. Pigs might just be a little late, so yeah. Yeah, there, nice, perfect. And then drop the gold in the pit, and then you can Loki just drop it all, and then just like mine and let them in. cool. And then just now you can just mine all 4 of these because you don't even have to worry about like dropping gold because you already dropped a bunch. Perfect. So now drop this in and then block up the entry and then
What? Oh yeah.
yep, and then go down to the yep. Perfect. All right, sweet. So after you drop this gold, then we have to get the backups and then we're gonna pie chart after you like corner the gold. All right, cool.
Now, let me just boat through here real quick. Easy, bang.
All right, cool. Actually, you know what you should do? Mine that plank that on the right. Yeah, so now it's harder to for yourself to pick up that gold accidentally.
Yeah.
And now gravel the trades back up and then place a block about them. Yeah, cool. So, oh wow, we have everything almost. We just need fire res maybe. Put soul speed boots on, and then
Already. Oh, I don't. What?
oh
Okay,
wow,
out of
okay, we
string.
literally have everything. Let's just yeah, get your pearls on your bar, get your soul sand on your bar. Um,
Yeah. Oh,
and then maybe like one more fire res. Drop the 2 black wool and then cool. All right, let's go. So
pie
go
chart.
up, yeah, go up and then pie chart up, honestly, because we have to leave anyway, so. But you can, like, maybe get your pie chart ready.
Bro. Okay. Wait,
No,
so
no,
do I
just
just
go
go
up
up?
more, yeah, go up more. You can do it out, like, this corner, probably. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, here.
Alright.
Okay. Do I have the right one? Yes.
No.
No, no. Oh, that's the completely wrong one. All right. Okay, 10. Okay, this
Okay.
direction.
Negative Z, nice.
Oh,
Alright.
wait. All right. So,
Yep. And then just, honestly, you might be able to see it, and then just fire as and pearl. Yeah, do you see
oh
it
yeah,
right there?
I see it.
You have
Oh, where's
fires
my
on your
fire
bar
rest?
already. Perfect.
Yeah.
And then pearl. Nice. Block clutch, you might hit a tree. Okay, nice. That was a perfect pearl. Cool. And then keep your height here and just pearl up and okay, never mind. There's wither skeletons.
I mean, I
Just
could like all the way up there, like
yeah, I
kind of
mean,
front.
yeah, just be ready for the wither skeletons.
Oh my god, there's like 3 of them.
Build up. Oh my god, just run.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Yeah, that was cooked. That was
Oh,
like
I wanted
okay.
to hit the risky, but why is there 3 or 4 of them?
Yeah, that was crazy because like if your pearl like hit the like Um, if your pearl, like if it was only the 2 of them, you would have been totally fine. But since it was just so many, like that was
Yeah, I
so
couldn't
cooked.
react. I knew I had to build up, but instead I was trying to eat because I don't know if the wither effect kills you or not. Or
Yeah,
just
it
like,
does. It full kills you. Yeah,
okay, alright.
it's like
Because
slow,
usually,
but
like,
like you can out
it's like
heal it if you
poison.
eat.
There's like poison and it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, yeah. Poison only gets you to half a heart.
Yeah, I thought it's the same maybe, but
No, yeah, it full kills. So yeah, that was fine. But yeah, honestly, I guess like the only
not
thing is
really.
maybe it's just like you want to try and keep a bit higher health and like um I think like. Yeah, I don't know. In hindsight, I guess we shouldn't have pearled up, but like Loki, it was unlucky because it was only the couple blazes, then or the withers, then it would have been fine. But it
Yeah.
was like way more withers that were hidden.
Yeah, 3 of them and right at the edge of it, of course.
Yeah, it's so cooked. Like there was like not even any way that you survive that. Like you actually have to like run off the edge and boat clutch or something like that. Like that's the only way you survive.
I
But
mean, if
yeah,
I fall into the lava, it would be fine. Like,
yeah, but I don't even know if there was lava Loki. All right, that was good though. That's fine. That was like a good run up until that point. The
At
stable
least,
is just
at least
clean as
the
fuck.
stables were okay.
Yeah, the stables was so clean.
Why are we just keep getting stables?
I don't know.
Just give me bridge. Just give me bridge, bro. I hit the crack smoker 20 out of 20 times. Like,
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
all right. I mean, guess one more then.
Yeah, let's run it back.
Ruin portal it is.
This will be a better enter too.
Yeah, I mean that was horribly played by me at the beginning.
Nah, it's
So
fine.
much faster.
It's just so hard. Like the cows are just hard to deal with.
Wait, where is it?
I don't know. You could pie chart though. It can often give you. Yep, that way in the forest. Yeah, there it is. And raise your settings. I mean, the sheep are right here, but.
I mean, for the.
I mean, for the nether entry, yeah, you need it. Fire aspect sword. Yeah, loot this whole last chest. There's so much shit in here, and then make your portal. Make your portal, and then. So immediately go kill the sheep with the fire aspect sword. And this will be easy. So.
Yeah,
Nice.
just give me this every time.
Yeah.
Like... All right.
Yeah, there's like a cow there too.
Yeah.
All right, so just punch wood.
2 golden shovel and 1 with silk touch.
Yeah. So look, you need 3 because you're gonna have to make a pickaxe. And then make just a pickaxe because you already have a shovel, and then dig down for your stone pick.
For 3 or 4?
3 only because you already have a.
Oh my god, the dirt is not in the. Hello? Pickaxe, right? Or axe?
Axe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, all you really need to do is make a boat with this, but you need to, get like one more. And then what's the armor? Just like, you should put it on unless it's thorns. Thorns is the only thing you don't want to put on.
Protection.
What about the boots?
Protection 1. Didn't even
Perfect.
go with boots. So we are protected this time against skeletons.
Yep.
Important to replant.
Yeah. Helping the environment.
All right, I guess we're
ready. Good to go.
And do I pause, right?
Yep, pause.
Enter pause.
Yep. Okay, so it's close. Oh yeah, it's right on you.
Yeah.
Stables again.
Oh
right.
my god.
You have armor. So to the left there's a chest. Oh, there's a chest there too, but let's get that after. So just to kind of try to hide from the piglins here. Yeah, mind this and then like kind of block yourself in. Cool.
Like this?
Yep, that'll work. Cool. So there isn't any iron in there.
Oh my god, it's alright.
It's just like the same run over and over again. And then you saw where the other chest was? Go get the other chest.
Yeah, I saw it.
And then if it's not here, we can go to the third rampart. Yeah, so the other rampart, just keep like up and to the right. No, up.
Up and to the right.
Yep. Up here. Up. Yeah. Here's the chest, and then okay, and then there will be a same chest like straight down, but like go out the front because it's gonna be slow to mine through.
Okay, where do I go?
Like at the front of the bastion, to the right, there's a staircase. Down here.
Yeah.
Yep, and then head down here.
Down.
Yeah, I'll be right here. Bruh. All right, let's go back to the middle and then let's go down to the bottom chest. So like, can you go like out the front kind of here? Yeah, and then just like run to your left afterwards and then, yeah, so the middle's like right there. And then let's go to the bottom chests and try and figure those out. So let's loot the very bottom one. Let's, oh, okay, fucking hell. Why do you always have a guy here?
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Should
you
I
could
still go
fire
or?
aspect it. Yeah, you have to get the chest because, no, not
Oh
this
wait,
way.
where am I going?
Oh my fucking god.
Okay, bro.
Eat a steak, maybe. You can place a block and then stop this guy. Alright. You should eat. Because you're only 5 hearts. Unfortunately, it's not lined up perfectly, but whatever. Alright, yeah, that's good, that's good. Now you'll be able to like, kind of hit him from the top. Nice. Oh,
Okay.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
It's okay, it's
This
okay.
guy.
Just don't
Ah.
panic too much. Just you'll be fine. That
Where am I
guy's
getting
really
hit
low.
from?
No, it's him. It's him. It's just his fucking axe. Okay,
Okay, bro,
nice.
that's the most annoying shit I've ever had.
Okay, eat this.
What?
Eat the steak just so that it clears up your inventory. Oh my god, drop
What?
the gold, gold.
What? Why did you? Oh,
Because
because
you
I
opened
opened
the
the chest.
chest. Yeah, just leave the gold there. You should eat the steak, please. Um,
Yeah.
alright. So, did you get the iron? No. Go back down.
What?
That was the
What's
point of
iron in?
looting the chest. There was iron, there was gold, there was
Oh yeah, we
everything.
need iron
Drop
still.
this guy, yeah. There's, yeah, there you go. Alright,
Oh,
cool. Alright, make a pickaxe, and then surely that guy's like fine with you now.
surely, bro. All right, bro. I keep hearing him. Like, what is this guy's problem?
Why are they all mad
Uh,
at you? Okay, eat, oh, eat, and then mine that gilded. Yep. Alright, perfect. Nice, and then mine that. Make sure you let the little staircase for them to get up. You forgot.
oh yeah, this.
Yep, and then drop the gold in, and then let the pigs in. Perfect. Let the pigs in. Perfect. And then back down here, and we can mine the rest of the gold. Alright. Maybe mine down if that guy's not in. Oh, he de-aggroed. Just feather gold in, and they'll get in. Where's the other guy
Okay, this
going?
guy just left. Never mind.
There you go, get back. Alright, I drop it all and then block off the entrance. Perfect. Alright. Drop the gold. Big
Oh
ones.
yeah, true.
Trading. Alright. And then drop the gold in the corner and then mine the plank so that it's harder to pick up and then go to the other corner. Oh, did you pick it up? No, you
Nope.
didn't. Wait, what was that? Alright, and then,
Oops.
oh, you want that.
I definitely want that.
You have to gravel the pigs and then place a block on their head.
Yep.
Are they done? Alright. So, wow, what? 18 pearls. Okay. Drop more stuff. Okay. Wait, so wait, go to the other corner. There's no items, right, that you missed. Okay, let's go up. Let's go to the gold that you dropped and let's see if there's any missing trades there because we do want more pearls than this, but if we don't get it, we can manage on this many
I
pearls.
mean, I
It's
only
just
dropped
annoying.
2, I think. I guess I dropped this guy
Yeah.
a lot of more stuff down here, but
Yeah, maybe down here. Okay, it's fine. Nothing. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so we only have 18 pearls, so fire zone bar, soul sand, pearls,
Oh, yep. And soul sand.
and like
All right.
Loki, you have
Oh
like
my god.
the most random items in your 8 and 9 slot that you just don't need. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, then
This is the backup slots.
yeah, the backup slots. And then we saw the fortress is like right to your left. It's like
Really?
really close. It's just around this terrain, kind of. Maybe it's not around this terrain. It's like kind of like I saw it from like below, but like I don't know how to get there exactly. Um, it's a bridge. Oh, there we
There
go.
it is. Oh, yeah.
All right,
Um,
Farah's. These blazes is gonna shoot at you. Oh, dude, your phone full FOV effects. That's why it's so annoying. I forgot.
yeah, because I mean I turned it down, but the standard setting didn't.
Oh, really? It's fucking
What?
annoying.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so just go, yeah, I want to kill
Going
this
through
blaze,
here.
but I don't want you to pearl because you only have 18 pearls, so just bridge
So do
over,
I
I
go?
guess.
I
With
mean I
this,
can just run through, right?
yeah, you can run through. It's like,
Okay, maybe this is not faster than I. I mean, if it's soul sand, it's pretty fast.
yeah, it's also gold shovel. All right. Oh, wait, careful. Yeah, there you go, nice. Cool. Let's keep back navigating. Is that the good part to the left? I can't tell. If it's good part, you should go over there. Yeah, just go over there right away. Yeah. And then we're gonna have to go through this like lava. But surely there's a spawner close. Yeah, that way. If you don't hear it, let's just keep navigation.
Don't hear anything.
Okay.
There's a wither skeleton. Okay, now I heard something. Maybe it's around the corner here. Yeah. Okay.
Kill the wither skeleton. It's gonna be on you. Oh,
No.
what?
It's AFK.
Okay.
Or the zombie piglin right in here. Are we being for real?
So annoying. Um. Oh,
Bro,
two
there's
of
two.
them. How many
Oh my
rods do you
god.
have?
Four.
Four. Honestly, just send it. Um. I'll kill that guy. Like,
So do I kill the blaze before going through, I guess? Oh
yeah,
my god.
you'll be okay. All right.
Like a million more blazes
My
now.
God, Loki, this is like a really good fort in terms of like there's a lot of blazes and you have a lot of rods. Oh.
Oh, oh my god. Bro, I'm gonna hit this zombie
Yeah, be
piglin.
careful.
Like, right, there's three of them.
I know. All right, well you have six. All right.
Right, so where's my flippin'.
Oh,
I don't know if
middle
anything's here
bottom.
because
I forgot about that, but good thing we just.
yeah,
That's
I not gonna lie, usually I throw them away, so it's kind of lucky that we still have them.
yeah. That's when the bad inventory management saves it.
See, easy. All right.
All right.
That's why we don't organize.
Yeah.
But look, just eat this chicken real quick, like.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, do you have to reset your Ninja Brain bot right before you have to see?
Oh, call.
Okay.
I did that.
Oh.
Wow, now I clicked on your stream.
Oh.
What?
You might have to resume. Okay, there you go.
Okay, 8. Or is that no? That's completely off. Wait, what?
No, yeah, sorry, we're a whole pixel off. There you go. Now
Okay,
that's
so
about minus 12 or something.
12, I guess. Okay. 8
Right,
blocks to the
8
right.
blocks. Oh, kill the skeleton. You have to yeah, you just have to like make sure it's not in a place that's gonna go right into a tree.
Yeah.
So like right
Oh
here
my
is
god.
good, or like a little bit to the side, but
this, like
Like,
this, then it fly. Okay, there's gonna
go
be
up
like
on
a
the
million
tree. Yeah,
zombies
you
here.
should go up on the trees instead of. Yeah, I would go like a little forward and then, yeah, it should be good right here. I was low-key
I
scared
don't
there.
know. I guess I still see it. Okay,
Nice.
that's 6. Okay.
All right,
Got it.
cool. And then the eyes dropped as well, so you want to grab that. It's to your right. Yeah. And then there was the other dread I did drop, I think. Yeah, it's up on the
Oh, there.
yeah.
Bro, this flipping
Oh my
skeleton
god.
and a million zombies.
The skeletons suck. Zombies are like kind of manageable, but
Yeah, but what about a creeper? Bro, they're gonna follow me through the portal.
yeah.
Bro.
All right, Farah is
Okay,
in.
there's another one. I'm actually gonna mold. Like, what is going on?
Get food on your
Game.
offhand.
True.
I don't know how the food ever came off of your offhand. Oh, it's because you ate the chicken. That's right.
Yeah, the chicken. They think there's gonna be one zombie in here. No? Okay.
Hmm. You have your eyes. You have your eyes. Angle -14. Yeah,
It's
that way.
there.
Go
So
up
I guess
past the other skeleton.
I'm just faster than him. New.
-102. You should have pearls in your bar like always. Okay, you only have. Oh, right. You only have 16, or you only have 6 to get to chords, so. And that's fine. You maybe like want to save a couple for the end, but.
Alright. Let's do this
Yeah.
again. So -24.
100 blocks. I would hit the basalt pillar maybe. You're not gonna be able to make that pearl. Okay, be careful though. You have to block touch maybe. Oh my god. Okay. Hey, maybe you would have been able to hit that pearl. Lucky. My depth
Yeah.
perception was off. -102, 200. So it's still forward about like 40 blocks, and then. Sure. That'll maybe overshoot a little bit, but. Oh no. Perfect.
Wait, -102 and 200.
200. Yeah.
So
You're just one
too
block
high
to
up,
the
right?
left. No. I mean, honestly, since it's one block to your left, but since you're at like
Oh, there.
40s, one more to your left. There you go. This one. Since you're at 40s, I would just build it because
Oh my god, my shovel broke.
even though it's not the perfect coordinate, it's just easier to build it up here instead of like having to mine the whole thing out. I do that when it's like less than 50.
Okay.
All right. I'm like 99% sure we have that
The right
setting on and
height
it
chart
just
on?
doesn't work.
No. Okay. Okay, there's a good spike here on the right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
nice.
see. Okay, we're like in the water here. So do I go top right?
Yeah, I go top right here, but then honestly, usually what we do on Ocean Exposed is like if it's yeah, just keep going this way.
Oh,
Okay, it's
there's
there. This like will be really easy to spot from like the water outside the portal. So like you could have swim out, but like since you could nav, oh just block it, just block the entrance. Yeah, there you go. All right.
right. All right. I mean, still need to craft the beds.
Yeah, but you have like plenty of strings, so we don't have to worry about anchors. Settings. All right. Cool. And then yeah, just think about like when you're since you're in the end like you don't really need that much shit. So you can just drop all your shit out and then well, I guess the wood maybe it's not the best to drop. It's fine. Wool and then bed. Ooh, careful, careful.
Oh,
It's
wait,
not to
what?
your feet. It's not
Thought
to
I.
your feet.
Oh my god.
Wool and then bed. You should be checking the book if it's okay. All right, back up a bit and then offhand food.
Yeah, I was about to look for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're good. All right.
Well, unless he insta purchase, not a sub 20, but
Yeah.
yeah. Of course. I mean, it's me, so there's no way it will.
Maybe. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should be running in when I'm saying that. Anyway, that's good.
Oh my god. I wanted to
Ooh,
do
we
it
forgot
early and
about
then
the
I fucked it up.
obby.
Nah, and also I didn't just thought he was too low already, so I instant that did it.
All
But
right, it's okay. You have 8 bets still,
I
so
still
just
finish, but
yeah, just
the obsidian.
no, we can fix that. So yeah, X this guy out of here, and then all you're gonna do is you're just gonna imagine you raised the setup by 1 block. So just like place another like yeah, place it like so that's like an L shape, and then yeah, there you go. Yep. And then just make your floor so that you're standing 1 block higher. And just make it on both sides so that no matter what side it's yeah.
Okay, so like this.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. Yeah.
All right. All good.
I don't know. He was
Just
so low that I
I
was
know,
really
I know.
scared. I don't know. I bet it early and then it fucked up my rhythm of pick blocking and then it was cooked.
Yeah, when I'm saying maybe, you should like be running in instead of just watching the dragon.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like he didn't snap at all. Like you just knew beforehand. Like
Yeah,
there
it's
was
just
not even a
because
sign. But obviously you know it way better.
it's just like the dragon, the way that the dragon paths just it's sometimes it will look like a perch.
Yeah. Hmm. To me, it's like I only see it when he's instantly on the line. Like
I know, I
I don't
know.
know.
I mean,
And
most of
then
the time
he.
I'm just looking for like if it's over the node, then I can see that it's like gonna maybe perch, but then um I mean maybe, but like I don't think so.
No, just very weird.
Yeah, probably perching. Oh my god, that was a crazy perch. Jump up. Yep. Bed, 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 bed. Okay, nice.
Where's my bed? Hello? I don't know. I'm
GG.
just gonna blow myself up. Like, why did I not click? I guess I moved my mouse off again. But
I guess you looked like you were lined up. That's so weird. Okay. I
uh,
guess like the thing there was like I should have told you to like build like one or like the floor like entirely up one, just like kind of spam some blocks around so that you can kind of be up and be a little bit in a better like a nicer spot because you were like so close to the obby there and I think you kind of
yeah,
it messed you up a little bit. Um, all good though.
yeah. Just the first one was like the pearl was a bit too short this time, and I clicked the first bet way too early because I thought he would be too low otherwise. And then
No,
it
no,
was
no.
like,
It was gonna be too low. So it was good to do the safety bed. Or like
uh,
yeah, it was gonna definitely be too low. Um,
all right. I think I have
cool.
enough Minecraft today.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's good.
Also, it's just been a long day, so I think switching to Geo would be good because then I know what I'm doing and I don't need to think.
Yeah, yeah,
Even though
yeah,
it's
yeah.
a thinking game, I don't really need to think usually.
No, no. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like Minecraft is like so like second nature to me. I don't have to like actually like yeah. Anyway, that was good. That's fruitful. That was really good.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely more practicing like the in-game calls because obviously that's gonna be a big thing.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's not only for me to solo run the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, I think. I mean, I saw that you streamed for like how many hours after I left?
Like yeah, like a solid like 4 or 5 or something. Um.
And how did it go?
It was good. Look, I got this. Look at this fucking arbitrary world score. 22.3K. Yup. Um, it was like every single time I feel like hell yeah, like I'm popping off right now. I'll just like forget that, like I'll just miss the continent, and then it's just like,
Oh,
oh
you get humbled.
yeah, yeah, it'll bring me back down to earth. Um,
I saw you played a game on Faroe Islands.
I was
Is that
wait,
is
look,
there a reason for it?
have you seen this? Like the like what is it called? Not community, like campaign? Is it campaign?
Yeah, there's a campaign mode, I guess.
Wait, this is not what I was playing, I don't think.
Oh, you mean like Explorer, where you can fill out a map and you have
Yeah,
to
yeah,
use
yeah,
a certain
that.
core to earn medals? Okay, yeah, it's called Explorer mode. I don't know if if
How
it's
do I
even
get
because
there?
they kind of hid it now. Yeah, it's like hidden.
The heck?
I think it's just on single player and then like maps or something. But yeah.
Oh, sure, sure, sure. Yeah, yeah. So I was just clicking around in here, and then I saw Faroe Islands, and I was like, "Huh, is this gonna be like a good way to like learn stuff that I don't know?" And then like low key, I could just click around in map making app. Like I don't really need this.
Yeah, also these maps are very can be very bad in terms of distribution. Some of them
Oh, really?
actually just capital spam, but they fixed them up a bit. Like 2 years ago they were unplayable. Now I think they're like fine-ish,
Hmm.
but
Yeah.
yeah, still not the best practice.
I know what Faroe Island looks like now. It looks kind of like Iceland, but like an island.
Oh, actually, some good comment. I forgot that I have a hotkey for resetting Ninja Brain Bot. I just forgot that it's the plus on a numpad.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna remember that for next time. Thanks. Yeah. All right.
Cool.
So, what's the move? What did you think?
Um, I mean, probably just more like just spamming arbitrary world. And I'll just like try to take notes on like every um thing. I wanna really dial in on like making sure I'm paying attention to what the car is, and then where we are, and what gen we're in, and like because I just
Where we are. That's a good one.
where we are.
Yeah, I mean, if you know where you are, that's easy.
Yes. Um, figuring out like close to where we
I'm
are.
gonna send you an invite, as always,
Cool.
and we go from there. Play arbitrary world, lock in. I want you to take over the talking at the start. Obviously,
Yeah.
quick thought. We need.
Okay.
You have to think.
Yeah,
We only
yeah.
have 60 seconds in a game, so I feel like after 40 seconds, you should have
Do you want
taken
to
in
set
most of the
timer to
information.
60 or um is it
Yeah,
not
but usually
worth
I like to
for explaining?
explain, but
Okay, yeah. No, yeah, yeah. I'll mentally think about, okay, I have to go quick.
yeah, so
Okay.
all right, I'm just gonna put this and then yeah, just start anyways. And oh, I probably put it on moving again, but
Oh god, oh god.
it is what it is. We play no move,
Yeah, we'll play
obviously.
no.
Okay, turn
Okay.
around to start on.
This is I mean concrete floor. I don't see the car. Northern hemisphere. I mean, what did I say? Concrete, yeah, concrete floor. No parking, English. This thingy, I forgot what it's called, but I think it's common in
Tuk-tuk.
Philippines.
Yep. Also,
And
you
we're
can
speaking
see the car,
English.
kinda. Like you can definitely tell it's a white car, but
Oh, back
maybe
here?
it's not. I mean, driving
Or
right, so you
wait, we're
know
driving
what
right, it's
direction.
front. Right, okay. Yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
hard to see, but you would get used to it. Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, these
white car.
tuk-tuks super recognizable for Philippines,
Mm-hmm.
especially because one of the things is raised, like the one side, like the passenger one is like lower. That's
Yeah.
technically a bit of a more northern Philippines things, but yeah, who really cares about that?
Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, you recognize Philippines, so that's good enough.
Yeah. I mean, lucky Southeast Asia English, like, is Philippines my only option when I see that? Oh, I guess,
Southeast Asia. I mean, you can get it in a lot of like resort places or like touristy stuff in general, but
yeah.
now
But
that you
this is
say it,
not a resort or tourist area, so.
no, we're in the middle of somewhere.
I have, like, no idea where to even guess optimally for Philippines. Like, you said more northern, I guess, but.
Yep. Cooked.
GG.
Not sure. Gotta give you a head start.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah. All right. Okay,
Okay,
short
I like.
plate. Oh. Oh, Guatemala or something, but it's definitely Guatemala because we're in Central America. Um,
Right. Yeah,
so yeah.
you already know it.
Okay. I mean, Guatemala's not like
Maybe.
that big, but
Yeah. Maybe if you get this NPC to the back, like where you would not see the car. Like if you pan towards the front, you can see the mirror still, but if it's towards the back, it's hard to. I mean, you don't see anything of the car.
mm,
But then you would maybe just think, okay, I have middle yellow line, so and the short plate looks Mexican. So guessing Mexico here would be fair enough. Like it's very hard to tell
yeah.
because technically, if you look back, the blur is different than the normal blur on a car, but it's very hard to nail down. So I would,
Oh, yeah.
if you get Mexico well panned towards the back, that would be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would get the vibe. Yeah. Is that Gen 3 car always too?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no Gen 4 in what?
Okay. Long plates, no blue strip. So I'm immediately thinking Russia. White back of our car, and then oh, Kokopelli pop culture entertainment. Oh, this is wait, what? I mean, wait, is that's South Korean, I think, or the like. Oh
Yes,
shit, I
it's
accidentally moved.
Korean.
Um,
No, it's Korean. Yeah, I mean that's the weird sign for Korea, like English.
Russia.
But okay, if you
Yeah.
ignore the language here, how would you go about it?
Like low-key, I was confused. I didn't realize they had long plates in Korea.
Yeah, so I mean the long plates are not gonna help you, but like technically the green plate we have on one of the cars
Yeah, this
can be
one.
helpful. But you get
Uh-huh.
that in a few places like Nigeria, Philippines also has green ones, but not this green, I would say, and short. So I don't
Okay.
know how common that really is, but yeah, Korea uses. I mean, Korea only is Gen 3, so if you have Gen 4, it can't be Korea. Um, Technically, there's like
Oh, okay.
a tracker, but in with car, definitely only. And the car is either like white, black, and I think there's like a bit of gray, but I'm not sure about that. But yeah, those
Okay.
can happen.
Uh,
So yeah, I guess without the language, it would be a bit of a harder round, but
yeah, without the language, it definitely would have
what you
been.
could use here is that there's just so many like Asian car brands. Like there's no European cars. I guess there's a Peugeot here, but the rest is like Kia,
Mm,
Toyota, Honda.
yeah,
So that
lucky
could
I
be
don't really
useful.
know my car brand. Look at this tree. Is this not crazy? Like I've never seen something like this before. It's going through the building. That's kind of cool. Northwest.
Where? Oh, what? Yeah, okay. I mean, this is like a museum, so
Yeah.
it's kind of cool, though, to be quite honest. Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's move on from this round. You know everything. And next time you're just 5K.
Yeah.
Fine. I don't know, like English usually closer to capital, but that was just
Okay,
I just
okay.
gambled on that being the case. That's not very real.
Yeah.
Right, let's just
Um,
go quick on
tuk
this.
tuk tuk.
Yep,
English, Philippines.
yep.
And the seats aren't lower? Or are they lower? I can't
Yeah,
tell.
they're a bit lower, but not really lower. So this would be like middle or south.
Okay,
Yep.
we go middle.
I mean, we technically have an address there. It says Agusan del Sur, which is the province, and then it says Talagogon, which is the town, which is misplaced, unless it's really here. I guess we could be here, but yep. Quick
Oh,
5K.
hell no. Oh, hell
I
no.
mean, there's like, I don't know how many, like 80 provinces? Something
Oh,
like 60?
fuck that, dude.
Yeah, nobody's learning that for flipping this. All right,
Um,
interesting round. This is
um,
something that you might want to learn because I've taught you in the past that there's only one country with backlight, which you can kind of see that there's backlight
oh,
on this truck, but that's not
it's
the country. There's a
yeah,
second
yeah,
one. With
Rwanda, but then there's also Ecuador, right?
oh, you know, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't never taught you, so that's good. So and now you just have to decide which one it is. And
Ecuador.
it
uh,
is Ecuador. Like, look how hilly it is.
yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah.
there's no way in hell it's this hilly pretty much anywhere and with coverage in Rwanda.
Yeah. Okay.
So you know it's Ecuador, and that's good. Okay, actually, already knew. That's crazy.
Yeah, I did the learnable meta. Oh my
Thank you,
god.
5K.
Wait, go to put it on the fucking dude. I should have put it on the like actual exact middle of the U, and then it would have been
Yeah.
perfect. Okay. White car driving left, yellow center lines. Southeast Asia vibe to me, for sure with the metal roads and like the and then so okay, that's kind of limiting our options a little bit. Oh, is there something? Is this a front plate? I feel like there's something about front plates on motorcycles.
Yes, there's a meta, but I
I
mean, you
can't really
already know
remember.
which country it is kind of by just the poles and road lines.
Oh, is
And
it? Wait. If I poles though, oh, I don't remember these
you have
from.
round poles.
Round poles means not Thailand, and then
Yep.
it'd be and it's not Singapore, so it's probably Malaysia.
Middle line is
Yellow.
yellow. So that excludes Malaysia.
Oh, so it's Indonesia.
Yes, it is Indonesia. So with the poles, you would think, okay, it's either Malaysia or Indonesia. And
Okay.
yeah, there is something. If there's a front plate on a motorcycle, it's Indonesia over Malaysia as well. They have like
Okay.
usually have it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, don't think we're gonna go into specific pole meta for Indonesia, but technically you could use them. Okay, maybe I teach this. Okay, this may be good for Indonesia. If you see, like, do you see on both sides of the road there's stick fences?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically in Indonesia, if you see them, usually go east of Java Island. It's either like these like lesser Sunda Islands, they're called, or Sulawesi, like South Sulawesi. Usually that area has them. Honestly, I don't even know which one it is. I think the pole top should be East Nusas though. But yeah, if you see stick fences, go east of Java usually. Kind of very common.
Okay. Like these ones around here.
Wait, I can't see your screen, but let me check. Yeah, kind of these.
Okay.
Yeah, some people like to just click in the water between them, but yeah,
I fuck with
maybe
that.
not do that.
So I don't gap about country streaks. Um.
Okay, bro's the goat. What? Nah, it's a crazy guess. Nah,
That was pure skill.
this guy is the goat. What the hell? All right.
Uh, Slovenia. Wait, yeah. Wait, no. What's it called again? It's Czechoslovakia. Oh, that is interesting. There's a lot of bollards, and it is. I don't. It's black car. I don't know if that means anything. Oh, I just don't know the difference between these two countries. Europe is definitely my worst, by the way. I don't know if we can do something about that, but um,
So not worth a guess.
Czechoslovakia.
Okay, so basically,
Oh, this
you
same
know,
language maybe?
Czechoslovakia. I mean, language. I mean, I don't think there's a difference, but
Oh,
so usually what you do in Czechia versus Slovakia is look at the terrain. You see how it's like
yeah.
there's like slight hills here. It's like slightly hilly.
Yeah.
Like there's no big elevation, like I
Yeah.
guess in one direction. But usually that just indicates Czechia. In Slovakia, you would have more mountains and more like, I don't know, bigger pines, I guess.
Mm,
And what I want you to do is also maybe for the difference, if you move southwest towards the intersection, there will be like a directional sign that has like arrows on it pointing.
move so far?
Yeah, move southwest.
Oh
Your
yeah, I see it.
location.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically if the arrows have like they're like cut out, then it's Czechia, and if it's Slovakia, they will be like inside of a blue thing. So you would definitely see the difference there. If you see it. But obviously this also says Prague. So Praha is Prague.
Oh.
So
Okay.
that's helpful. Yeah. So you know it's near Prague. Isn't that nice? I guess Prague could be on any sign technically, but if it's pointing towards the capital. But yeah, for Europe, that's like Czechoslovakia is not that easy.
Truck, hidden truck camera, no antenna, driving right, white lines. I mean, okay, these poles are funky, but I don't think I've seen them before. I feel like driving right, white lines, it's kind of ambiguous. Wait, what the fuck is that? I'm pretty sure, wait, what? Peru? I don't think we're in Peru. I think we are in, um, wait, driving right. Wait, yeah, driving right. Yeah, I think we're in Senegal. That's my guess right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's
Okay.
a lot to confirm it here. Like, there's a Peru flag, as you said, but there's like French writing above it. I mean, obviously,
Oh
you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
have to
yeah.
know that it's French.
No, I actually can
But
read
also, there's
French.
ladder poles from the French left them there. So
Wait, where did I miss the
if
letter
you look,
poles?
yeah, in both directions, there one like south, northeast.
Oh.
You can kind of see that it's ladder pole. Yeah, we're like in a bit of a weird angle, but could definitely
Okay.
tell it's ladder poles. But yeah, you already knew it was Senegal, so
This says, here it is. And then I don't remember what this is. Avenir is
Avenir,
like, here,
arrive. Isn't that like
arrive? Yeah,
I
maybe.
don't I thought I don't know what it means. I never took French. So
The
GG's.
future. Okay, I've never heard that word in my life. Um,
Ah, sure. Close enough.
seems dry. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, wait, let me look at the card. Doesn't look like I can tell anything. And then, okay, ambiguous, and then right side drive, yellow line middle. Uh, huh. Oh, I see language. It looks like Vietnamese to me.
Yeah.
Um,
Sadly there's language here, yes.
yeah, I'm getting bailed the fuck out.
Would have been a bit harder here. The thing is, Vietnam has so many different poles that I don't know if I want to teach them to you, because technically you look like southwest. You see like a bit of a holy pole where the holes go like to the middle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can get them all the way to the top in Vietnam. But so if you see a holy pole, Southeast Asia should be Vietnam, or obviously Sri Lanka, where they go like halfway up.
Right.
But yeah, obviously this is not Sri Lanka because we're driving right. So
Yeah.
that would probably be it how you get it without the language.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And since you're goated at region guessing this, I will not help you because last time you cooked me.
um yep, so we're gonna go right here.
Right? Oh, got you this time.
Fuck. That's where I guess last time I think I just like got lucky. Okay. Blue
Quick one.
front, left side drive, Australian bollards. But
Yep.
as for where, I have no idea. I mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty dry, like pretty dry. But like also not like the driest in Australia. Oh,
Yeah.
looks
Thing is, we have like
cold.
Yeah, the thing is we have almost like golden grass, but not really.
Golden grass is
But
top right, right? Or like
yeah, it
Queensland?
was like Queensland, but I mean, don't think this is Queensland. I don't know. It doesn't really look like Queensland to me.
Oh, New South
Could be it
Wales.
though. Could be Queensland. I don't know. Maybe we trust the golden grass, but usually on this location, I would probably go like northern NSW. I guess that's the that's the abbreviation for New South Wales, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, not not the greatest Australia guesser these days.
Alright. Makes
So
sense, though.
maybe it's Queensland. Who knows? I can't really see the poll sticker, which would help me. So golden grass. Next time, just trust it again. It's a
trust it.
Trust
Oh
it.
my
trust
god, I
it.
almost died.
You almost were on 6-7 health.
Whoa. What the fuck is this lines, bruh? Okay, driving right, blue car, yellow middle
Bro,
line.
if you remember this, you get like plus 100 points because I definitely mentioned something about this round that could help you here. You get like 1,000,000 points.
Really?
In student credit.
I mean,
let's see.
Fuck. Like, I know, I think... Wait. I'm confused because this is a ladder pole, but it...
Yep. No, the polls are real. The polls are real. There's just something
We
extra.
are in Brazil, then.
Yes, we are in Brazil.
And there's something extra, which is... the...
bird's nest.
The bird's nest.
On top of the pole, do you see the rounded thing? It's like in both directions you see one. So that was...
Wait, what the fuck?
That's
northeast. Oh, okay.
Southern, like Paraná, Santa Catarina, Rio
Wait,
Grande do Sul.
but new tech that I learned yesterday from Blinky in chat. The satellite dish.
Yeah.
Facing north.
Yeah, so that means we're south of the equator.
South of the equator.
I mean, do you look where the equator is in Brazil? Like, yeah.
So we're not in Roraima. Roraima.
We're not in Roraima in the mappa. We're definitely... It's facing very north, so definitely know it's a bit further away. It makes sense. Because we're pretty far south.
Okay.
So Paraná, Santa Catarina, Rio Grande do Sul is something you should think about when you see these birds' nests.
I know about the piranha pines, but
yeah, sadly we don't have one here. That's a bit
wait, so this is what you mean, right? This little like dot.
Yes, exactly, and it's in both directions.
Yeah, I see it. Okay.
And you can kind of know it's arbitrary because some poles have it, some don't. So it's not like an infrastructure thing. It's just like the thing is, I have no clue what it exactly is. Like I just call it bird's nest. Like no clue what it actually is.
It's like I don't even know, dude. Okay. Dude, I need to turn off fucking animations. No, I'm dead.
Guys, not animation canceling.
Okay, how do I turn it off? I need to turn it off right now. It's
okay, I'm just gonna go in game and then you can go into settings and you can turn it off.
Okay.
It should be able to do it. Okay, it moving again, whatever. Maybe it's good when something is not at a good angle.
Yeah.
So you should be able to go, just press escape.
Oh, animations. Yeah, cool.
Wait, so what map quality do you use?
Balanced raster.
Okay, that's based.
That's you told me to do that.
Really?
Yeah, at the beginning of our first session, I'm pretty sure you did.
Okay, maybe. Okay, I want a 2-second round here. Let's just.
Is it?
This round.
Wait, is it the car? Is it France car? Is it?
No.
2-second round?
Round.
Black. Pole Malaysia.
Yeah, so you also have. I mean, you also have. If you look at the car, you have a black license plate with white writing, double sections, so it's Malaysia and not Indonesia.
Yeah.
You have 3 sections of white.
Yep.
Yeah, you have the pole, you have everything.
Wait, why did it look like low-key French flag car?
You're cooked because it's Gen 4 and not Gen 3.
Fuck.
But
Oh, that's the brake light, and we're just in a blue car. I get it
Yes,
now.
exactly. It's like a slightly blue car and a brake light.
I get it. Dude, fuck
Okay.
yes. I can animations off. So goated.
Yeah, because when you play with another player who has them off, I see the result of the round way faster. So you're like still waiting, and I still already know what happened.
Yeah. We okay. Europe right side drive. Europe car right side drive. Gen 4.
Yeah.
So
All right.
tall ass trees, dirt road.
Yep. Okay.
Like
There's a pretty good meta about this round. I mean, what's the vibe here you're getting initially in Europe? Because you're right about everything you've said. It is
like
Europe.
I mean northern somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. And
I mean, if
then
you look northwest, we have birches. You can kind of tell by the black and white, just like in Minecraft.
mm, mm, mm. That's northern
Yeah, a bit of a
birch.
more northern thing. Okay, so basically, what I would use here is that it's a dirt road, but it's very wide for a dirt road. Usually, dirt roads they just get built like a single lane street,
Yeah,
very
yeah,
narrow. And this is very wide, and
yeah.
that's a very common thing in the Baltic states. So Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. So that's
Mm.
usually the countries I would consider, and the vegetation also fits. It looks pretty northern. Yeah, these gravel roads with these plants on the side, and I would just pick one of them. Don't know. Usually, I like to use it's a bit of a red soil, so I guess Latvia, but I could just be wrong. But that's usually how you would get it, just with the wide gravel road.
Okay.
But also something you could see in North America, for instance.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially Canada uses that. So,
But I use car meta.
yep. Red soil did not work, and we had no white flowers to guess Estonia. It's over.
Darn it.
Okay.
Bug.
think
Black
I think
car.
we never had this together, but let's see.
Black car, right side drive, outside, um, yellow, flat, desert.
Yep. And maybe I've never learned this yet, so that would be fine.
I feel like maybe I have like slightly like my brain is going to like Jordan, but wait,
Yeah,
because
it is Jordan.
it is Jordan? Okay.
Yeah. And bro, for extra points here, if you see a divided road like this going through the middle of nowhere, there's only one divided road in the whole country that is covered, which is the 15 going southeast of Amman all the way
Mhm.
down to Aqaba. So just guess somewhere on the 15 for extra aura.
Okay.
So that's what you just use.
Okay.
So yeah, why am I scanning? I don't know, but I like to guess where it lines up.
Oh yeah, I should
All
have
right,
done that.
you're pretty close. I mean, it's kind of hard on this road. Everything just goes slightly northeast. And
Mm.
then here it turns northwest, so you can maybe exclude this part on top, but not the rest. Okay.
Shit cam.
Yep.
Um, dude, what the fuck? I feel like Sri Lanka is like very green, like all of it, right? So if this feels kind of, well, it's pretty green, but it feels a little dry to me. So that makes me want to go towards India more.
Yes. Also, Titcam Sri Lanka is pretty rare compared to India, which is obviously a
Mm,
massive country, and pretty much a lot of the coverage is still shitcam. So that would point you also. You have language to the east on the building on the poster.
Yeah, I just couldn't
Um,
really tell.
yeah, so that is also not the Among Us language, obviously. This should be.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know which one it is. Is it Tamil or is it the Odisha language? It looks more like Odisha. So,
Shit. Um,
yeah, so technically, India is somewhat region guessable just by having scripts, because a lot of the north uses Hindi, and you have a lot of different languages towards the south. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's Odisha. I mean, who knows? Not the language expert.
Where the fuck is that?
More north. Bit more north. Bit more north.
Oh, it's like a whole ass state. Okay.
Yeah, it's the state. Which is difficult because they don't have them transcripted on the map, so you can't even compare it.
Oh shit. What the fuck is this? Wait. What? What is this blur? Is this low cam? Or is this small cam?
I mean, how does the
Or
image
shit
quality look to you?
cam?
um, yeah,
What
this
the?
is a shit cam.
Yeah, okay.
So we are back. So I mean, basically, what you would maybe consider is Nepal as well. I don't know if you know that Nepal also is all shit cam and it's right next to India. How you
Yeah.
would, as a obviously as a neek, you just look at the copyright, see it's 23, and then you can just exclude Nepal because it's either very likely 25 or 24. So you know it's India. And where it is, I have no clue. Looks more northern-ish, but no clue. Maybe middle is a good. Maybe middle is a good guess.
Okay. Like, how did you rule out Sri Lanka here?
Hmm. I don't know. Just Sri Lanka doesn't look like that. It's way too dry-ish.
Okay. No, no,
Just
no. I get if that's the vibe, then that's the vibe. Like,
also just very like okay, can we
okay,
skip this?
Philippines.
Like yeah, okay. I mean technically it says city of Kabadabaran, but I have no clue where that is. I
Where
mean,
does it
unless
say
you
that?
know. To the west, on the left sign where it says flood on the bottom right.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, yeah. I have no clue. uh,
yeah. I don't know where that is, so I'm just clicking the middle. Oh wait, you found it. Wait, this guy's 5K. Bang. Okay, I didn't know
Let's
you were a scanning
go.
demon. Okay, it's over. You lost.
Oh, Dominican Republic.
Europe. And I don't. You probably know that only 2 cities have coverage.
I forgot, but that is a good call. Is it
Okay, maybe just look at map real quick,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me
so you have the mental image. So it's basically just the capital Santo Domingo and
all right.
Santiago de los Caballeros.
Oh, right,
And,
right.
and basically, what you do is look north of you. If you see hills or mountains like here, you guess Santiago. And if it's flat, you go Santo Domingo.
Okay, makes sense.
That's pretty much it. So this should be Santiago, just because there's no hills like that in Santo Domingo usually.
Cool. Um,
Okay. Tough one, but gettable.
okay, antenna. I can't tell what gen it is.
Oh,
Uh,
just pick like a stack of paper. Just
I mean, we're probably driving right because the sun is like that and the sun's like that, yeah. And then it's very flat. Oh, there's a mountain like really far away. Okay, it's a little less flat than I thought, but it's really flat that way. And
the
orange
chevron here is really
roofs.
helpful because it's not red and white;
Yeah.
it's red and yellow.
So red and yellow. Yeah, I just don't know because I haven't memorized this. Like, I know it's like not like Well, I
I mean,
mean,
I think there's like
feels like
3
Hungary
countries.
to me or like Romania, but I don't know what.
Yeah, so basically, I think the 3 countries that use them are like Austria, Croatia, and Monty, I think.
Okay, is
I
this
mean, what
Gen
generation
4?
would you No, this is Gen 3.
Okay.
It's just not saturated enough. Also, you have this antenna and no car color. That's usually also Gen 3.
Okay.
Um, and in Croatia, a good tell, honestly, is also that all the Generation 3 coverage is in autumn. I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to tell. If you look east, you definitely can tell that it's autumn just by these very orange and yellow bushes there,
Yeah.
just off the road. I guess there's also language on this, I just realized, but it's not really helpful. There's just names. But yeah, that's usually how you would get Croatia here.
What is this antenna
Sure.
called again? This is this is
Just a normal, that's like a standard antenna, like
okay.
short antenna, we would call it. And yeah, it's Gen 3, but yeah. Also, I feel like this white rock off the road to the north, if you look on the left side, you also have this white rock, also really common. I mean, in general, obviously, Mediterranean countries, but Croatia especially uses it a lot.
Okay.
So yeah, that's how you would get it.
What countries use this bollard again?
You mean Chevron?
The chevron, yeah.
I mean, Croatia mostly Monty has it, I think, and Austria as well. So it's like kind of almost in a line.
Okay. Um, hidden car, maybe some gray at the front or something. Yellow middle, probably northern hemisphere. Looks like pretty nice, like Gen 4. And Loki is giving me very like US vibes, but can't say I know
Yeah.
for sure.
There's one sign that will confirm at least that it's 2 countries, um, which is basically the one north. If you look down the road, you have like this, okay, stop sign ahead,
Mm-hmm.
which is only US, Canada. And basically, if you had no clue how to get this, if it's US or Canada, I mean, technically, if you look east on the pole, there's like a orange node, and if you would move one step forward, it would probably, okay, you can't get an angle, but it
United or
would probably
whatever.
say posted,
Oh, posted.
and it's posted, and that's just US.
What does that
Little old
even
posted.
mean?
I'm not really sure what it means even. Like we just use it. And if you wanted to use the ZIGGI method, if you see a posted thing anywhere on a tree, on a pole, you just guess Pennsylvania. That's the move. That's the move. Like, unironically, it's kind of free. Like, you just guess Pennsylvania on this. I mean, I don't know if it is, but it would kind of fit for Pennsylvania because this doesn't look quite northeastern. And yeah,
Oh my
that's how you
god.
get Pennsylvania just by a random sticker, I guess. Um, yeah, so that's nice.
Okay.
But it's very fake, obviously, that you can get it in a lot of places, but it worked this time. All right, this should also be quick for you.
Right side drive, white front car. Is it black sign back and then that's Brazil? Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Um, wait, any piranha pines? No.
Um, don't see
Um,
one.
so, and then Loki, it looks foresty, but not like Amazon forest. So I'm gonna, and then what about dirt? Um, I can't tell at
Dirt is
all.
pretty dark, but not red dark. Like,
Yeah, it's like, so like
I mean, there is a phone number hiding from us in the west on the sign. Technically, I think it says 53.
53. It could be 63 or 53.
Yeah, but this looks
Oh
like
yeah, no,
53.
you're right. It's 53 for sure. It doesn't curve like the same way.
But
53 is I don't remember. Like fucking snake pattern, like something
5
like
is all the way south.
oh really?
So Rio Grande do Sul only.
Really? Okay.
And it also makes sense with the landscape. I don't know, but
Yeah.
that's pretty hard to tell for.
And
I
this
mean,
sign says pare, but it just looks like alto to me, but
honestly, on that sign, I see it. Like the first letter looked like an A.
yeah.
It's just like weird stitching, but yeah.
Alright. Lucky I'm learning Brazil phone codes.
I mean, if everyone knows them, you need to learn them as well. That's just how it is. The
Yeah.
first digit would be good enough, maybe for the nines. And the
Okay.
sixes, maybe learn them individually, but for the rest, not really worth it. All
Japan.
right, Japan. It's
No snow
crazy.
pools.
Yeah, those snowboards. I guess I actually saw that Lenly was learning Japanese pole plates with Anju.
Really?
Yeah, so basically, if you look on the poles, they have like plates on them in silver and white, and they're regional because there's like regional electricity companies. And
Oh.
yeah,
Hmm.
so here we have like a weird mix. So it's just free Negata, obviously. We could maybe learn that there should be some practice map for that, but I don't know if it's really worth it. It was only be worth in moving, and then it's like, I don't know.
Mm.
It's a lot of work,
Okay.
at least 1 or 2 hours, I think, to get it really down.
Yeah, I
I don't
mean,
know.
it's just
I
like
just
weird. Like depends on the country about like how much a meta is worth it. Like Brazil, it's more worth like learning phone codes probably because you could just lose a match off of going fucking like the wrong
yeah,
area of
but
Brazil. But
Japan is
Japan's
pretty
kind
big.
of big
Like
too. Yeah, it is kind of big. I mean, I
there's only
know.
like there's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 that you could learn just plates, and that's it. There's only like nine or
Oh, that's not that bad.
9, 10. But some of them are very similar in the south. But basically, you can already rule out the entire north if you know them, and just are left with the southern free, and that's already pretty good.
Okay.
So it is maybe worth learning if you have some time at the end. But I feel like getting more
Okay.
cars and things down is more important right now.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, Japan has low cam, right? Just so I like,
Yeah,
it's like the best
always.
way to like learn like to tell low cam is just like kind of you can like look straight down and then like depending on how much screen it takes up, it'll be like
Yeah, how wide
low
it is. Yeah,
cam
like look, this is like
takes up like the whole thing
two
almost.
thirds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
that's what you
also
can
like you're just kind
use.
of lower, but like it's hard for me to tell. All right.
Yeah, though somewhere here, I guess, but I don't know. Guess it's not Niigata. That was the wrong plate. That's why you should learn plates so you don't get it wrong.
um, I can't even
Okay.
tell what car it is. Like white front car maybe. We're in the southern hemisphere. Um, southern hemisphere. I mean, it kind of. Huh. My God, those trees are unique. I feel like maybe you've told me about them and I forgot.
I feel like that's eucalyptus,
Yeah. Which
but that's a few places.
means, yeah, I don't really remember. I
But
mean, I
there's
don't
something
think
easier here. Like, what's your initial thought here?
like Brazil.
Yeah, it is Brazil. So basically, what you would use here is basically stick fence plus super red dirt and
Okay.
call it a day.
Okay.
Eucalyptus is pretty rare. Like you only really get that in the east, like Minas Gerais, Espírito Santo. That's usually where I would guess with eucalyptus.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe hit up Crooks for more information about Brazilian plants, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
That's just all I can say. Damn, you got
GG.
cooked.
Yeah, I got cooked, bro. I got cooked, bro. The other eucalyptus place I learned is Kenya. Okay.
Yeah, Kenya. I mean, obviously, Australia.
Um,
Okay. Maybe
Black
tough.
front, I think. So we're probably driving right. It looks like definitely Gen 4 because the sun is massive. Probably northern hemisphere. And I mean, bruh, just looks like some fucking mountain range in like Canada or something. But there's also no yellow line, so maybe I shouldn't guess that.
I mean, there is yellow lines. If you kind of look in the blur, like to the southeast, you can kind of tell there's a line and it's yellow slightly. Maybe not, but to me it looks yellow. But you don't really need it here. You know, it's should be North America with how it looks. And literally, you said it, mountain range in Canada, which it is. And obviously, the only place where you would get mountains like this is BC. So, where in BC is this?
I've driven this road before.
All right, then I will not help you then.
This is definitely probably
Pressure on.
Nelson.
All right.
No, not Nelson. Yeah, Nelson. No, up here maybe a little bit. Oh,
Okay, it's not Canada. It just looked very Canadian, and we're so close to Canada. And honestly, I got baited by the car with copyright combination. Whoops.
dude, you're literally using info that I don't have. Okay. Mabalaka. White, back, left side drive, yellow outside, triple middle means only South Africa, I think. But oh wait,
Another country.
wait, is this Gen 3?
Yes, because otherwise you would not have this car. Because this car you only see in Gen 3 with the white and the red lights.
So Lesotho.
Funny thing is, it literally says Lesotho on the sign.
Wait,
That's
where?
Anna's guest house
Oh,
in
I see
Lesotho.
it. I see it.
But yeah, so it is Lesotho. Yeah, they also use these road lines, but yeah, it just looks like Lesotho. Obviously.
Yeah, it does. It does. It does. It does. It does. It does. Okay.
So yeah, I think that's what it said on the sign as their address. Okay, so you're cooking me basically.
Yeah. What can I
But you're
say?
getting unlucky with the multipliers. Like
Yeah, if I got the Canada, I guess, like at the very end. Oh, unblurred.
oh well.
Wait, fuck. I
What can you
don't.
do?
don't. Wait, is it just Italy? I don't fucking know. Wait, is that? Oh. Wait, what? I thought it said like the letters of. Is that just an I for Italy? Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay. This stub antenna means Gen 3. Double blue plate means Italy or something else though. But
Yes.
or what?
Or France, but it says I,
France.
so
Oh, it does say I. Okay, so we already. I was looking overthinking it. Wait, it's
yep.
Italy and France that have double blue?
Yes.
Bro, I'm actually bought at Europe.
Italy is like double blue and the front plate is short. Basically.
Okay. That's
All right.
funky.
I mean, you can't really see the front plate here. It's kind of weird.
Like low key, we're on the ocean. But like not that nice, so like there. Fuck. Oh, hit on one.
Yeah, I mean, you're winning this game. You're flawlessing me. So what can I do, really?
Europe tab. Oh, this okay, sandy kind of rock stuff on the floor. Pretty nice houses and a sign that says 1723. And I don't know why I zoomed in like garbage cans. I've just never like learned anything with that. Brick houses, brick houses, brick houses for sure.
Yep. So what countries are you thinking of with brick house?
I'm thinking of Germany, Netherlands, but there's no bike
And
paths, and Belgium.
yes, but also another one. Maybe I didn't mention it last time. Denmark.
Denmark. Oh,
And there's a Danish flag technically northwest. It's kind of hard to see, but a good meta here for Denmark is honestly, do you see all these like white poles like next to the houses? Those are like poles for putting up flags. I mean, one of them has a flag on them, and it's really, really common. Like pretty much, not maybe like 50% of houses have it.
what the
It's really
fuck?
common.
Okay.
And yeah, I guess this technically the sign design is also a Danish thing, but yeah. Yeah, you can get brick houses in Denmark as well, actually a lot. Southern Sweden technically as well, because that's basically Denmark.
Okay.
So yeah, that's how you would probably get Denmark, just the flagpoles and architecture. Yeah, don't lose your flawless. Oh,
Fuck.
it's unlucky.
um, driving right. White lines. Oh, I moved. I'm back. Wait, am I back? I might be a step. Okay, well, Cyrillic. Um, oh wait, I could just do that, and now I'm back. Okay. Uh, that antenna, short antenna. Wait, black and white guardrails. I was watching Andrew's stream. Isn't this in? Oh no, wait. This is actually this doesn't help a lot because it's in maybe Ukraine and Russia, but there's no white on there's no blue on the thing, so I think it's Russia. Um,
Yep. A few things here are Russian. I mean, the guardrail should mostly be Russia.
okay.
Also, the fact that we have a short antenna, like there are some places in Ukraine that have short antenna, but I mean, mostly it's just Russia, no blue strip, as you said. Yeah, so it's Russia. Kind of
And
hard, kind of hard to region guess this one.
yeah, we're cooked.
We have like, if you
Birch
look
trees,
west, we have like birch spam, like so birch
birch
trees very
spam.
very close to each other. So basically, a region where you see that a lot, but it has to be like really tightly packed together like this
Mm.
to be an effective meta. Like they're so close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can kind of feel like have to think about Omsk and Novosibirsk.
Omsk.
Omsk
Um.
and Novosibirsk.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah, and Omsk doesn't have Gen 3. So you just guess somewhere near Novosibirsk, I hope, and it's correct. I don't know the town name and I haven't found it either. So maybe this is wrong, but that's where I would guess, personally.
Okay.
It is Yekaterinburg. Okay, I also use that antenna. Tough. Maybe click Omsk next time.
Okay.
Maybe that's a better hedge because nothing
Yeah.
east of Novosibirsk can be All right, I don't know if you've had this ever, but
What the fuck? Big ass
that is
truck.
that is a big ass truck.
Big ass truck. Yeah, we're definitely in. We're definitely on an island for. We're in um American Samoa.
No, they would
Okay,
be
wait.
driving right on that island.
Wait, we're driving left? What the fuck?
We're driving left, which is weird for the US, right?
That is weird for the US.
So that only happens pretty much on the US Virgin Islands.
Which are I know
Next to the
where they
British Virgin
are.
Islands.
Which are also
Near
near
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, not that. Wait. Oh, Virgin Islands.
And you have to zoom in way more and you see that there's like very close
What
by.
the
There's like border in the water. But those belong also to it. So that if you go into
Oh,
map
so it could be
making, you
up
can
here
kind of
or down
see.
here.
Yeah, there's like 3 islands with coverage. You can check map making app.
Oh yeah,
There's like 3 islands.
I'm already here. Ah, huh. Big
And
ass truck.
technically they all have a different truck, but bro, I don't know the difference, to be quite honest. I mean, it also just says St. Thomas on one of the signs, and St. Thomas is from the northern ones, the left one. So I'll just go St. Thomas.
Me too. Dang. All right, that makes sense. The
I guess you never had
U.S.
that, but it's
Virgin
pretty important to
Islands.
know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Left side drive, white car, black and white thingies, but low key, since we're left side drive, SG, white lines. All right, left side drive, Southeast Asia, I think, means Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, yeah. Malaysia, no, because no yellow lines. So Thailand, Indonesia, and then
What lines does Malaysia use? What color?
yeah, yellow or
No,
what?
Indonesia.
Wait,
It's white, and especially double white. That's like a super Malay thing.
Malaysia uses white, Thailand and Indonesia use yellow?
Yes, and there's also another matter. If you look south on the road, there's a one of the poles is like black and whitely striped, black white striped. That's also Malaysia. The poles are Malaysia. If you check the pole right next to us, there's like a white thing on the pole, and then you know it's Sarawak. Because on mainland the sticker would be black, and this is white, so it should be Sarawak.
Oh, interesting. That's kind of easy to remember though. Okay.
Yeah, also Gen 3, I guess, not these days anymore, but it used to be more common there, but now it's kind of funky. Whatever. This should be Sarawak. Pole top is also different in theory. Like Sarawak and Sabah have unique pole tops, and this is the Sarawak pole top.
Okay.
Kind of looks like a crane. I don't know if that makes sense. like
I
I don't know.
see it. I see it.
Like
Yeah.
it could be the worst example possible or the best. Okay, so you're just winning.
Easy.
All right, all right.
Driving left. Fuck. I moved. And then black front of car. Uh, pull. White. Is it same? Wait, really? No. Thailand pole. Square.
Yup. Yup. Because
Okay.
even writing on the bin, on the green bin, there's Thai language.
Ooh.
Yeah. So yeah, just Thailand.
The square pole. All right. So
So you have to region guess Thailand.
so I don't know how to do that. Just
It
gonna
looks dry, so I go
go.
northeast.
Looks dry, so I go a little less northeast.
Damn, that's how you win. Just don't trust me at all. Okay, not sure how that's. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. Blue car, or maybe white, or maybe gray also. Um, Southern Hemisphere. Right side drive, probably. The lines are white in the middle. Are they yellow outside? Maybe? I can't tell. I don't think they are. I think they're yellow middle, actually. Wait, fuck, are they? Dude, okay. First of all, um, bruh, 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 bruh.
So I taught you something earlier that we kind of have here, the exact same thing. But it's maybe not the easiest. What's the initial vibe here?
Like I was thinking Brazil at first, but now I think Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I
So
was
when
thinking.
Africa would this be with right drive?
With right drive would be
Well,
wait.
there's only like 3 countries, so and none of them are correct. So well, technically Senegal, Nigeria, Tunisia, and Rwanda, I guess, but
So it's
this
not
car
right
wouldn't
side
exist in
drive?
any of those. So it is Brazil. It's just red dirt and a stick fence yet again. And yeah, this right drive, it's really hard to see that that is the middle line in yellow. Like we're kind of like looking on elevated, and then the
I see
I don't know.
it, yeah.
Like if you look more towards the north than
Yeah.
like straight west
Yeah,
of
yeah,
diff, you can tell that
yeah,
there's more to the left of the line. So you know it's the middle
yeah.
line, but it's really hard to see from this angle. But yeah, this should just be Brazil.
Fuck, dude, I like was like wondering, okay, like annoyed that I didn't
Yeah,
get the
the red
vibes.
dirt, the red dirt,
Yeah.
and yeah, not sure how to region guess this. Maybe trust a golden grass in the distance. Who knows? Golden grass. Where do you guess? In Brazil?
South, or northeast or south?
Tocantins, of course. Southern Tocantins, maybe always a good spot.
Fuck is Tocantins?
It's pretty much middle.
Oh, I see it.
Yep.
Oh my god,
Yep.
I'm lucky.
That I mean, for Brazil, that's a pretty decent guess. So.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
annoyed. I'm annoyed. I didn't get Brazil. Okay. Right side drive. We are in a blue car on the front, and the license plates are red with a blue top, and this sign looks like it has a black back, and this is an E. What the fuck? Oh, this is just a blue. Wait. Okay. Wait, what? I think I have to try. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, Brazil for sure, Brazil. Um,
Yeah, there's a lot of things here speaking for Brazil. Black Signback is one of them. These plates are pretty much Brazil and Argentina. Argentina uses them more now, but should be mostly Brazil.
And the
yeah,
water.
this east sign. Water tanks, yep.
East.
And yeah.
Satellite pointing north.
Satellite
West.
pointing, I mean, sure.
The west. Wait.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, never
We
mind.
have rounded poles, so usually when I see rounded poles in Brazil, I think about Sao Paulo and Minas, usually, but who really knows in this country? I do not, that's for sure.
It looks dry too. Oh.
We're getting a lot of Brazil.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned.
Yeah. What is this camera blur? What the fuck is that? I mean, I think it's Turkey based on that bollard and the white lines and a blur that I don't recognize. But yeah. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it is Turkey. That is correct.
This is
Small cam.
small cam.
I guess how you would maybe recognize small cam over like low cam is if you look. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell here. Like One Direction will have like a weird. It's like less blurred. I don't know. If we look to the back, it's like completely blurred. If you look to the front, like we can.
Yeah.
Look way further
It like
down.
curves in.
Obviously, to region guess Turkey here, we see there's a K on the bollard. That means we're either in Konya or Kayseri. Freebie. This looks more like. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, maybe make your own guess. You either pick Konya or Kayseri.
I don't even know where the other one is.
Konya is the biggest province.
Oh,
in the
I see it.
country.
I see it. Okay.
Okay, you picked the right one. See?
Yeah.
You're kind of the goat.
I did that on purpose. And oh, these lines mean something though, I think. Okay. Gen 3 short antenna.
What's this Gen 3?
Gen 4.
How clear the image is.
Okay, you're right. Gen 4.
How blue the sky is. How
you
beautiful.
play. I just thought that this antenna meant Gen 3, but I am wrong. Small antenna. Bus.
Yeah. Okay. There's a few things here to get the country. A lot of things, obviously. The lines are pretty helpful on the outside. Yeah, these like weirdly dotted like line on the side. That happens a lot on highways in this country. But if you look south, there's a speed sign in yellow. And maybe you remember that. There's like a 40 or 50 and it's filled in yellow.
Yeah. I don't. But I also accidentally looked at my chat, so and they said Sweden.
Yeah, it is Sweden.
Okay.
So if you see that yellow sign and you think, okay, maybe this is Finland or Sweden, which would be a valid 50-50, then you can just check the bollard. It's not round. So you instantly know it's not Finland. And yeah, Sweden uses these lines way more often. I have never really seen them in Finland, to be quite honest. So yeah, that's how you would get Sweden. Basically. Somebody called north of Stockholm. Do I trust? Do I trust? I mean, usually if you have a road that it's built up like this, it's usually one of the E roads. We have these like green number, the European roads, but that's not north of Stockholm, and I lost the game. Okay, so basically you've beaten me, so now it's over.
GG.
I've taught you everything I know. Basically, I think you're ready.
Oh, no, I mean, yeah, I'm ready.
So yeah, we're just gonna play 10-second NPZ next and see how your skill is there. How do you think
Okay.
you would do in a 10-second NPZ game?
Like terrible. Like actually just terrible.
What if I give you 11 seconds?
Like probably pretty good.
All right,
Let's do 11 seconds.
let's see then. All right, 10-second. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's moving. I'm gonna go back.
Okay.
It's so sad that I can't skip this animation. Can't animation cancel this. So you have 11 seconds. So big time. How do I? Okay, this NPC. Never mind. All right, Silverr in 11 seconds NPC. What can you do? Let's see.
All right.
Are the vibes there?
Europe, square pole, don't remember. Hungary, Romania. Hungary? No, it's way too cold. Hey. Fuck.
We had the silver brackets around the pole, which is Belgium and France. And if it's like a square pole, it's Belgium. Okay. Beautiful location. Ooh, not the shit cam not recognized. And the 25 copyright who think it's okay. So obviously those are not easy rounds, especially the Nepal one.
So okay.
10 seconds. Thankfully 10 seconds is not the mode we're playing, so we're just gonna go back to no
move.
But let's do it a bit quicker with like.
I feel like I just haven't like looked at Nepal that much.
Yeah, I mean it's basically just India 2.0. But I mean always silly pretty much.
It's like Aura though. That like
Bro, no, he actually cooked me. Like I just told him the country and I was like, oh yeah, those are the two areas that could be, and
I just
didn't
got
trust the
lucky
chat when
like
somebody said north of Stockholm. I trusted the chatter. And it was not north of Stockholm. So I lost the game.
Okay, well, I think we're in Europe, and then the bollard is
Do you know the bollard? You have 30 seconds left on the clock. We have language to the southeast.
I saw
Maybe
that Britta Langsam.
Bitte langsam fahren.
Oh, so it's in Germany.
Yeah, because of German bollard, obviously.
Because you pronounced it really well.
Oh, okay. I don't do that in other languages, so yeah, you're kind of right there. You have a point.
I'm just clicking randomly, like I just have no concept of where we are. Okay. It's metagaming.
I should have just pronounced it really badly.
Yeah.
Alright.
What the? Right side drive Gen 3,
Okay, do
but
not trust the
Loki?
driving side on a road like this. That's just something you shouldn't do.
Okay. Well, what's going on here?
What are the thoughts here, country-wise? Boom, boom, boom.
Red dirt, open area, flat, hilly,
We need to be quicker.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know.
So with this car, would you not think about South Africa as Watini?
I guess. Oh my god,
and you have the grass, right?
Oh my god, it is.
Wait. Swatini grass. So it is a Swatini. Then we just click here and yeah.
I should have been able to get that. I should have been
See,
able to do that.
that's 1 minute over in a tournament.
I know.
That's just like 1 minute is all you have.
I just like brick ass. Right side drawer bollard is got the little toppy tops. Are we a Gen 3 right now? Is this what North Macedonia looks like? I have no fucking idea. I just know the bollards have a little top and they're a circle, and so
Those do just ignore the bollards. Those are not real.
oh. Flat, nice, flat, very flat,
That does not look
and
like your home.
no, it doesn't look like my home at all.
Does not look like the US to you.
No.
But it is the US because we have, I mean, we have
Oh, we have
yellow with
yellow
lines.
lines. Fuck, how did I not see yellow lines?
You did now.
It's
And it's flat as a pancake.
so I should go into the Great Plains, the Great Plains
Great
of the
Plains.
United States, and it's kind of green too. Oh my God. Okay, why did I not see the yellow lines? Okay, red, and white, and black sign back, and sure, and no, and Cyrillic, black sign back, red, white, bollard. What the
Crazy, you
fuck?
called this country on the last round.
Wait, really? North Macedonia?
Yes, it is North Mass. We have no antenna. So you think about Serbia, North Mass. Obviously, this is not a Serbian bollard.
So Gen 3, no antenna. I think about Serbia or North Macedonia.
Yeah. Obviously. And then you just 5k somewhere in North Mass. Yeah, also just a mix between Cyrillic and Latin. It's like pretty North Mass, Serbia, Monty. Okay, I've never had this car with you, but maybe you've seen it sometime else.
Oh, what the freaky? Wait, no, wait, no. I was looking at this yesterday. But I like hikey don't remember. I mean, it looks Middle East to me. It looks maybe I don't think it's Tunisia. Maybe it's like Israel?
No, it is. We have the antenna on the car,
Lebanon?
which is Qatar. You have the
What?
pickup, and then you have the antenna, which is Qatar. Yep.
I don't remember that.
I mean, I don't know if you had it before.
Yeah, I don't think I have, but I should have remembered it somehow. I should have invented the knowledge in my brain. Okay. Like Israel isn't a truck, is it?
No.
We have a follow car here. We have the Tunisia follow car, right? No, Kenya. Yeah, Tunisia.
Tunisia, yes. You have the red and black license plates, or like black plates in general in the back. So you
Yeah.
know it's Tunisia. Also these French road lines, also kind of similar to Senegal.
Oh, really? Is Tunisia like
dash
a...
line. Yeah, they also have like a lot of French signs. So they have like French and Arabic on signs.
Oh, okay.
And I guess you can kind of tell from some city names that it's like French, like Sousse. Like that sounds pretty French to me, but and so yeah, now it's just about lining up the road and 5K'ing. But I hikey don't know.
Fuck. Okay. Couldn't find any roads.
Yep.
This is called small cam. This is EU. This is
I don't know if you've learned this, but there's like a street sign, and the street sign has a certain ending which only appears in one country.
Thai.
What? Thai, yes.
I don't remember. I think I was told yesterday by my chat, but I do not remember. It's vibes no idea.
Finland, of course, with the ending. With a lot of birches. With the TIE ending. Slam it multiple times.
And
Estonia has a similar one. It says TEE instead of TIE. Ooh, this is a tough one. Okay, never mind.
blue plate driving left. White center lines. Wait, what? Driving
Bollard?
left and white center lines.
Bollard? South? Pretty visible.
Australia.
Yep. That's everything.
Golden grass? Question mark?
Maybe. Okay. No
GG.
golden grass. Just in Canberra. But I like the golden grass shout. Even though it wasn't correct. Wait, what? Okay.
I'm throwing.
Nah. Bro, you're playing against me. That's fine. You don't have to region guess Australia perfectly. If you just get the golden grass correctly in the tournament, that's goated. But yeah, there you just have to scan a bit more in depth to see Bollard, maybe. All right, let's see if we should be a quick one.
Costa Rica, Panama.
Okay, copyright check.
2023, Panama.
Yep. You already know. It's a wrap.
All right. Thanks, Fulham. He's like he has aura, no? White Pollard.
I feel like there's a better Bollard. You can look in the west. I mean, you look from it from the back, but the one we're looking at
Are
is
we in
pretty...
Australia?
Yep.
Oh, because this is a brake light.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't know, what can I feel like there's a pretty good example here. If you look straight, almost straight east, so you see the pole top that is like, I don't know, it kind of looks like a scarecrow.
Yeah.
With like straight arms and like a bit of a top that's only found in Victoria.
Okay.
So, yeah. Then you just guess Victoria and call it a day.
Hold on. I'm writing it down. There we go. All right. What is happening to me? Okay.
What's happening to you?
Luxembourg.
Yeah, okay. That was quick. Let's skip the round. You already know everything here.
It's just the friggin' lucky ass ballad. Ballad. There it is. I low-key couldn't find it for a second. I've never had Liechtenstein.
I mean, yeah, that's very rare that you look at, it appears.
Really?
Loki just looks like Switzerland.
Okay. Um, short antenna, Gen 3, maybe, yeah. Um, this is just a forest. Okay, dirt road, but not that wide. Um, ferns and stuff that I feel like I may see near my house. But like low key, the trees are way too thin. So like,
So what continent?
uh, Europe.
With antenna. Yes, Europe. And Loki, you were cooking with the gravel, with the dirt road because this looks like Baltics again.
Oh wait, really?
And
Wait, this is a
yeah,
wide dirt road? I feel like this is
it is
kind
not
of
wide, but it looks like Baltics. It's
okay.
kind of misleading in this one. And
So we're
you
getting pranked.
guessed the correct country. So
I go
how
to
did you get Latvia there? That's
I picked in the middle of the three.
sure, buddy.
Japanese.
You're
Okay.
yep,
Uh,
pretty hard to see any meta here that I could explain. So just
like what about
yeah,
like because this is like black and white lower instead of the normal yellow and black. Does that
yeah.
mean
It has like a
anything?
thick bottom instead of it being like just a normal thing. Ooh, that is pretty hard to see. I don't know. This stuff is probably helpful, maybe in a Plunkett guide, but I just don't know it good enough for me to explain.
Oh, okay. So
I would if I knew, but I don't. It's tough. But
oh
see,
my
you don't need the
god.
help.
Holy shit. Okay.
See, if you just guess like that, I don't see any problem.
The problem is that there's no thought behind my guesses. They're just kind of luck. Okay, blue tab, EU, very interesting and bushy mountains. Like, not like what you'd see, like, where would mountains like this look like in EU? There's no, okay, white outside lines, no middle lines with this default ass guardrail.
Yeah,
Right.
guardrail. This, I mean, is even tough for me. I'm not sure about the country here. Usually with a cracked road like this, usually think it's Bulgaria. It could be like in Western Bulgaria. This could be Italy. Those are the two strongest candidates for me right now, Bulgaria and Italy.
I'm gonna go
And I mean,
Bulgaria because Italy looks
I would
different.
also go Bulgaria. Guess Italy. I don't know. The guardrail ending was not the standard Italian one, and I don't know.
Oh,
Doesn't have
GG.
the vibe really. Tough one. GG's.
That. um. Okay.
All
Short
right.
antenna EU. Um. Yeah. Okay. So
I mean, you have the pole.
holy pole to the bottom is Poland. Is Romania. Is Hungary.
What is it?
What's my? Come on. Where's my feedback?
It is Hungary. It is Hungary.
Good.
Maybe to
Fuck it.
confirm it, look north along the road. There's a green marker, the green kilometer marker. Something you see in Hungary. And yeah, the poles are just Hungarian. I don't know how to explain it. Just look a bit different, but the green kilometer marker saves the day here, surely. Could have been closer in Romania, honestly.
Hmm.
Guess the houses look quite Romanian. All right. Quick one.
Brazil. I just said
Yeah.
that based on seeing the Fort Lev or whatever it's called. I know
Okay.
it's a different road, but
We have a town name on one of the signs. If I see that correctly. Maybe. Is that a town name? I'm not even sure.
how the fuck do you read that?
I mean, to me, that says Krea and then minus BA, which stands for Bahia. So it should be the state of Bahia. It's like west on the wall on like an orange sign. Like it's kind of hard to see. Wait, let me check your screen.
I don't know. Wait.
Nah, it's further west, but yeah, whatever. I don't see
Oh,
it anywhere.
this.
And it was not in a town called Krea, but it was Bahia.
Bahia.
BA. So
Yeah.
those you can see the abbreviations on a lot of signs, like on kilometer markers. You can see them in some towns. I mean, I'm not sure how. You don't really need to learn them because when you see one, you can just look on the map. Because on certain zoom levels, if you're far enough out, I don't know if you can do it right now in the summary screen. You can still see the abbreviation on the map.
Oh wait, I
So you don't
left
really need to
already.
learn them.
Is it
So you
like?
don't.
Oh, it's like that. I see it. Okay. Right side drive truck. The short plate front white. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're just. But there's no lines. It looks like there was lines, but they were faded. Like there's some white outline outside, maybe, which would imply.
Kind of hard to see.
Well, it wouldn't really imply anything, I guess. It's low-key looks like the Washington location we had before, but I might just be tweaking. And then also
Mm-hmm.
the
I
fact
mean,
that
the trees just look northeastern to me.
northeastern.
Like on a road like this, I would guess Maine with the autumn and stuff, but maybe that's a bad guess. Who knows?
I'm
Sometimes you
gonna
just
go
gotta
with you.
go with your gut. Okay, it's Canada actually. That's a weird Canada road. I can't lie.
Mm.
Not gonna lie. That's that. You should have gotten that because that's your home country.
I've never fucking been to
I'm
New
from.
Brunswick.
Yeah, me neither.
It's across the whole ass. Fucking the distance from me to New Brunswick is like the distance from like halfway across the world. Anyway.
All right, polls. Freebie, sign back, freebie, everything, freebie. Town entrance sign,
Oh,
freebie.
uh, wait, wait, really? It's Brazil?
With the EU plate. Does this look like Brazil?
No, that's why I was confused.
So in Europe, either Italy or Romania, and that's obviously a holy pole, so Romania. Also Romanian town entrance sign. There's even a, I guess you can't really see the flag, but
Romania
the
has.
colors of the flag.
I probably literally have this noted down. Australia?
Yep. Ice in the bag. So how
Way
would you get
outside.
this? Hmm. Yeah. Okay, but okay, so it's Australia. What's your gut feeling where this would be in Australia?
It looks
Like low key? Like low key?
like
Check the grass. Like
low key. Ooh,
and
like it,
it's bro, it's so hard to see from this angle. If we could move a bit further south, we would definitely see a white pole sticker, which would confirm Queensland. Should be Queensland. This
oh,
should
I
be just
see.
the main coastal road somewhere, like Highway A1. Yeah, that kind of always has this highway, this railway following. Yeah.
GG.
GG. But you got the golden grass.
I got it. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So we are in the middle of fuck us nowhere. Right. No, I don't know why I said right. It's like a black car. Southern hemisphere. Plants and shit and stuff, and also maybe a metal pole, I think.
Yeah.
And a metal
That's a
pole that
round
has
metal.
some like support or something. I feel like that's something maybe.
Yeah. So you instantly think about Malaysia and Indonesia, and if you look south, there's actually like a black pole. And
Yeah.
that's usually the poles you get in Indonesia where you have the flag on it. You can't see it here, obviously, because it's plants covering it, so it should be there. And we had this pole top earlier, and it's East Nusa. Freebie. You guessed West Nusa. It's fine.
Fuck.
Yes, I
Wait.
can technically have it as well, but who really needs? If you 5k like that in a tournament, it slides out for the opponent. Right, there is a pole visible.
Yeah.
Quite hard to see though. If you can make it out a certain feature, we've mentioned this earlier.
What? Wooden. Oh, wait, is it a square pole?
No, but holes in it. Holes. And this doesn't look like Europe. This looks like Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
So, where were the holes in the pole?
Uh,
Not low cam.
I don't remember.
Vietnam.
Bruh, like, how is there holes in this?
There is.
Oh my gosh. I
If you
saw
can
like,
look through the pole, then if there's green behind it again, I mean,
dude, there's no freaking green.
it's kind of hard to see, but all
Uh,
right.
Blue. Vote UAT. United Africans Transformation. Wait, what?
All right.
Um,
And there's only a single country in Africa that has like just a normal car in Gen 4 blue.
South Africa.
Yep. And well, you could technically get the region down here by looking at the pole in the west because like alternating sides, like 3 times. It's like right, left, right. And then you know it's north of or near Pretoria. Of course. All the way there.
Bro,
Shit.
I'm so chopped right now. My confidence is so low. I don't know if I wanna.
There's just a lot of things to use, thankfully, in a lot of countries.
Okay.
So in a lot of rounds, you can get away with not knowing how anything looks like. Oh, there's a crazy location. Oh.
What?
It's super gettable though. So we have a pole.
Yeah.
What pole do you think this is?
Well, it's square, tie, pole,
Yeah. Well, we're
but
gonna learn this because
dot.
yeah. Wait, is it what I think it is? Should be right. If you look east, do you see the motorcycle with a yellow plate?
Yeah.
So if you have like generation 3, you have Thailand poles and yellow plates, you're going to be in Laos. And
Oh.
without any special car, you're just going to be in Vientiane, the capital, which is very close to Thailand. And so that's just a free 495 points because it's literally just that city. And that's how you would get it. Because it basically has like, you have all the Thailand features, but you have a yellow plate. Really weird. Then you just
Okay.
double check, okay, it's generation 3. Okay, that makes also sense. All right, let's spend 5
Ghana.
locations on this round. I want you to send.
Wait, what?
5 seconds. All right. We're not gonna go over Ghana tape. Like we're past that point. Wow. Wow.
MPH.
Stands for
Minutes per hour.
minutes per hour. Well, there's not 55 minutes per hour. I can tell you that much. It's miles, and that are freedom units.
Yeah.
In the best country in the world.
Okay, it's
the land of the free.
This is definitely Nevada.
You might be cooking.
Really?
Yeah, I mean the bollard. I mean, that could almost. Nah, what? Just go Nevada. There's a slight off chance that it's like a weird bollard, but you might be cooking. Honestly, definitely looks like Nevada. But it's the flippin' Cali bollard, but we're just very close to Nevada.
No, I'm actually kind of down.
So in theory, that's just a free 5k if you
to 1v1 entry.
The bollards are so minimal different. All right, you have everything here. We had like there's so much stuff we had.
Like, I mean, Black Sunback makes me think Brazil because it also looks. What the fuck is this sign? Your car gonna flip, bruh.
No, it's like you're going downhill.
Your car.
All right,
You're
Brazil,
wrong.
what you could we guess? Is there anything specific
The
around
grass. The
vegetation?
grass
The long grass. You already know. Trust it.
is
Southern
Tocantins.
Tocantins.
Southern
Yeah.
Tocantins.
All right. See, it's honestly crazy how well this meta works.
Yeah.
It's a bit insane. Okay, not sure. I don't think we ever had this pole top, but it's very unique.
Is it Bulgaria?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I think I learned this in the blanket.
The goat knows it's over.
Yeah. So where is Bulgaria?
Further south. Further south, southeast.
Oh fuck!
Oh no, we didn't guess. 20k damage. Cool. Yeah, we're not surviving that one. I'm pretty sure.
I think I've only had Bulgaria like once ever. GG. Okay. Ooh, the Bulgaria flag looks so interesting.
The Bulgarian flag looks interesting. Is it just because of the shade of green?
It's because I can't remember it ever.
Oh.
I don't know why is it interesting. It's just not interesting. It's lucky boring. Lucky like if you don't have a flag on your flag. Wait, if you don't have...
I mean, it's just adding, bro. I'm not giving you any time. It's a tournament situation. Where would you go here?
Malaysia.
Oh,
And probably near a river.
Oh, you're cooking.
Fuck.
I mean, there's literally a river. See?
There is a river.
Sungai Kapak Kecil.
Wait, what? Black road. Black concrete road. Black car. Low key. Black and white. I mean yellow and white. I mean yellow and black.
What are you saying?
Chevrons.
So
oh,
something
is
very
it
unique on the
Columbia
sign back.
Cross?
Yes, it is.
Ah.
And you know how to confirm it if you're not really sure? They have like a thin white signpost.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how you know. And everything combined.
I don't remember what
I just hear you colors, it's just over, bro. Like, we're not winning color recognition competitions anytime soon. That's for sure.
He's 1v1 Andrew. He's begging. Can I 1v1 him, but Ziggy gets to backseat me?
Okay, I can tell you what to look out for. I'm not going to help you. but we need to finish our game first.
Okay, yeah, we'll finish this.
Oh ho. Technically, we have had this poll before, so if you recognize it, that would be good. Maybe check the one south, because that's very clear.
What? Whatty?
Also a very unique plant. Can you zoom straight north to this like big plant on the side of the road?
Oh, what
That's
the?
like the massive cabbage. So
Cabbage
that's a Chile
plant.
pole, by the way. South,
Oh, I
that's a
was gonna
Chile pole.
say
You have one
that.
step.
Okay.
And so if you see this cabbage
Yeah.
and you have a Chile pole,
Yeah.
go to the island of Chiloe, which is southwest of Puerto Montt, really far south.
Oh, I see it.
It's like kind of sticking out. Go
Big
that island.
cabbage. Big cabbage.
Usually that island very close to it is also possible. See, so that's always a good guess. I guess the mountain was a bit too big to be the island itself, but honestly, that's just maybe easier to remember, just this island. Okay.
SOS.
Stands for Save Our Souls. We have a bollard.
We have a bollard. We have
Road line.
a... Wait, what the fuck does it mean when it has the black on the bottom?
White and black on the bottom.
Yellow road line. I mean, dude. Like... Vibes Argentina, but I don't know. SOS?
Okay, so that's a Mexico bollard.
Fuck.
Also confirmed by the one middle line. So yeah.
Argentina can have yellow, but is it rare?
Not really rare. I mean, double yellow is very common there.
Okay.
But single yellow doesn't really happen that often, I think.
Oh.
Okay.
Small cap.
Yep.
Pascali Coyon. I don't know why I like this song. I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for this.
You mean I know what it says.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that.
Well, we have a bollard in the distance in the south, but we should get it without. The language.
The language is probably
You have the C with the thing under it, and you have Ö and Ü, and the S with the thing under it.
C with the thing under it is Italy. No, fuck.
No,
France.
Turkey.
No, Turkey.
Turkey. All of these letters, Turkey. You have the chevron.
What? Oh, fucker.
Charlotte Gelotris.
What? It's EU. If we just can we just remove EU and then we just can play without it? Then I'll be good.
Asia. That's Asia.
It's basically the same though.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Whoa. Okay. Okay, this is a diabolical round, by the way.
1, 2, 6.
Okay, we need
Indonesia.
No. The pole shape. On the 1, 2, 6 pole, what is that shape?
Octagonal of concrete, Mexico.
Yeah, and the crazy part is Mexico with a white line? Tabasco.
Ooh.
Tabasco white line. Also, if you look west, technically under the big red part, it says Tabasco in the bottom right. It says like Centro Tabasco. But yeah, so it's Tabasco State. Just from the road line alone should be good enough.
White road line, Mexico, Tabasco.
Yeah, it has to be really green though. It might be somewhere else, but it's quite reliable.
Okay. Double yellow, blue front, right side drive. Uh, I mean,
Okay, this is a tough one. Um,
not Black Steinbeck. I don't think it's. I feel like okay, low key,
this is diabolical.
low key. Argentina, my send.
It
Because you said
is
double line is more common there.
it is Mexico this time, which is really unfortunate because we have a double line. It's just that this sign is just super Mexican. We don't have a bollard, sadly. But yeah, this is Mexico. Kind of tough to get.
Wait, what sign is super
Argentina's a
Mexican?
fine guess.
This payphone thing is like too big or something?
No, it's just like
Wait, I didn't
reduce
even look
your
at the
velocity.
sun. Maybe we can
Oh
see the
yeah, maybe the
sun.
sun could have helped. Who knows? Like, that's a fair thing to check.
I just like high key forgot. All right, let me not forget the sun ever again. All right, northern, um, yellow box ass car.
Yellow box ass. I mean, his box ass car is low key a meta for this country as well.
Like I want to say Japan based on the box ass car.
Yep.
Okay.
Can check for low cam by just looking straight down. That was like almost your entire screen.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And sadly, no pole in vision to use. Or is there?
But it's desolate and not desolate, but like not super populated and hilly.
Desolate is crazy.
There's like a
I will
city
guess.
here.
I will guess Obama.
I'll guess. Okay, well.
That's mcsr. Oh no. So the question is, are you ready to take on a bigger boss than me?
Bro, I'm so scared. I feel like I'm like so mentally cooked right now. Okay, let's try it.
The problem is, I watched Anju play and he's really good.
I know.
I think he might be the best player right now out of all the people I've seen play. That's all I can say. So if you lose, it's like me playing against Blinky right now in MCSR. You probably win, but he is pretty good. Why does he have Ninja Brain bot on his screen? What is going on? Bro, this guy's trying to get the chords of the country by using Ninja Brain. Crazy. Bro, imagine throwing an Ender Pearl in GeoGuessr. Eye of Ender.
I'm so scared of him. How do we
Bro,
duel?
you're scared of a guy streaming naked.
Like, why am I scared of him? Bro, he's like probably like the. He's skinnier than me. Unlearnable meta.
Damn.
Okay. Alright, I gotta shake out the hands. Warm myself up. Alright, if I don't know, you have to tell me. Come on. We're not doing moving, are we? Ghana. Hello. Somebody's region
Yes.
guessing.
I mean, we have big ass city south. It's probably just near the capital of Accra.
Bruh, he doesn't know the coverage.
I mean, it goes all the way north, but there's no mountains. Okay. That's a good start. That's a
Wait,
bang.
it does go all the way north? Okay.
It technically does, but it's like flat and red.
Locam. Wait. Switzerland.
Don't forget small cam.
Small cam. I have no fucking clue. I'm
Sorry,
terrible.
I froze. Holy shit.
How is this not low cam, bro? It takes up literally 3/4 of my. Oh my
Yes,
god.
but it's the same in small cam. But you can see one direction it covers more, and the other one it takes less.
Okay, so that's how I differentiate. Okay, I get it. So I have no fucking clue. Like low key, whenever I don't know, I just go Romania. I should probably go like Cluj-Napoca. Yeah.
Poker.
Cluj.
You mean Cluj?
Not Cluj.
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 Yeah.
Am I cooked?
Kinda. Yeah.
Fuck you.
Not sure how we got it. That's a bit crazy that
I
he
just
got it.
don't know Europe at all. It's so cooked for
It's
me.
honestly crazy that he got it. That's not. That's really hard.
Uh, what? Bro, can we stop getting Europe? Oh. All the way to the bottom is
Okay, it's not South Sudan.
sorry.
But
Wait.
they're in an A-frame. You have a double white line, and you have a yellow filled-in sign.
Yeah, so I don't fucking remember any of this.
All right.
What the fuck?
Fine. Yeah, the yellow filled-in
They're all
sign
the
is
way
just
to the
Poland.
bottom is Poland?
I mean, no, they're just thinner. I don't know. And if it's in an A-frame, it's just Poland. Wait, you've played this?
Wait, Faroe Islands. Faroe Islands. Right? Let's see. Now I have to spend the rest of the time finding where they were.
Bro.
Oh, right, it's up here.
Oh, he's scrambling. He's dizzy.
He's already fucking pressed his thing in there.
He's busy. He's thinking about Iceland.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay, I should always guess down here, probably.
No.
Actually, maybe not.
Most of the coverage is there where you guessed.
Oh, okay. Stop.
Stop.
Right side, small ass roads. Blue. Gen 4.
So, yeah, obviously there's a train line, so we ignore the poles, obviously, of the train line.
Oh.
But, yeah, there's something pretty good about this location, but it's quite hard to notice.
I mean, I think we're in Russia, but I don't. Oh no, stop. Wait, stop? Yeah, stop.
Okay, so, like, what I would check personally is maybe the
Black sign back. But
okay. But we have a black sign back.
yes, so that is in that I learned and I remember it's in Germany or is this Germany?
Yeah,
But
you're disrespecting my country. I can't lie.
or
Yeah.
Serbia. No, it's not Gen 4. Slovakia, middle of Europe. Can't be that far off. Probably won't die.
Oh no, it's Romania. Wait, he gets Serbia with Gen 4. No, he's banned. Mods. Ban Andrew.
Oh my god, why can't I remember? So Black Signback is Germany, Romania?
And Italy. And
Italy. And Albania.
Brazil.
And Brazil. And we are at the middle of fucking nowhere. Governor.
Boy.
The boy. That's like a fucking like he's like a boxer or some shit. Like low-key I just see English and Southeast Asia vibes, so I want to go Philippines, but this is like so these trees are crazy. These trees are like
Cooking.
okay.
Cooking.
I'm cooking as in Philippines is cooking.
I didn't say that. I'm
Or
just saying
as
you're kind of
in
cooking.
it's in the trees are crazy and there's coconuts. I have no idea. It like Hawaii, but I've just never had Hawaii, so I just don't know.
Click.
Oh my
Okay, let's
god.
go.
Okay.
You got it as well, though. Yeah. Capachungus Deluxe.
Oh. Uh. Um. Wait. Wait. What? John Spangeel. Like it looks like it's Malaysia because of the plate there, but oh god. Oh god. I have to go with it. It doesn't. I remember this. I just remember this. Wait. It's the cube. The cube. It looks like a cube. It's It is Malaysia. All right. Like low key. Like low key. I don't know. Like low key. What the fuck?
Yeah, no black stickers, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was looking for the black stickers. I didn't. Okay, that
Yeah,
makes
you
sense.
didn't have one. That.
Uh. Hey. Yellow. Yellow.
Yeah, pretty flat, right?
Bro, I don't remember. Fuck, why did I move it up? Ugh!
It's fine, you're alive. 300 health in a dream. All we need is one round. All right. Yeah, we might need a vibe guess here. Oh, there's a poll. Useful one.
Like, is it thin so it's Poland? But I feel like this is blue on both sides.
It's not thin. It's not thin.
How is it blue on both sides? I thought that's Italy and... Alright, go again. Run it back. We have to stop getting Europe because Europe is dog shit because he's from Europe, so he has OP fucking intel. Yeah. You got sweep. That's not what a sweep is, you fuck ass. I literally got damage off. Stupid motherfucker.
First message for called you a bum. That's crazy.
This follow car. This follow car is in Kenya. Yes. I'm just gonna go near Nairobi. Because I don't know what the cover. Tunisia! Wait, it had the black on the license plate? What does the Kenyan one look like? Oh god. Oh, wait, I kinda know this.
Of course you know this.
I think Wait, fuck, I don't know that. Fuck.
It's fine. Just need to wait for the multis to hit in and then one-shot him. Obviously.
Yeah, I just have to get lucky.
Oh no. Oh no. We didn't have this yet. Why is this coming up? What map are you playing that this comes up? Oh,
Arbitrary
there's a
world.
flag.
Lao, 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 Lao. I don't know what the coverage is like. It's like along. Let's go there.
Yeah, so this car you would find in Paxe, Savannah Cat, and Van Vieng. But this should be like Savannah Cat, I think. Yep. There's only like 3 cities in Lao that have coverage like this with the truck.
The fuck? I mean, I've never seen this car before.
Not a car. Focus on the quality.
Yeah, it's like shit. Bangladesh, maybe? Loki? No, Bangladesh. That's the vibes. That's the vibes.
Not the worst vibe, but
Fuck, really?
Bangladesh has very limited shit cam. It's like mostly India and Nepal. Like
Nepal,
Bangladesh
I
is so
thought Nepal
limited.
is hilly though, but it's just like.
Yeah, but that was like the one flat part. Ooh,
Right
okay.
side drive. Fancy, 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 fancy. Oh no, I don't remember. Wait. Oh my
Okay.
god.
Wait, that's big. Could have been even bigger, but that's a good ticket.
Fuck. Dude, I could have 5K'd. Oh my god, okay.
Yeah, you could have won the game right there. Where's this bomb guessing? He's in the bin.
Yeah.
It's not over, Carol. He's in this. He's in it to win it.
I mean, I think it's just South Korea.
See, you're winning the rounds where it comes down to vibes, where there's no matters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hell no. What the fuck?
Okay. We have low cam.
What?
Yeah.
I've never
You look
seen this.
right
I've
there.
literally never seen Switzerland yet. Oh my god. Wait, Switzerland looks like this? Oh, is this the Alps? Is this the Alps? Okay. Okay. Learning, learning.
Yeah. Trees.
GG?
Yeah. Undeserved win, kind of, because of the Chile for him. Can you do? Is what it is.
Dude, I've literally never had Switzerland before. I only know that it has locam, and I just didn't check for it properly because I was panicking.
Yeah.
Fuck. Like low key, though, the one place that I've practiced is South America. Dude, I can't believe I fucking what am I doing? Like, does Kenya not have a follow car?
It does, but we're also driving. I mean, one country drives to the left and the other one on the right.
Yeah, but like,
And I mean, a lot of the newer coverage doesn't have it anymore, especially downtown big cities. Like they don't really get one.
so we're so Kenya just doesn't have a follow car like ever.
I mean,
Oh,
in newer
there.
coverage, as I said, not really, but
Wait, it's
yeah,
like
there
the
is a
same car though. It's literally the same car.
no. I mean, there's a white plate. The other one is a black and red plate, and
Dude, how did I not
I
see
mean, it's a
that
black truck.
though? Oh my God. No, it's
So
just
you
hard
have the
thinking under pressure. I have
you have the
to
black one or this olive green one in the north.
I have to do more of
It's
those
fine.
MD
Yeah, we now
ones.
you know it though. So
No, I
and
have
it's
to
really
do
easy
more
to
of those MD
memorize.
ones. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm so bad at Europe because I just like haven't even looked at like half of the countries. So like it just is so like so cooked. It's just so cooked. Like I need to like just do like learnable meta for like Europe and then also get the vibes down because my vibes are just not there. Like I feel like my vibes are sort of there for South America. Obviously I throw sometimes. And like Southeast Asia is like low key easier than I thought it would be. But like maybe it's because we've been getting easy locations.
Yeah, I mean
It's
Southeast Asia can be
this
pretty
here
hard
is
without clues,
impossible.
but if you have clues, it's pretty easy. I mean, it's totally fine. Like you're getting way better day by day. So,
Mm-hmm.
and as I said, I think he is definitely the strongest one. But I've seen, I mean, he's practicing already pretty advanced stuff with Lenly, which is crazy to have in a week, pretty much.
Fuck. Yeah, the trees didn't look like that's what I was second guessing on the Peru. Like, the trees didn't look like Switzerland. That's what I was like kind of confused. But I like didn't know where else in the world it could look like this. Like that's literally what my brain was like thinking. I was like, where else in the world could it look like this? And it was just like, okay, well the only place is like Nepal or Peru to me. And the yeah, GG. Okay. Okay.
Where's the tech down to just check Mac making app?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think about like different like I just need to like look let me look at Nepal. Okay, well, this is like, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, it's like either really, really hilly or very, very flat in Nepal. Like one of the two.
I just like, I feel like I struggle like hard to differentiate it from India.
I mean, that's fine. Honestly, I mean, I don't even know the difference. Just if I is like really advanced to just get it. Um,
I guess like everything in India feels like more claustrophobic almost.
Honestly, what I just use is like, okay, if it's 25 copyright, I really think about Nepal. They're like, yeah, okay, this makes sense, and then I just send it usually.
Wait, if it's what? If it's 25 coverage, you think about
Yeah, I
Nepal?
mean, 25 copyright is just so common there,
Okay.
and I mean, India just has a lot of like not shit cam these days. They roll out the nice coverage, so I mean, it should be somewhat reliable.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what sometimes can be good is when you make like a really bad guess, like going Peru and Switzerland. You
Mm-hmm.
can just, I mean, what you basically did, you checked how Peru looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, you can't check the entire country to something that looks like it, but just to generally check what the place looked like you've just guessed compared to the round.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like that can be quite helpful.
No, that's what I do a lot in Arbitrary World. Or like when I'm playing on my own, I mean. The fuck are we
Yeah.
doing? Um,
Also, some rounds are just not solvable for beginners. Like there are just some very specific roads and regions. So not every location will be really doable, but I feel like for the most part you can definitely get it.
yeah. What the
But there, like you had
fuck?
everything, you just didn't check for low cam. So it's just like getting in the rhythm, and
Yeah, I
you
just
recognize
I
low
feel
cam
like
just by looking.
yeah, I'm just so like I just look for low cam, look for low cam, look for low cam. It's never low cam, and then it's
Yeah,
low cam, and
it's
I
never.
don't look for it. It's like
Yeah,
fuck
that's
off.
the thing because it
Um,
is comparatively rare. Like I feel like maybe 2 or 3% of locations should be low cam,
yeah,
and with small cam, I mean a lot of it looks like low cam, but the blur looks different.
yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. Like this is so like interesting. Like these three countries,
Yeah,
like this part of India, and then Nepal and Bhutan. What's the
Bhutan car is like silver, like
you can
like
just
you,
yeah, like me. I'm
like silver.
Bhutan.
But it's quite hard to tell sometimes if it's white or silver.
Mm,
And since you are
but
colorblind,
like
it's gonna be even worse.
but like if I
So,
have to differentiate
I
like
mean, this
what
Gen 3
Bhutan is all
is
Gen
not
3 silver?
yeah, all Gen 3 silver.
But oh so okay, so if it's like Shikan, obviously I'm not gonna go it, and then if it's India, India's mostly Gen 4 now.
I mean, still a lot of, especially there, it's all shit cam still.
Okay, well if it is Shikan, okay.
What you can always do to cheer yourself up is just look at your first VOD of you playing GeoGuessr and just see how bad you are. And you can just guess shame yourself. Like you can just go back and say like, okay, what is this guy guessing? I would just know it now. And
Yeah,
then
no.
you kind of know your progress.
Yeah.
It's like me. I like to sometimes watch old GeoGuessr pro tournaments, and we're like, okay, bro, these guys are trash at the game. What are they doing? Like stuff evolves and you get better, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's good to look back from where you came from to know where you are.
No, no, no,
Kind of like in
no. That's
life,
true. That's true. That's
you
true.
can
That's
also
true.
transfer that to life.
No, I mean, yeah, I have improved a lot. Obviously, it's just like, ah, it's just so annoying. I feel like I want to have grinded more by this point, but I've just been so busy. It's fine. I've yeah. Okay. So, okay. Mongolia is just free, right? And then
Yeah, Mongolia is just free.
Kazakhstan just should be free.
Yeah, always the same truck. Different variations, but the same truck.
It just looks like the Costa Rica Panama truck, but um it doesn't look like Costa Rica or Panama.
Yeah, I mean, if you send Kazakhstan on Panama, then I mean, GG. Like, then we might actually be in the bin.
Okay. And Kyrgyzstan. Wait, Mongolia and Kyrgyzstan was the. Oh wait, yeah, never mind. It's this. This is different. This is the Guatemala one, but it's Guatemala, Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah. And if you go Kyrgyzstan and Guatemala, you should be banned.
Like
Like, look how
low
dry
key,
everything is. It's always winter. Like,
low key, like I'm gonna panic and I'm just gonna like fucking do something so fucked.
yeah,
Uh,
if that happens, I'd be like, yeah, no clue who coached him. No clue. Like, I think it was someone else. Maybe Debray.
Yeah.
Maybe you
Fucking...
should. Um,
Okay.
how was the duel? Where was Andrew? I was AFK. Oh no.
I got cooked.
Andrew's the GOAT, low key. Like, he's the Blinky of
Ugh.
MCSR guys.
It's just Europe, bro. I'm so cooked on Europe. Like, I'm just so cooked. Like, I feel like I have some vibes for some shit, but like, it's so bad. Like, I haven't done enough learnable meta or enough like arbitrary Europe or anything. I just need to
Yeah,
like
I
actually
think it's
spend
the
like
last continent
few.
you should focus on because it's just the
Yeah,
least rewarding and there's the most you have to learn. Just as you said, like doing Southeast Asia, kind of
that's
feels like you already solved it. So if you
yeah.
remember the difference between white and yellow in Malaysia and Indonesia, we're good.
Okay.
Everything else was solid. Even getting the Philippines there was really good against in the duel.
I'm annoyed
And
that I went
Africa
Kenya
kind of
and
solved.
Tunisia, but I feel like usually I'm fine on Africa. It's like I guess it's maybe one of those things where it's just like harder when I have to think quicker.
Yeah, and then South America also kind of down. Then North America just pray between
Cooked.
US and Canada. Um, and yeah, that basically only leaves you with Europe, kinda.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think I could get Southeast Asia down a little bit better. Um, like I literally haven't clicked in Singapore. I don't know what it looks like. I mean, I know from that one NPC game. Okay, it's just like Hong Kong,
Hong Kong, but flat,
but flat. Okay.
basically.
So like, where does the country end?
What do you mean end? You see the
Like,
border.
where?
I mean, towards
Here?
Malaysia, you see the border.
Yeah, but like,
You mean in the
just the
south?
ocean? Like, it just ends like
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, just I don't know where it makes sense.
So like, is this like one of the smallest countries then? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm surprised.
obviously the smallest country is like Vatican City, but
It doesn't have coverage, so it doesn't exist. Um,
technically speaking,
does it have coverage?
I think it has like one panel that is like bugged over or something like that.
Really? Where is it?
In Rome, like slightly basic Vatican City.
They buy the one
There's like,
battle.
wait, where is it? It should be.
Like this one?
Actually, maybe there's none. Actually, I'm not sure anymore. Don't think there is. Nah, probably not. But you can see it from the outside.
Which way is it? It's this way. Okay.
Yeah.
This
So
is
that's the Vatican.
wow. This is a big ass country, dude. What the fuck? Alright. Isn't there another country that's inside of Italy? Or maybe two countries that are inside of Italy?
San Marino.
Is that like down here or something?
No, it's further north. It's north of Rome.
Oh, I see it.
There it is. Yeah, I've been there. It's really nice. I mean, it's basically just you go on top of the nice, like the big ass mountain you will see if you look west, but it's like really recognizable if you look west. There's like always the same mountain.
This is west, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the kind of see the hill here. There you have the famous tower. Yeah,
the famous tower that I've never heard of. Italy. Monaco. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Just this?
yeah. That's everything. Just a few casinos, a yacht, port, and that's it.
What the fuck? Yo, why is this like low-key? Like this looks like Singapore, no? But like EU version.
With a mountain.
With a mountain. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Are we planning on learning any moving stuff? Loki, he said he might learn the first digits for Brazil area codes at least. I just think it's not as rewarding for these players. There's just too much to focus on because moving is only one mode.
They have an F1 track?
Yeah, I mean, it basically just goes through the city once.
Really?
And it's really boring to watch because usually you can't really overtake because the streets are so narrow.
Wait, is that where Charles crashed once? It's just shit
Oh,
track.
you're asking me F1? I'm not an F1 enjoyer these days.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if Kara was in chat because she would know.
Well,
Yeah,
you also woke up for F1,
at
fell
5
asleep
a.m.
again, and
and
woke
then
up
fell
at
asleep
like
at like 2
5
p.m.
p.m. 5 p.m.
No,
Let's say 5
not
p.m.
5 p.m. Um,
All right. I mean, we have like 20 minutes or something. So you want to do
yeah,
anything?
let's run it back.
Run it back, do a bit more practice, and then I leave you on your own.
Yeah,
I guess
and
you're
I
never
will
alone
spend never alone with chat, and I'll spend the next 5 or so hours playing, and then I'll have to study for the rest of my night. Yay!
And tomorrow, probably as well, right? So tomorrow,
Yeah.
probably no stream.
Yeah, I'll see. If I low-key lock in tonight hella, then I might be able to do a stream in the morning. But it depends on how much I feel like I need to cram.
All right, you can rejoin with the same link.
Okay.
Surely, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeet. All right. Anything in particular? Just no move again. 60 seconds.
No, yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. I have to actually think quick. Okay, I'm gonna actually check the car properly every single time.
Yeah, it's kind of tedious to check for low cam every single time because you waste like 1/20th of your time to check for it.
Yeah, this is small cam though.
All right.
You play wait, white front, yellow back, UK? Oh, co.uk.
Check for city names on the cars.
The Liverpool Taxi Company.
All right. So we know.
Fucking Liverpool, dude. We got tied.
We tied. 0 damage.
Yay.
We both can still flawless. Lock in.
Wait, it says GeoGuesser.
Go-guesser.
Um.
Go-guesser. What do you think about geoguessers spelling their the guesser wrong? You think it's like cool?
I don't.
All right, focus on the
really.
bollards, lock in, and the pole, obviously.
Oh my god.
Quite helpful. So it's an orange reflector.
Lithuania?
Yep. Also leaning square poles, and if you look at one of them, you can kind of see there's a white plate on it as well. That also confirms Lithuania over Estonia, where you would also get these poles. But I mean, a bollard is enough here. But the replay feature is so bugged.
I don't know what kind of plate that is, but like we just look like we're in like a street that I've driven before. Wait, isn't these things on the right side of the thing like something? I feel like I read about that once.
Yep.
This Loki looks
Concrete
like BC
barrier.
like heavy.
Yeah, and the concrete barrier
Oh,
confirms that. So they don't use guardrails; they use like the concrete things. So
okay.
that's how you know it's BC. So if it's a road you've driven before, you're at an advantage here.
Yeah, it's probably a road I've driven before, like probably over here. No,
So
not
if it's
over
gonna be
here.
a loss, not gonna look good for me then.
Maybe Whistler. Fuck. What? I literally updated my fucking ping and it didn't update, you stupid fucking sorry.
Whoa.
Bug ass game. Bug ass. Sorry, this game is really fun. Okay. Oh wait, what? What the Ducky?
Oh my god.
Wait, this looks like wait, what the fuck? No, I'm chopped. Wait, what is the camera? Okay. I'm chopped. It's this looks like what Andrew and I had in our duel, but it's not Malaysia.
Yeah, so it's a tie pole, but
Oh,
it's generation free. I mean, it's kind of hard to explain it. This looks like VNTN, but because we don't have a yellow plate, but this is just super common. And this just should be VNTN again, if I'm not mistaken.
wait,
Quite hard to get.
what?
But the pole, you should know. That's for sure.
Okay.
Square pole holds all the way. Thailand, also Lao, and yeah.
Wooden, center yellow line. I can't tell if that's like speed on the top, limit on the bottom, or just maximum. There's like a yellow, okay, there's like a thing on the pole. It's like definitely meta, and then birch trees, which we have agreed that that means
North, but
northeast. North.
northeast with
Mountains?
mountains.
Yeah, no, northwest. Idaho. Really? Alaska, bro? Alaska?
Yep. Okay. Let's. How do I explain that this is Alaska? Honestly, I'm just a meta slave because it's Gen 3, it's autumn coverage. It looks like Alaska. these huge mountains look so much like the mountains you would maybe get in BC. So, yeah, I mean, you got the country right. It's just Alaska's just so far away. Yeah, that's just a tough round. I feel like we just go next. Honestly.
Are these mountains like not okay? Whatever. I'll just like learn the vibes later.
Oh, you have to click. Okay, I think did you rejoin?
Oh shit, I got it.
I mean, that's just a tough round. I feel like there's nothing I can teach you there really. But it's just a vibe from the mountains and yeah. All right, this is a tough round, but there is enough info here to get the country, I imagine, or at least like a 50-50. So we see
Yeah.
EU. What's the car?
Gen 4.
And do you see anything on the car? No. That means you think about Austria, Slovenia. Obviously, since you're an architecture god, you know it's Slovenia because it doesn't look like Austria.
Wait.
And that's how you would get Slovenia.
Gen 4, no car?
Yeah.
Austria, Slovenia?
Yeah, very, very common in those two.
Clear Brazil. No?
Yep.
Yeah. These roofs are interesting.
Yeah, almost the Java roofs.
Yeah. Which means that it would be in Mato Grosso. No. Maybe.
Again, you might need to hit up
Serpentine.
Crooks for a private session. I just see a round pole and I trust, but I don't know if this really looks like any round pole state. So yeah, I
Wait.
would probably not make a great guess. The only thing I see, the satellite jet is not pointing straight up, but yeah, I don't really know this. Okay,
It
it's
was
literally on the
literally
equator.
on the equator. That's crazy.
Okay, what? Yep.
I like when you
Not my
get
country.
confused because it reminds me of how I feel all the time. Okay, so this is the red, but this is not Rwanda, so the red means Ecuador.
You already know. And we see big mountains west, and we're in a very tropical looking landscape. You should go east of the mountains. Preferably one north because there's more roads covered there, but I'm not sure how to pick up extended these days. I guess you could have just clicked the label again. Would have been closer, even though it wouldn't make sense. Okay.
Australia bollards. What
Yeah.
the fuck is this place though? This looks so crazy.
Yeah, we have a crazy mine here to the west. A crazy mining operation going on. Honestly, if you see just how red it is, and the entire road is also red.
Yeah.
Everything is red. The car is even red. I mean, you can't really tell, but you see mines. I usually go like in the middle of the north of Western Australia, like around, I don't know, Newman or something like that. Not sure if it's actually there, but with mining, I like to go there. Around Tom Price would also make sense. But yeah. And I'm wrong. Okay, it's South Australia. GG, I'm in the bin. Iron Baron. What is that ridge? Okay, I've never seen it in my life. GG's. See, that's the beauty. You never learn. You never learn everything because
Is this Indonesia? Indonesia plate.
Yep. So, yeah, how do you region guess this? Who knows? I don't. Like, maybe we trust the fakest meta of all time. Palm tree spam is Sulawesi. Honestly, might be a pretty decent guess here. I could see it.
Palm tree spam.
Palm tree spam Sulawesi. True. If it's not directly on the coast, I'd like to trust it. And yeah, okay. I mean, technically we're on the coast, but still in the mountain. Okay, it makes no sense what I just said, but I don't know how to explain that meta, but it kind of works.
Japan.
Okay, Japan yet again.
Like low key, is there a way to like? Well, no, actually,
Okay,
it's
so
fine.
here we.
I should.
So here there's a thing. There's a meta which also very famous MCSR speedrunner, which is if you check up its name in MCSR, it's Kansai Poltop. That's his Minecraft name. That's because this Poltop, if you see it, do you see like it's like a fork? If you look northeast, there's like two things sticking out on the
Yeah,
very
yeah,
top of
yeah.
the pole. Yeah, so that's a Kansai Poltop, and Kansai is a region around Osaka. So it's kind of like literally the middle of the country. I mean, the greatest to ever do it in both games after Crooksed, of course. Really, is that part of Chugoku? Oh, I thought that's Kansai. Maybe I'm trolling. I would be very, very close for no reason then. Yeah, that's what I meant. Mu is Kansai Poltop, yes. Yeah, Chugoku Poltop. I mean, I don't know who that is. That's the thing. All right, so we have
Southern
this weird
Hemisphere. Yeah, weird, freaky, weird car with the.
antenna with small cam. So the countries you would consider with this car and antenna are Brazil, South Africa, and honestly, that's pretty much it. If it looks like this, and does this look like South Africa or Brazil?
South Africa.
Why? Red dirt,
Brazil.
stick fence.
Oh my god.
So we go Brazil. Damn. Okay, I thought Mu was more famous. Tough. At least everyone knows him in GeoGuessr. MCSR people. Oh my god, not this. What? There's no way this comes up. Okay, so basically, how you get this location, it's
Gen
really
2?
weird. Yes, it's a tracker. And do you see these fuck ass birds to the west? Yeah, do you see this birds?
Oh yeah.
So these are the Midway Atoll birds. So you just have to find Midway Atoll. The easiest way to find them, you zoom into Hawaii and then zoom into where it says North Pacific Ocean, and then you see a POI which says Midway Atoll. Yeah, that is like so rare. No, bro, you have to zoom way more out. These are not near Hawaii. You see where it says Pacific Ocean,
Oh.
North Pacific Ocean, and then you zoom a bit more in there, and then it says Midway Atoll, and then you zoom all the way in.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you're on it.
Oh yeah. What the
So
fuck?
these are the fuck ass birds on this random island in the middle of nowhere, and yeah, you have to know the birds and the Gen 2 coverage. Nah, Midway Atoll and Co-ordinate Cup would be crazy because you either literally know it or you just get completely cooked.
Okay.
Like, there's nothing close to it. Like, where are you guessing that's close? Like,
Yeah.
Hawaii, maybe, but other than that, you're just losing the game. All right.
Square poles with no dots and a long license plate with the no EU blue.
Yep.
Leaning square poles makes me want to say Lithuania, but
Okay, so with leaning square, you always consider Soviet states in general, so also Russia. And since there's no blue strip, there should be Russia. You can confirm it. Copyright check, 21. Yep, What's 9 plus 10? 21. And
That's
then you have to
not
reach against Russia, so
relevant.
it's GG. Okay, it's apparently the surrogate sand, but did not clock that one.
Wait, so leaning square pole is...
It's like a very Soviet-style pole. Okay, bro, why is there a German truck here? It says Lieferservice Höppner. We're not in Germany, though, I can tell you that much.
Black front of the car.
No.
Stop. Black back of the car?
Yeah, you see it's just like the gap. Just like in Minecraft. It's like when you build through stables. It's just like one block is missing. 2 blocks. So,
what the fuck
what's the
that?
vibe here?
Dude, I have no idea.
Mediterranean vibe, of course, with the
Stop.
bushes, and then you see a wooden pole and just send grease. That's how you move. That's just how you move. Just know it's Mediterranean. See wooden pole, GG's. You send grease. You're good to go.
I'm so bad at Europe. I'm so bad at Europe.
There's a 6-7 area code in Brazil. Oh, would you look at this? I've been into the city. Really nice. It's not gonna help you unless you know where I traveled. So, what country is
Driving
this?
left,
Driving left, yes.
middle white,
Mm-hmm.
but it looks like not like claustrophobic. Oh, is this Australia?
Or New Zealand.
Or New
And
Zealand?
how you would know it's New Zealand is with the white wooden post right next to you. White painted poles, very, very common in New Zealand. Also, this Chile type pole, also common in New Zealand. And obviously, we know that this is the beautiful city of Westport.
Which
Obviously.
is...
On the northwestern tip of the South Island, of course.
That's northeast. Oh my god, okay. Wait. Oh.
Lucky guess, bro. It's the freest city in the whole country with green street signs. What are we saying? All right.
Right side drive, a white front car.
Okay.
97
Initial
west,
vibe.
6 north. Yellow middle. Initial vibe is somewhere in the US.
Yes.
Or Canada.
Or Canada. I'm actually not quite sure. These polls are weeding me out a bit, especially with the single middle line, which is usually more Canada. The
I feel
question
like
is,
I
do
don't
you
see
think you
single
looked at
middle
Canada?
dotted that much in Canada.
Okay. Do I trust you on this?
No,
Because the
don't.
wooden signpost is quite common.
I'm just
There's a
trolling you. I'm gonna go Wyoming.
Wyoming. It's the plains. It is. It is Canada. You lose your citizenship.
Fuck it.
We should have trusted the wooden signpost.
How is this not the plains? Like, what the fuck do the plains even look like, though? Like, it's just, there's so much stuff I have to learn, bro. There's so
Yeah,
much stuff.
there's a lot. I mean, GeoGuessr is just a lot of information.
It's just what? It's just
And it's
more
just
hilly?
that's just a bunch of random information. It's not like a lot of the stuff doesn't exist in real life. So it's just like, okay, you're just learning random cars. So it's like, but if you have fun doing that, it's a really cool game.
No, I have fun. I'm just fucking... Are we done now?
Yes, I think I need to go to sleep.
Okay.
It's another. What is it? Okay, 5.5 hours at least. All right. Facts, L coach. Loki, it's a coach diff. Teacher, can I go home? Bro, he's still gonna be live. You're gonna stream for how much longer?
Like 4
4 hours, right?
yeah.
Okay, guys, Kai's in chat. Please make sure this guy does not end stream before he reaches the 9-hour mark on his stream. That's 3.5 hours. So I'm being nice.
Okay.
Homework. So the homework is just really clock everything but Europe, so that if we get those done, especially maybe Tunisia, because that is so far away from everything.
Mm-hmm.
If we get that down, then we can maybe focus on Europe during the final days. But I feel like we have to get the more important stuff out of the way.
Yeah. And it's like not only just getting it down, it's like getting it like so that I can do it quickly. It's like I feel like if I have more time to think, like a lot. Okay, to be fair though, low key, I didn't sleep that much last night, so I'm just gonna blame all my losses and failures today on that.
Yeah, that's fine. It's sometimes it's really good to always cope,
Yeah,
because you can never blame yourself. Then that's low key
exactly.
a winner mindset. Like
Exactly.
that's how Vladimir Kramnik is this good. Like he's
Yes.
just coping all of the time, and then he still continues playing.
Yes.
Like it's never his own fault that he loses. It's always the other people.
Yeah.
No, that's a W mindset, honestly. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna leave you to your own
Okay.
demise.
Okay.
It has been fun.
Yeah.
I see you whenever.
Yep.
Just let me know
See
the word.
you. Yeah, I'll
All
let
right.
you know. Bye
Goodbye, chat.
bye.
Goodbye, Silver. Bye bye.
See ya. I'm so bricked in the brain. I'm so bricked in the head. Okay. Okay, I really need to eat food. I haven't eaten anything today. What should I eat? Loki, should I eat like crackers or something and just call it a day? How does Feinberg have 2,500 viewers right now? What the fuck is that? Do pro players feel lucky when they beat their opponents? Probably not, right? Like I don't feel lucky if I get a ranked seed that is good for me. Right now I feel lucky when I beat my opponents. I feel like he bricked out. Didn't deserve to win. Why is it purple? I hate myself. It's chill. Let me go grab some food. I'll be right back. Ugh. So cooked, bro. I'm so cooked. I have to wake up so early. I stayed up late studying and now I'm tired. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, just need some food in me, and then I'll untilt. Um,
Yeah, this is bad.
my middle mouse click is unbound. You got an Insta purge?
Up the hill, bro. Oh, fuck, you're too fast. I need food.
What does "are you healthy" mean?
I should really let him pick that log up. I see food.
What is he doing? Says paper.
These are fine. I mean, see, I don't know. This is like weird. I don't know. There's probably open terrain somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. This is like fine, I guess. You just should be like crafting that earlier. You should make that a priority, but instead of mining at the spawner when you can just like maybe insta go. Aggro pearl, aggro pearl, aggro, aggro. Oh, we're just going. Okay. Actually, I respect this. And is of course a 2i. Shocker. Actually, no. Not Hungry Saying is actually better because you have to go for it has to be front. Oh, it has to be like top. This has to be a top setup first. It's even work. So it's actually better to not hungry set, and it's just full-time loss. Yeah, it's just the perfect 0. Dude, are we a brick? No, we're a brick. Why you go? Okay, whatever. I mean, this is like a fine run. I don't know. There's like, I mean, RSG is weird. RSG is weird. There's not really much you can say, I think, for RSG because everything. RSG is very like if I play the seed, I'm probably gonna get a lot worse of a time because it's just like I feel like runs are so seed specific to the person. So it's like I can say there's a couple things, but like I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I don't know. I don't feel there's anything big. It felt like a fine run. W drags.
Here's this way. Bro's
Alright.
already in the fort. Oh. Wait, she's the same. I saw it was a different. Hey, maybe he thinks it's closer than it is because I got a rod. So he might think I did fort first. We don't have to tell him that I didn't. But I'm fucking cooked. I'm so far behind. Mid down? Yeah, I know, bro. I actually have a lot of pigs, though. I just got lost. I just got lost in the nether. I was so convinced it was this one region. I don't know why I didn't think it could be any of the other ones. And then, obviously, we had a situation in the overworld, but that's beside the point.
Yo, Feinberg, you have a bucket and shit?
Meow.
This just has to be the top-down chest that I have. The top chest that I have. No, I couldn't get a good pearling off that I liked. It's not.
Yeah, but I'm washed.
Bottom, man.
I probably got 1 mil like a fucking long time ago. Left. Oh, here too. To his left. There we go. Or it's another one too.
Where is
other
the
corner.
body?
He didn't loot this one, did he? Oh, he had 3 gold blocks now, so.
Right on. It's probably one more time. I just couldn't see or something. It's okay, I'm just gapped. Oh, that pearl's so bad. Ugh. Yo. Do anything. They're so fast. see if we can really fast. How did he hit that shot?
What is happening right now, bro? We're not fucking... God.
Oh my god.
Yes, I'm just trying to like...
Just joined. Why did this bastion spawn backwards?
My
It's like
man.
message of the year contender, bro.
Finder? Oh, if you used your prime here, I'd feel honored.
What do you mean by backwards?
That's just legit insane shit. Dude, no arrows in the whole fucking bastion. I know where I saw the fort, I'm just worried that I can't see it right now. I should have gotten more explosives. Could have waited for 30 obby also. I don't know if they left this bastion way too early.
Alright. I'm gonna play some more Geo. Okay. What should I do? I guess I'll just play... Alright. I'll just play, Arbitrary World. Cause like I could do meta stuff, but I don't think it's as useful. No, I don't really care about doing Canada. Unless I have, ZIGGI. Alright, I should make it 1 minute only, huh? Is this what Albania looks like? Where the fuck is Albania? Oh my fucking god, I almost hit the fucking 5K. I'm trying to remember if we have any South Korea meta. I don't think so. Wait, was there something about like white stickers? No, that's Malaysia. Like, dude, like, why can't I tell if this is Gen 3 or Gen 4? Like, I thought this little tab for the antenna meant it was Gen 4, and in that case, we're probably South Africa. As for where, I don't know. But also, like, these mountains look crazy, you know? It's just, like, close to Lesotho. So this is Gen 3. Okay. I'll just make a mental picture for myself. Kazakhstan. Yeah. As for where, I have absolutely no idea. Maybe I should look at the coverage, but feels like very green, so I'll just go like up here somewhere. If I didn't fuck this one up. This was just kind of lucky. I just went S. Well, no. It was like the I just spawned in the city, and I mean I guess it could have been here maybe. No, this just looks completely different. I don't know how I got this. This is pure luck. I mean, I knew it was Albania, but I just clicked. Wait, why did I click up there? I think I zoomed in on some mountains or something. Let me look at the Let me look at this. Oh, I guess like the whole thing is mountains. Except like down here, I guess. Yeah, this is pretty flat. You can like see mountains still. I should give myself a timer. Wow, these mountains are absurd in Albania. I feel like this is like there's probably like an easy way to differentiate the Alps and like these mountains, but like I'm gonna be honest, I can't. Like from what I was seeing, and I guess the Alps are just more pronounced, right? Is that like the difference really? It's just like they're almost like they're just bigger. So I just have to be aware that they're just like more and bigger. Like what are these mountains called? This isn't still the Alps, right? Okay, so Hungary, Serbia. How do I get Monty again? Gen 3? That's a Slovakia bollard. Or a Serbia bollard, I mean. Okay. I feel like I don't know what is going on in Kazakhstan, and I don't really know the coverage either. Okay, so there's generally more coverage near the north and near the green parts of it. But like this just looks like a random field like that could be in Europe to me. Well, no, it's too dry probably. Oh my god, wow, what the fuck? This like would almost troll me for like oh, it's not like it's like almost like Mexico vibes, but not quite enough stuff going on. Alright, and there's one city down at the bottom right, and then what? There's a city up here. This is so cooked, bro. City, this is like a town. The lake is famous coverage. This? Oh man. I mean, it's got very like Eastern European vibes up here. Um, I mean, no, honestly, yeah, yeah, I would say so. And then this is obviously just a city. I mean, this is just the biggest city, right? This is just like more like not as urban. It's just so crazy that we can have this much of a difference in the, and it like, I mean, yeah, this looks like a little drier, I guess, but like, I don't know, it doesn't look that different to me. Has really big mountains. Yeah, I guess. Mostly winter coverage. Would you say there's a general trend where up here is like kind of a certain coverage, like maybe like autumn or summer, and then this is like winter down here next to Kyrgyzstan? Yeah, I should wait, that's a good call. I should open Plonka. Oh my god, I didn't know it goes all the way this way. Holy shit. This looks very similar to what I was clicking on earlier. Oh. Um. I don't have a good vibe for this. I mean, this just reminds me of like a city that I used to live in when I was younger. To be honest, where it's like kind of scuffed, kind of run down, but like kind of cozy. Oh. Okay, interesting. It's like just a Plunkett thing that I have to, or that's a. I saw one of these when I was clicking around. Did I? No, I didn't. I just saw a sign. Regional clues. Coverage. So the middle is like kind of weird to guess in. Okay. Okay, this is nice because this is easy to remember because Kyrgyzstan is like all winter, right? So like as I get closer to the winter area, then check out Uralsk. What? You mean about it? What do you mean about it? What are like? I don't get what this is. Like they only drove the road once, so there's only like a specific direction that it will show you. Oh, this one I guess is twice. These ones are twice. This is so dank. Like there's no way I remember that. Wait, that's gonna leak my shit. Like here or something? Or like, where's it saying that's hilly? Like right here in the middle? Yeah, I mean hilly bottom right and less hilly and then more like green to the left and more dry to the right. With a big asterisk. Asterisk. Yeah. Right side drive, blue. Front. I mean, maybe sus on the right side drive, but like probably. Diamond. I just like don't know what this means. Southern hemisphere. Dirt road, southern hemisphere, blue car. I mean, I'm getting like Argentina vibes, but like very light. Like, I mean, I don't know. It was like more Mexico for me in my head, but now that's south. It's pretty hilly, but I feel like that's fine for Argentina. Like here somewhere. Let me read if there's anything with the coverage for Argentina that I could remember. Like, I low-key didn't. Flat and barren are typically found in central, southern. Okay, well, typically found in central, southern means I should go there. Does it not have like a coverage map, or just like doesn't matter for Argentina? Alright, hilly, central, hilly, barren. Let me look for the car. This is not small cam. No rifts in this guy. Oh, back white. So this is Gen 3. There's cabbage plants. Is that bamboo? Alright, I'm just gonna... Like, I don't think it looks tropical enough to me. So like... Would it be, like... Laos? But what is the cars for Laos? Like, low-key, we could maybe guess we're driving wet? No. I'll just go and then I'll figure it out after. Oh, man. I, like, could have sworn it's not. What even is the coverage? So the only thing that doesn't have it is the city. Patagonia, you can read it guess by the size of the shrubs. So smaller shrubs equals more south. What is Patagonia? Oh. Smaller the shrubs, the more south? Interesting. Like, is this gonna have big shrubs, or is this gonna, like, be, like, different? It does kind of have big shrubs. Okay, that's really good to know. So what did I just fuck up really bad? It was Chile. So, and then these cabbages are Chile specific? I feel like... Is that what he said earlier? Is that what Ziggy said? Is that what Ziggy told me? I was trying to figure out if this... Like, because this just didn't look... It's just that within Chile. They're like south of Puerto Montt. Uh, Isn't that what Ziggy said? Isn't this bamboo? Is this not bamboo? Like, what is that? Because, like, that's the only reason why I went Southeast Asia. Like, I was confused. Like, I was fully just lost. Like, I did not know where we were. And I saw the bamboo, and I'm like, alright. I just, like, don't know, like, how to differentiate the mountains very well. Is it something about the car that I can use? Like, is this car, like, Switzerland's gonna be low cam. What other mountains are there? Nepal's gonna be shit cam, right? And like, where can I even find this car? Gen 3 white car is only Peru, Bolivia, and Chile. Oh, for South America. In Africa, you can see in all the southern countries. Oh, so this, okay, so I could in theory get this mixed up with like Eswatini, Lesotho, but like I just wouldn't because it looks different than Eswatini because it looks like warmer. Uruguay Gen is black. Gen 3 is black. Are Argentina 70% Gen 4? %, Gen 3. Uruguay is only the black car. Peru. 70%. Bolivia is only the white car? Oh. uh like okay. It's like the most important knowledge ever and I'm just fucking stupid. Okay, Eswatini looks different because it's hilly, but it's like dry hilly. It's like not as like it's not as foresty, right? I got 1 point. I was 17,000 kilometers off. Is this has to be low cam, right? Because I can see it. I've never had small cam where I can't see it. I just don't know. Wait, it is? So it's Japan? Is this Japanese? We're driving left, so it has to be. There's just no way we're not. There's just no way. Damn, this is fucking beautiful. Holy shit. This isn't a northern looking thing, right? This is just, I have no idea. Yeah, it's the shared meta. Like, I just feel like there's so much stuff that I should have down that I just don't. And it's just so, it just feels like I just feel so stupid. I just feel so dumb. Um, Driving, right. Like, I know this is like something. Like, I was looking at it today. It can't be, okay. I mean, yellow center lines means it has to be. I think. Oh my god, man. I just don't know. I just can't. I don't know why I can't remember. I just like don't remember what any of these countries look like. I'm just gonna be so dead ass. There's just so much. It would just take too long. Okay, so I was confused because I thought these three countries all had yellow outside lines. But that's clearly not correct. Wait, what? It's just Qatar that doesn't? Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that too. I just like wanted to do. I don't know. I think it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Um, I should have these down. So okay. Oman, yellow outside, white truck. Yes? Is that just that's just it, right? Or go, I guess no lines, but and right side driving. UAE, right side driving, yellow outlines, not always, I guess. And then, what the fuck? White Gen 3, black Gen 4. Okay, let me write it down. Oman's like pretty easy to tell apart, I think. UAE equals white Gen 3, black Gen 4, or white truck. Okay. This is black Gen 4, right? And it has yellow outside. So yellow outside, yellow outside. I feel like I'm getting trolled so often. I'm not seeing the yellow outsides that I'm expecting. Like, this is just yellow inside. So if you have truck coverage, or if you have truck coverage, it could bait you into Oman, but Oman is different because... Wait, is this? What is this? Is this white Gen 3? This is Gen 3. Is this not a unique car? Is it not always there? Where's the white truck in... In the UAE, the antenna at the front of the cabin is on the middle of the car, while in Qatar it's on the left. Yeah. So what's the difference between the Oman and the... Okay. This is this vibes? Fully, is this vibes? I'm just wondering, because, like, I feel like I should be able to, like, get the metagame in, and then if I can't metagame, then I have to go to vibes, right? So like I should understand the metagame at the very least, so that I don't have to vibes anything as little as possible. Okay. So that's vibes. That's fine. Like I'm fine with it being like I'm okay with it being vibes, but I really just hate if it's a meta gaming thing that I just don't know. Like it's a meta like thing that I just don't know. Like that is or like not don't know, but like can't think about it properly. Like the fact that I'm going through all of these is like making me understand like fully exactly like okay, this is how to differentiate each of these. And so Qatar is just is Qatar just free based on the left hand thing? And I can know it's Qatar because Qatar's on the left. Like it's just kind of easy. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But like I it's just like frustrating when I do like stupid shit like this. Like it's just so frustrating. Um okay. So Oman is just or Qatar is just I should get that first try every single time. And it's so small. Okay, and then as for these countries, what about them? Because I feel like for me, there's probably a lot of vibes that I could get, but for now, I just want to not fuck up the. Jordan's always black Gen 3. Okay. Qatar equals left side antenna. Jordan always black 3. Always black Gen 3. Okay, so it's always gonna have this car. So that's different than UAE because the UAE is Black Gen 4. This is Black Gen 3. Is it similar in the way that you see it at like the like do you see one of them at the back or one of them at the front? Or do I just have to look at the quality? They're both at the back, I think. Gen 4 at the front. Wait, really? What the fuck is this? For what? Like what car? Am I on the white car? Wait, if that's the brake light, Gen 4, it would be white Gen 3 or black Gen 4. Wait, is it Gen 4? It's Gen 4. So this is the black car, but this is just the brake light. Okay. So it's more is Gen 4 better at blurring? The front isn't peeking out. Okay. Like I know like it might be really obvious to like tell the differences but for me right now I just like really want to be locked into on the metas because okay, so Gen 3 at the back, Gen 4 at the front. That's like different than like well yeah, I think that's different. Like NA cars are usually at the front and EU has the tab at the back and South America has like a lot at the back and Brazil has stuff at the front though. No, wait, I don't understand. I want as much info as possible because I want to be able to, like, for me, like, determining between Gen 4 and Gen 3 is, like, okay right now, but, like, I'm not amazing at it, and so I feel like any extra info that I can do to determine that would help me. Um, okay, so Black Car Gen 3 is Jordan. And I can tell this is Gen 3 because it isn't super vibrant. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should just run some. No, no, I should do that. I should do maybe should I'll learn this and then I'll do Middle East because like is this most of the metas for Middle East anyway? If I'm like because if I can tell apart like the only vibes thing I have, so like right now I only need to learn metas for Oman and UAE to determine between whether or not I am um in the white truck in UAE or the white truck in Oman. So like so far that's the only thing I have to learn metas for. I don't have to care about Qatar. Jordan is Gen 3 black car, which is separate. Yeah, I understand too much info, but I'm just kind of writing it down so that I can like really have it like laid out well. So like I can like understand the differences between all of them so I can anyway, Israel. What is the cars for Israel? What the fuck is this? Yeah. Is this also Black Car Gen 3? Gen 4. So Black Car Gen 4 is also UAE. So how is this like why am I getting fucking blurred in my face so much? So what about is that it for Israel? Fuck. Wait, what? Do I not know how to spell? Like what the fuck? Oh. Okay. Probably the easiest thing about Israel is the yellow plates. Gen 3 coverage was taken by a black street vehicle with a long antenna. Israel equals Gen 3 black car or Gen 4 black car, right? That's it? Like, why? I don't know why it doesn't tell me all of the... Oh, you may also see a black car without an antenna and silver car with a short antenna. Like, is this Gen 4? Yeah, it looks Gen 4. Okay. That was Gen 3? How? I will write that down, man. Um, and they both have long antenna too. Oh, this one without an antenna. Okay. So this is vibes too. There's no metagaming here. So, like, I feel like just this is like so much easier than like knowing where I need to get vibes for, like, obviously NPC it's like everywhere, but like for no move and moving. So if you compare this to Jordan, you can see it's different. Really? This is quite faded. It's less clear than Jordan usually is. Wait, what? I don't know what you mean. Bro, how is this not the same fucking place? No antenna in Israel Gen 3 is an exception. So the difference between, so for the most part, what all I have to really think about is the difference between Gen 3, black car in Jordan is antenna, Israel is no antenna. No, Israel is antenna and Jordan is no antenna. I don't even need to think about, I just need to think Jordan versus Gen 3 black. Because otherwise I'm gonna, so, because if it's Gen 4, then I know it's Israel. Unless Lebanon. What about Lebanon? Only shit cam. Does it kind of look like the other countries? Like, I'm not gonna get this mixed up with like Nepal, am I? What the fuck, dude? I feel like I would get this mixed up with Nepal. What the fuck is this? Okay, well, might as well just remember it. Like, what's the differentiator here between here and Nepal? Like, there's probably something obvious, but is it vibes or is there an actual just easy way to tell? On arbitrary, there isn't a single Lebanon. So should I just not even think about it? Whatever, I'll just write Lebanon is only shit cam. And then is that all I need to think about? What the fuck is this? There's Egypt? Just Trekker or whatever? Do they not include Trekker or can't like ever really? Okay. So okay, now that I know that, I can do let me do so I know this. This is all that I need to know for Middle East, right? This is all that's considered Middle East. Just these five 6 countries. All right, so let's just do some arbitrary. Okay, well, maybe I should fucking finish this game, but I don't really fucking know. I'm gonna get sidetracked, bro. Left side drive? I don't remember what yellow plates are. Wait. What? Probably should have given up on this location. I don't fucking get it. I'm just gonna go. I just know Malta drives left. I don't think I've ever seen this country before. Wait, maybe Cyprus? Oh shit. Okay, I just overcooked. Okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. 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 I'm gonna do English road marking. Whatever, dude. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Is there an arbitrary world for Middle East? Let me do this before I. Stop fucking doing that. Or should I just do the Middle East or Middle East? Middle East plus Tunisia and Turkey. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. So looks like, okay, the sun is like a very big blob in the skies. And I think this is black car because of this glitch here. So I'm going to assume it's Gen 4, and Gen 4 black car would only be in Israel. Unless it's Gen 3 black car, and in that case, I'm cooked, but fuck. Oh, UAE is Gen 4 black car, and Israel is Gen 4 black car. So I have to know the difference between UAE and Israel, and I have to know the difference between Jordan and UAE. And no. I have to know the difference between UAE and Israel. And that's it. Wait, what? Oh, white truck. Oman and UAE, that's what it was. I don't know. This is Hebrew. I just don't know what oh right, I'm not in Israel. No, Hebrew's very distinct, right? If I actually look at it, I'll be able to tell, right? Okay, yeah, it is. All right. Okay, I can remember that. Let me that's fine. I fucked up first try. Let me just, yeah, I'll get a mental image of this place and I'll just be like, okay, this is UAE. I mean, I think something that Zigzag said on Fiverr stream was like UAE is like new money or something. Okay, wait, let me first go to car. So this is this is Gen 4. Um, maybe. Yeah, surely, right? And then Islamic finances. Is this Hebrew? I thought it was obvious, and then I looked at the thing, and now I can't tell. It's not obvious anymore. Maybe like the fact that it's not obvious is why it's not Hebrew. Does this look nice and new? Yes, it looks nice and new, so it's probably U8. Oh my god. Wait, how is this Gen 3? You can see the back of its Gen 3, and Gen 4 you see the front and or brake light. This is so hard to tell. I don't understand. Like, this looks so... Like, look at this, like, lighting and everything. Like, how is this not Gen 4? Like, the fucking gloss on the... You can see the traffic light, like, fucking reflecting off. Oh my god. Like, how? How? Alright, so back of the car is Gen 3. Gen 4 is front or brake light. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Wait, I forgot. Is this all left-hand drive? Oh, it's all right-hand. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, well, this is not what we were looking at, but like, why can't I remember? It's Kyrgyzstan, right? Kyrgyzstan. Okay, I'm just gonna abandon this. How did you just make one? Thank you. What the fuck? What is this? Okay. Calm down. What do I do? Look straight down for the car. I don't see any of the car. Which makes me want to believe that it's Gen 4. But I honestly can't tell. I think it's Gen 4. So if it's Gen 4 and Gen 4 is only 2 countries, the 2 countries that I keep fucking mixing up over and over again. But this is clearly not Hebrew. And this is the same stop sign we saw earlier, I think. And this looks really nice in general. Okay. Passed. God fucking damn it. Oh, this is the truck. Oh my god, I didn't see it. Okay, I didn't pay enough attention. Okay, I didn't pay enough attention. Okay, okay, that's fine. Okay. So, this is, long antenna, A rift? Dude, Okay, I just don't know. So the problem right now is that I just can't fucking remember anything. Because this is a long antenna, fully blurred, which makes me want to say Gen 3. And like, I don't know, like, is it Gen 3? Like, kinda. And if it's Gen 3, then it's between Jordan and Israel is antenna? Or Jordan is antenna? Israel is antenna? Oh my god. It's okay. Long black antenna. Okay. Fully hidden car, short antenna, not a truck, obviously. Gen 3. Wait, what? I don't remember this. I don't get it. I don't know. Like, why does this look like fucking like Brazil or some shit, bro? Um, what is that? Okay, I just don't know. I'm just gonna go Jordan because I don't know, but I don't know, so I don't know. So that was Gen 3. Okay. This is Hebrew. Ugh, it's so hard for me to tell when it's blurred. All right. Okay, that makes sense though. That all makes sense. So what is okay? I think I can take on more information. What is the yellow plates thing again? The problem is that I don't want to rely on the yellow plates because I want to get the other part of it into my brain first. But anyway, yellow plates Israel. That's it. Okay. Because you know what I mean? Like, if I'm too reliant on the yellow plates and then I get no plates, then I'm going to be fucked. But I just need to... That has... Oh, they're also in Oman, but that has truck. Oh, okay. Okay. So... Oh, fuck. Wait, is this the front of the... Oh, this is the front of the car because we're driving right. So, front of the car, black car means Gen 4. This is... So, Gen 4 is now between... UAE and Israel? Does that look like Hebrew? yellow plates. Okay. This isn't a truck, right? No. Okay. Okay. Black back of the car and gray dogshit sky means Gen 3, and then so that Gen 3 black car means just Israel and Jordan, and this is white plates, so it's Jordan. Yeah? Maybe. Okay. Okay. Hey, is there a spot for the antenna there? I mean, it's not a truck and it's yellow plates. Is this really what Israel looks like? Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I guess this kind of makes sense actually. You're fine, you're fine. This is good still. This is really good. This is really good practice. Okay, I did see this car earlier, but we're just gonna ignore that for now. White Gen 3 is UAE, I think. No, is it? Qatar is antenna. Oman is truck. So white Gen 3, because Jordan is black Gen 3. Israel is black Gen 3 and 4. But maybe it has white. I forget. I'm gonna go with UAE, but it's so flat and there's a rift. Israel Gen 3 black car or Gen 4 black car? Okay. Sorry we have no imagery here. Man, check the coverage in UA and terrain if you can. Yeah, I remember it was like all up in the top, but like Loki, it was like so dry that I thought I would do lower. Okay, that was like such a bad guess. I mean, I guess I kind of guess kind of close to Abu Dhabi, but oh, what the fuck? This is the F1 track. I was wondering where this was. Yeah, I know. I fucking watched it. Look at me go. Do you think I'm faster than the F1 cars? Like high key, like I just fucking got a purple splitter, whatever the fuck. Okay. So basically this place, I should never click here. I should literally only click here. Just in this like triangle. And low key in the middle of this triangle, and I'm never gonna lose off of a game from clicking in the middle of the triangle. Oh wait, what? Oh shit, up here is Oman. Wait, what? I thought this was the Oman flag. If I go over here, I'm just gonna like see the other flag. All right. Middle East antenna, Israel. Wait, is this Israel or is this Jordan? Oh, Palestine. NT Toys. Okay, good comms though. Okay. Antenna. Hebrew. Israel. Okay, I just like is just going Jerusalem each time just like a good bet? A good hedge? 115 kilometers. That's like low-key bad. Like maybe I should actually get better at the region guessing. Little north. If it's flat, go coastal. Qatar, right? Okay, okay. I think I have the metas down. Let me just make sure. Let me just go through a couple more times, and then we'll start trying to learn about a little bit of region guessing, and then I'll probably move on. So white car. Oh, fuck me. English. Oh, like, why is the white car one? Like, no, white car is only one country, no? Yeah, white car is just UAE. I think. Hopefully. Alright. Oman. Okay. Gen 3, because it's the back, yes. Black car, Gen 3, and then that differentiates between this should be instant for me, like it should be instant, but no antenna means Jordan. All right, faster. Qatar. Antenna. Qatar. The fuck? Antenna. Front. Gen 4. Vibes between Israel and UAE. And it's white plates. And it looks new. So UAE. Okay. Qatar. Black back of car, no antenna, Jordan. Antenna, Israel. Where the fuck am I, bruh? Up here. Okay. Alright. I think I've got it. Like, low-key, I think I got it. Should we start trying to care about region guessing, or is it, like, not worth it for the scope of the tourney? Should I try to move on to something else? And I guess, like, low-key, it's, like, probably a better idea for me to not just, like, look at, like, such one-to-one metas, because obviously I know I'm in Middle East, so I know I'm gonna guess these ones every single time. But, like, in theory, if I see a long antenna, I might not know it's Middle East. But, like, the yellow outside lines are indicators. The fact that it's just so dry, and obviously, like, I can start recognizing plates and stuff, too. More mountainous, you say go more northern, right? Oh, GG. I don't know why I keep, like, not cooking. Okay, this is mountainous. That was the same as last time. Wow, what the fuck is this? Why is there 7 lanes and no cars? Oh, I'm stupid. I knew that, and then I just, like, mentally fucking bricked. Okay, it's fine. I just, like, okay. Jordan. Wow, okay. Yeah, I should actually be taking in the environment as well, but I don't think it's, like, that important in terms of, like... Check the Oman... Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, white truck, blurred, no antenna means either Oman or UAE. Rare UAE, maybe. I mean, Oman doesn't look like this, right? Fuck. Did it update mid-round? Okay. Antenna. This is what I would think of as Oman. Yeah, this is like bad points, right? Okay, I was just trying to take in the environment. Like, I knew what it was, but I was just trying to take in the environment. Israel flag? This looks like the location that I just got wrong on Oman. Like, not the same, but, like, this looks like what I was, like, looking at. Which was, like, up here. Whatever. Brake light. What the fuck is that? Well, does this look like Gen 4? Not really. What is like with this like blur? Does that mean something? Because like I've seen this blur a lot. Does this mean Gen 4 or Gen 3 or something? I think I'm just gonna like this is on antenna, but like why does it look like that? It looks, I mean, if I see the back of the car, but I thought you said something about brake lights, and this is definitely, you can see the brake light. I think maybe I just assume that that's a back antenna because that's what I know, but then maybe I'm wrong. Okay. The double bump blur means front of the car. Very coastal. Okay. So okay, this is goated. Okay, let me look at Oman real quick. So that was just like a weird, but like I guess trust the antenna is like the thing that I have to remember there. And oh wait, does the like little like the weird blur that has like the triangles, like that's Gen 3 100%? Desert landscape with little vegetation. Well, the middle and southern half is mostly flat. The north coast features dry mountains. Some of those found in UAE. Yeah. Oman to me is kind of the north area with the main mountains. The massive middle bit, which is just empty desert, and the coastal area, especially Max Southwest, which has quite a distinctive vibe. Okay, that makes sense. Honestly, I think the middle bit is like obviously the most easy to like tell because it's so unlike like literally anything else in the world except maybe like Qatar, but and some parts of UAE, I guess, but like I feel like it's so different. And the northern part is like the bia. Okay. Dry mountainous, so similar to eastern UAE. The south coast of Oman is rarely features some of these similar mountains. Southern coast is just we'll find rolling hills. Okay, well I'm just gonna go mountains is top right, which looks like it is. Okay, wow, oh my god, these are so much taller than I thought. Like holy fuck, what are these mountains called? Do they have like a cool name, like the Alps or the fucking whatever the fuck the other mountains are called in the world? I guess distinguishing between this and UAE, like this part of UAE, I mean, maybe it's just like about the truck. Damn, why does the world get greener when you get more coastal? Gen 4 blur will have triangles. Water. Yeah, but Hajar Mountains. Alright. What the fuck is the stop sign doing down there? Plants need water. Bruh. Okay, so is it because but isn't the ocean salt water? Does salt water still evaporate? It does, right? Like into the rain clouds and then rains on the plants and then makes plants? Okay, that does make sense. So like are there more plants near every body of water then? I don't care. You can make fun of me all you want. I don't care. All I'm doing right now is I'm trying to learn. And if you think that's funny, that's fine. Not rage baited. Hey, wait. Top right here, though. Interesting. So, like, low-key, you're cooked if it's up here. Because, like, this is, like, mountain, but then this is, like, not mountain anymore. This is, like, almost UAE, like, mix-up potential. No, but it's not really the same. Muscat. Oh, wow. What the heck? Seeb. Folded down is north? Interesting. Doesn't work anymore? Well, it seems I clicked 5 different locations and they all had it folded down, and then only one of them had it folded up, so... Oh. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of getting the vibe, I guess, but, like, it's definitely hard. Because, like, this is, like... Like, could I get this mixed up with something? Like, could I get this mixed up with, like... Oh! Like... Is there a South American truck country? Or maybe, like... Namibia? Okay. I mean, you wouldn't really find these houses in Namibia, but oh, difference in truck is it this bar thing? Okay. Like, I'm pretty sure I learned that. All right. And this is just desert, 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 and fucking nothing. Desert and fucking nothing. Stop if water is at red. What does that mean? Can it like get like flooding here or something? Oh shit. Wow, even this all the way. So this, oh, never mind. Whoa, what the fuck? Damn. Fucking kidded, bruh. Hella groceries. Oh, grocery store. Okay. Island that like low-key looks like Namibia or looks like dude, I mean, I wouldn't ever guess Namibia, so I guess I would just guess here, but I don't know. All right. Dude, just like what, like it feels like 80% of this country is just this. I mean, I've clicked around in Namibia, but maybe I should do it again just to remember. What's it driving them on? Oh, true, 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 true. Oh wow, this is fully blurred truck. Um, bro, like, okay, it's finally changing. Wow, okay, this looks so weird, bro. This is like normal still. It's normal. Whoa, what the? I will, I will. I'm getting there. I'm slowly closing in on it. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck? Camels? Okay. Like, what even is this? This almost looks like what it looks like in the north. Oh, what the... Maybe I should have more of like a... I mean, that's a good meta. This is crazy that it turns into like this. I mean, this is like almost a mirror to me of like what the north looks like, but maybe there's like something that I'm missing here. Like it's more dry, maybe? Hmm. What a like insane looking town. I guess wait, I can do Oman yellow plates as well for differentiating no, I kinda see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying for sure. And I need to click between the two like directly. What do I can do yellow plates, uh, Namibia is not yellow plates, right? And also, I mean, Namibia would be left side drive. But what about UAE? UAE is no yellow plates as well, right? And then maybe it does have yellow plates. Okay. All right, let's go. Wait, should I try to do like NMPZ, or is that a really bad idea? I just feel like it's lame that I'm just keep looking down and insta-getting it. Okay, Oman? Let's check. Qatar. Fuck. Israel. I mean, I just know it's Israel because I know I'm doing Middle East and I see the thing. This is Gen 3? Jordan, I guess. I don't know. Just guessing. Okay. Well, I'm trying to get the more like vibe stuff. Yeah, I mean NMPC is gonna exist. What's up, Kiwi? Qatar plates have a red strip on the left. Okay. Alright. I mean, might as well just try to, so that I can just try and develop my vibes in like a more like, in a less like cheesy environment. Alright, this is, like I can not really see the car, but like, is this too hilly? So it has to be Oman? Okay. I just would go middle of Oman. I think, no, I think we're just playing like how the pros play. Like it's actually just the same. And they were thinking about not having NMPZ, but I think it's best of fives, but maybe I'm wrong. As far like my understanding was it would be just how the pros play. Oh, best of threes. Wait, why is it best of threes? That's so short, I feel. I guess 1 hour. It could be 1 hour. If there's no way it's gonna be 1 hour for our matches. Move, no move at NMPC. Okay. Israel or Oman? Is the fact that I'm kind of high up mean that it might be more odds of Oman? But I think I'm gonna go with Israel. Okay. You were where? Was it Oh yeah, but I'm trying to just do no move. I already got I didn't need to use the Hebrew because I saw. This is Gen 3 and the plates are longer. Best of 3 is like one speedrunning match. Wouldn't use how high I am. So, wait, sorry, I don't understand. The length of the plate is different between Oman and Israel? Okay. It's just so hard for me to tell the difference between Oman and Qatar. I guess just Qatar. Qatar? Jordan? Uh, this is UAE, right? Is this UAE again? I forgot. Fuck. They're like green plates. Oman. Oh, Israel. How'd I go up? These taxis or something, I think. UAE. Wait, I forgot. And this is 100% Jordan, right? Because Gen 3 black car, not it. There's no Gen 3 black car for UAE. Okay. Does that taxi mean Jordan? Um, no clue. I guess I'll just go on. What? Is this really Gen 4? UAE? Am I confused? Yellow green. Qatar. Israel. I can't tell if this is Gen 3 or 4. If it's Gen 4, I think Oman. If it's Gen 3, I think UAE, right? Is it Gen 4? Why is the car sideways? Am I just wrong here? Oh my god, I'm not wrong. Okay, I'm like low-key locked in on this. Like, I kind of get it, I think. Okay, this is Gen 3. This is open, too open for, it's gotta be UAE. Nah, too green. Loki, it's too green for UAE. Oh. I clicked in a lot of Oman locations and none of them really looked like this particularly. The construction might be throwing me off. I think I should go Oman because it's way more likely to... Oh wait, is this top bar still there for UAE one? Can I go Oman? But I don't know where this is. Oh my god, it is UAE. Wait, I was right? Wrong? I was wrong, right? I was right, wrong? Can you do this but for like South America? No, I'm better at South America. No, we're learning Europe last, and Andrew can fucking clear me on Europe all he wants, but I will learn it. This is such heavy UAE vibes. UAE? Is this too flat for UAE? Maybe it's just like too... Well, this is really... yeah, I guess if I see no thing, I should probably just go... I should probably think Qatar. It does have a lot of super flat coverage. Super flat. This looks Gen 4 to me. This tree is very pretty. And this looks very new materialize. And it could be Oman, but I think it's more likely to be UAE or Qatar, but I think... Wait, didn't I click into Qatar where it was like 17 lane highway with no cars? Like that's like this, right? Fuck it. Qatar. Qatar? There's green though. Oh my god. Is this that fucking... It's not the F1 track, is it? Where am I going? It's Al Bayt Stadium. Jesus. I can't tell the gen, but I want to say 3. Wait, is Qatar Gen 3? So I was wrong earlier, right? Why did I determine Gen 4 and then guess Qatar? Lucky this looked like the last location, so this would be Gen 3 if it's like the last location's Gen 3, and that would mean we're on the water. No antenna. Israel? Oh, Qatar is Gen 4? Okay. So I was right about the gen. This is Gen 4 as well then? Or is this Gen 3? Wait. Bruh. I'm like tweaking. Israel? Tweaking. Oman, but like not crazy flat, like just kind of flat. I should have gone farther up. Oman, crazy flat. Looks like a yellow plate. This could be Oman. Yeah. Oh, curly. Damn it. Alright. If it's near the ocean, it's gonna be more like nature-y, I guess. Which is like weird because in general I feel like Israel is more nature-y, but then Oman is like... Yeah, I should do that. I'm gonna move on for now. I'm gonna go to... Let me do arbitrary South America. No, Latin America. This one. This is the one that I was playing a while ago. Let me see if I can still get the vibes down for this. Okay. Initial NMPZ vibes would be Peru based on these mountains, but we're gonna check the car. Red. Oh. Small antenna. I don't really remember what this means. Oh wait. No. Oh. The posts. Is it Peru that they do the posts? The Peruvian posts? Surely that's like that sounds too good to have be a mnemonic that I didn't make up. God damn it. The Mexican sticks. It's not a very good mnemonic. Stubby antenna is Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, and Brazil. Mexico, Brazil. Okay. Good comms, good comms, good comms, good comms, good comms, good comms. And then I would know I'm in the northern hemisphere, and then I would just go Mexico. All right. Let's continue. Yellow plates makes me think Colombia. This is white front of car, which I believe lines up with Colombia, and this is Gen. Bro, this has to be Gen 4. There's just no way, right? Is Colombia Gen 4? I just don't know. I'm just gonna go off the yellow plates, Colombia. Okay. Colombia is Gen 3 and 4. Okay. Peru, Chile, Bolivia, back, Uruguay, Arg. Okay, yeah, I actually did know that. I did know that. All right. So this is Panama or Costa Rica, and the copyright is. Bro, I swear it's easier to find the copyright in this guy. 2023 means Panama. And what's the coverage? Just fucking slap it in the middle. Alright. This looks like Gen 3. Really? Okay. This is the blue front car. And so that makes me feel like we're in Brazil, and then the red dirt obviously too. And oh, octagonal poles though. This feels like Gen 3 to me. Is this concrete or metal? I mean, I think I just do Brazil based on the other things I named. I don't think Mexico has dirt like this. Unless... Bruh. I just don't know. Mexico looks so similar to Brazil in a lot of ways. Maybe it is Mexico because this plate isn't blue, and a lot of the plates are blue in Mexico and Brazil, right? But like this dirt though. But like the dirt though. But like the dirt though. No? The dirt though. But like the fences. I'm gonna just send it. Oh, dude, like everything was telling me fucking Mexico, and then I just put the dirt. I had it with the poll. Okay. Wait, so okay, I shouldn't have gone there. Like obviously I shouldn't have gone there. There was like 18 things. I'm right about the blue Brazil plates, right? Um, but also I have a question about wait, so that blue car, is it Gen 4? Okay, this looks like white Gen 4. So this is white Gen 4 with some reddish dirt. And rolling plains. Dude, these are always so unique. I mean, so unique, and I find them everywhere. Dude, like, what am I looking at? Okay, but Gen 4 blue car just means like Mexico or Brazil, right? Brazil, Mexico, 50-50. I don't know. Okay. Wait, this is white car. Striped car. What blue stripe? Oh, on the right here? Oh yeah, I forgot. This tall eucalyptus. Yeah, I see it. I see it now. Striped car? What does striped car mean? Not really useful? Oh, okay. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is look down. Blue. Gen 4. Alto. Spanish. Mexico. Blue car. This looks like Mexico to me. This sign as well. I think it looks like Mexico. Even though the sun is not telling me much. Really? How? How does... Alto just means Spanish, right? Or is Alto also something in Portuguese? Wait, is striped car Gen 4? Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about this. Okay. Is this Gen 4? Blue car, so it is Gen 4, right? Man, I'm upset. Like, I'm just forgetting a lot of the stuff. This is fine. I guess it's good because I did this all and I had this, but then I just like don't remember. I wasn't using car too much. I was going a lot of vibes, but okay, fully blurred. Oh no, never mind. Stubby antenna. Stubby antenna. This is Gen 3 probably. Southern Hemisphere. Stubby antenna means Mexico, Chile, Peru. Maybe I'm gonna look at my notes because I don't really remember. Oh, Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, and Brazil. Okay, Colombia, Ecuador, and Brazil. So if I look at this, I'm pretty clearly in the Southern Hemisphere. So I would just probably go with Brazil off of that. And then as for it's mountainous, but not like what the fuck is that a caterpillar? Okay. Okay. All white lines. The baller's not super is also not really elsewhere in lane. Okay. I'll try to remember the bollard, but the white lines is something that's obvious to me, and I shouldn't have forgotten that. I'm just kind of stupid. Never solid center. I don't know. I was just trusting the sun, I guess. Like, I feel like Ecuador is like usually like the sun might be a little sus. Blue car. Gen 3 or 4, 4. Wait, how is this Gen 4? This does not. I mean, I guess it kind of does. Southern Hemisphere. Blue car Gen 4 Southern Hemisphere is. I have to look at my notes. I don't remember. Oh, I don't have blue car Gen 4. Wait, what is Gen 4 blue car Southern Hemisphere? Or what is Gen 4 blue car? Wait, is this striped car? This isn't striped car, is it? Brazil or Chile? Perfect. Thank you. In Mexico. Okay. So, between Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Mexico, we know we're in the southern hemisphere, so that rules out Mexico. So now Brazil, Argentina, Chile. And as for the vibes here, it could literally be anywhere. I would say like maybe less Argentina pilled and more Brazil, Chile pilled. I think it's just Brazil. I don't know. Cactus. Maybe that means something. Like, in theory, would cactus mean more dry? But like, maybe, like, there's probably cactuses in Brazil. Just go like here. Rickety wooded fences. Green and no cold-looking trees. I'm not in Chile. Green and there are cold-looking trees. Oh yeah, this is so different. Totally for alright. I guess that was pretty obvious, Brazil, huh? Like, I guess I could. This is kind of sus, but. Yeah. White car, stubby antenna. Mexico. Wait, this is stubby antenna before white car, right? Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil. I'm gonna rule out Colombia. I'm gonna rule out Brazil. I'm gonna. Oh, this is an Ecuador bollard, I think. Oh yeah, I should have. I was clearly on the ocean. I should have guessed up there. Triangle blur. Looks probably southern hemisphere. I mean, it looks Gen 3 to me. And from that, I think I'm gonna assume southern hemisphere and assume Gen 3, and so I feel like I'm gonna do less likely on Brazil, more likely on other stuff, but I should look at different clues. Painting the bottom of the trees white. So we are in Kazakhstan. Like a metal roof. Is this palm tree spam? I'm real, I don't know. At all. I'll just go, like... I don't even know what makes sense here. Ecuador again? Colombia. Brazil only has Eastern Ocean. Yeah, that makes sense. No, that's good. No, like it's good to think about. It helps to rule out Brazil or countries that have ocean going east. So. Okay. Let me do this better. White car. Gen 3. White car Gen 3. Yellow middle line. White car Gen 3. Peru, Chile, Bolivia. White car Gen 3. Peru, Chile, Bolivia. This is Gen 4. Northern Hemisphere. No, dude, there's no way it's Gen 4, right? No, because I can see the front. Does that mean it's Gen 4 or Gen 3? Oh, fuck. Is it like the same rule as... Is it the same rule as... Middle East? Oh, it's Mexico. Wait, this is so obvious. Fucking fuck us. Dude, it's so, like, I find these signs absolutely hilarious. Like, these just look so funny to me. Like, why is it so big? Yeah, I read about it. This is Gen 4. If you're seeing the front of the car, it's gonna be Gen 4. Okay. It just looks so ridiculous. I know, they look goofy. It's like, you know how like babies have like a big head and that's why they look cute? It's kind of like that. Like the arrow has like a big head. Anyway, so front of the car, white, I think. Yeah, white Gen 4 because it's front of the car. Yellow middle. Double yellow middle. I mean, that looks like Northern Hemisphere. I was like low-key vibing with Mexico just from... Ooh, wait. I see a little crossy cross, but I think we're just Northern Hemisphere, so double yellow is like weird too. Colombia, does it have yellow middle? I don't know. I'm just gonna go Mexico and see what happens. Oh, dude. I fucking knew it, but then I just gaslit myself out of it. Yeah, bro. Oh my god, I should have fucking trusted myself. Is there anything else that I could have used to rule out Mexico? Or is it just like fully vibes like this doesn't look like Mexico? Is there something about the lines maybe? A bit closer to the chevron. Oh, this chevron? Is it different? The road doesn't look Mexican. No, okay, I'll just keep the mental like fucking, I don't even know how to describe it. Oh, sure. Wait, so this was this Gen 4 or what car was this? Gen 4 gray car. Oh no. All right, well, maybe if I get really good at identifying, but if it's black car, then what is it? Okay, it, like, but like, can I? Okay, if I'm confused between gray and black, then what countries are it? Because I just like ideally I would be able to. Okay, Peru, Colombia, Mexico. Okay, so in my notes I'll do gray slash black, and then I'll just do Colombia, Peru, Mexico. Is that fine? All right. All right. So I'm gonna look at my car. Stubby antenna is 4 countries: Mexico, Peru, Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil. Okay, so not even close. Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil. Wait, let me look at it on the map. Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil. Okay. That's stubby antenna. Okay. I'll try to remember that. So these are not Mexico poles. So I'm gonna, and this is not Colombia. So it, and then what the fuck is this? Is that like a massive black sign back? No, never mind. This is not. Wait, so Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil right now. And it's not a blue plate, but also I guess this is Gen 3. No, I don't think it's Brazil. I guess I would go Ecuador, but I don't know what Ecuador looks like compared to this, because to me, this kind of looks like, I don't know, honestly. It's like very dry, so like maybe more Mexico vibes, but I think just based on the fact that I've ruled everything else out, because there's not yellow plates, there's not black sign back, and there's not concrete poles, then this leaves only this. Oh, okay. Try Ecuador. Okay. So I should meta slave. That's gonna work for me every time, right? Okay. South. Okay, wait, let me look at the car. Alright, fully blurred. So fully blurred, is that a car type that I can consider, or is it just every car has a chance to be fully blurred? Southern hemisphere. And there's like wooden posts. These are eucalyptus trees, maybe. And there's some horses over there. Wait, I can look at the shadow too. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I would say it's pretty solidly southern hemisphere. To rule out Brazil, can I tell if these poles are friendly? I feel like I would see the indent if they were like, this is good lighting. Like, I don't think they're Brazil poles. Southern hemisphere, not Brazil poles. Flat, open, marshy. Marshy? Like, low key? I've seen that in Argentina, I think. But at this point, I really don't know. I guess it's not cold enough. It doesn't feel cold enough for Argentina, maybe. Dude, I don't fucking know. I actually have no idea. What gen is... Wait, actually, what gen is this? This is gen 3? 3? So maybe Bolivia or something. I don't fucking know, dude. Alright, I'm just go Argentina. And then see. Okay, GG. Useful poll. I mean, if it's like something that's like pretty like, if it's like not extremely infrequent, then I'm down to learn it. If it's like I might get this once and then never again in my life, then the one northwest. This one? What is this Sarawak pool? Wait, this one? Wait, what? I'm so confused. How does this even look? Oh, here. Hmm. That's fair. No, this is good. I'll try to remember this. This looks like black front. Is this supposed to say Puerto Rico? I don't think we're in Puerto Rico. I guess we're probably like, wait, what? Like here? The fuck is that? It definitely says Puerto Rico. Oh, motherfucker. Who is you? That motherfucker wants to be the real Puerto Rico. Alright. Alright. So I'm throwing. I mean, obviously this is way harder than Middle East. Okay. Gen 3 white car. Southern Hemisphere. I don't know, like maybe like somewhere up here. Oh, fuck. It's like when the sun's shining on it, I mean, it looks gray, I guess. Like if it was white, then it would be like really bright white, I guess, right? Okay. I mean, this is like obviously white. I guess maybe it should if it's not obviously white, then it's probably black. So obvious white, yellow center line, and white Gen 3 is 3 countries which are not Uruguay. It's wait, let me look at the map. Peru, Chile, Argentina? Okay. Bolivia. Fuck. Peru, Chile, Bolivia. Oh, right. I remember this now. I have like a little thing for this. Okay. So it's those three, and we have white center or yellow center lines, so not Chile, Peru, Bolivia. Okay. And then I guess I can look at the poles. Like low key, This guy's got a little... But it's like not very significant. I don't really know. I don't really remember what Bolivia looks like outside of... Like, I feel like this just doesn't look like Peru, though. But maybe it does, and I'm just wrong. I'm gonna just go with Bolivia. Okay. The tri-point? Super flat and green. You want to click around Santa Cruz. Man, okay, that's valid because it looks flat and green on the map. It's the ones that are touching the most white part of the country. That's how I've been trying to remember it, but then I just keep forgetting. So maybe maybe it's not good. Maybe it's not good if I keep forgetting it. Okay, anyway. The PBC. No, there's no way that's good. Okay, like Loki, I need ones for the black, for all the ones with the black car. Peru, Uruguay, Arg. I mean, I remember Uruguay is the one with the black car only. Peru, Uruguay, Arg. No, it is good. It's just I keep forgetting. No, I think it's just like I haven't refreshed my memory on it, and so I forgot about my mnemonic, and now I remember it again. Okay. PCB, but like the fucking, I guess I wouldn't probably fall for anything else. I don't know. I think probably just the best thing. I just have to look at the map if I'm confused. But then for okay, Argentina, Peru. Bum bum bada bum bum bada bum bum bada. I'll just remember it. All right, wasting time. Okay. Oh yeah, what did you say about the tripart poles? The tri-point? Blue car, right side driving, blue front, Gen 4, Southern Hemisphere, grassy. Grassy. Degrassi. Not Brazil poles? Wait. What's Gen 4 blue? Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Mexico. Not Chile. Not Mexico. Brazil, Argentina. More likely to be Brazil, probably. Based on the yellow lines. But these aren't Brazil poles, though. But Brazil probably has wooden poles sometimes. I think I'll go Argentina. Or Argentina. Okay. That white car can also be in other places, but it would be slightly blurred with an antenna hole. Okay, I mean, I'm trying to just like, is it like valid to be like, okay, if I'm in South America and then I am determining the car or whatever? Oh. Oh, what the hecky? Wait, so is this Gen 4? Or is this just Gen 3 but like different? This is sneaky Gen 3. Okay, so this is just a sneaky bait. So this is stubby antenna. This is Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil. How is this a white car, by the way? Oh, it's just the brake light. Oh. Okay. But this is still stubby antenna, right? Or we don't know. Blue, Gen 4. Oh, damn. Very Brazil vibes right now. Scuffed road, single yellow line. I mean, I don't really know. Am I missing anything? Like this wooden stuff, but... Wait, sun, that's what I'm missing. Okay. Wait, so blue... Yeah, okay, so it's only Mexico now. What was the comm about Tabasco? Oh, I just remember Ziggy saying something, but I can't remember. That's fine. White lines. Oh! If it's Mexico with white lines, then it's Tabasco. That's right. White front. Pretty sure these are unique, but I don't think I've memorized them. Wait, Gen 4 white front? Wait, what? This isn't a truck. And all right. Is this car a meta? So what's this car? What's Gen 4 white? Okay. And these are Argentina pulls. Okay, I think I'm pretty sure I have those to like. White back of car. Gen 3. Peru, Bolivia, Chile. I mean, I just want more info because I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just maybe too flat for like too flat and green for. I'll go Bolivia. Bruh. Gen 4. Oh, no, honestly, I just like, wait, so this is the front? Um, yeah, okay, I'm just dumb, I'm just dumb. No, I think I get it, I just messed up. I mean, for, like, to be honest, what I've been using is pretty much just back is Gen 3, front is Gen 4, and I just, like, the front is a lot more smooth, and I just, like, forgot. Like, this is front. Is Gen 4 striped? Is this striped? It definitely has a stripe, but it might just be weird cloud lighting. Brazil, Mexico, Peru. Northern Hemisphere. Mexico. Wait, where is strip car? Just Brazil, Mexico? Oh shit. I must have I fucked that up earlier then. Okay, thank you. Oh, R. Wait, what? Oh, so I put Peru instead of Argentina. White back of car. These three. Rainy, holding, flat, but mountains far away. Like high key Argentina. Wait, maybe not. Wait, hold on. White lines though. Wait, Chile. Like what, right here or something? Bolivia? Ugh. Doesn't another country have thick whites? Oh, thick wooden. Very Bolivia, Peru. Mmm. Guatemala. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. This actually makes a lot of sense. Bye, thanks for the help. Good night. I mean, I think I would just go Mexico off of the... Man, Mexico is such a hard country. Just looks like everything. But like this is like interesting, obviously, these like water tanks. I think this is a concrete octagonal pull. Like I just think it is. So I feel like I just have to go Mexico. Probably somewhere like down here. Alright, well. Okay, cool. So I shouldn't have guessed all the way over there, but Brazil pole, also striped. Lock-in tie. Slam Yucatan area, that peninsula. Rock wall and these houses slash roofs, very common in this area. Maybe I should explore Mexico. I'm tired. It's the prime time. Alright, now locked in. Guatemala. Guatemala. What's the coverage like again? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I have to go. I have to go pretty soon. I'm aiming for 8. Lucky I'm procrastinating, actually. Okay, well, I looked at chat. Fucking hell. I legit don't know where. I legit don't know where Faroe Islands are. Like, I definitely searched it up once, and I just don't remember. Why would it be in Latin America if it's not, like... Wait, what the fuck is this, then? Just Peru, right? Wait. Okay, so the chatter trolled me? I'm procrastinating doing my real schoolwork. Alright, I mean, I get Latin America a little bit more now. I definitely just need to memorize the car to the country, I think. For... It was Peru. Thank you, Rohan. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Should I just keep going with this until I have to go, or should I try something else for a little bit? Maybe I'll just do a regular arbitrary world for a bit and just see if I can get, like, use any of my learning. I mean, I knew I was in Europe already, but wooden poles. Seductive. I'm not done yet. I mean, I vaguely like know some stuff. I don't know. I'm just cooked on Europe. What? What is this blur? I literally have no clue. Like somewhere in Africa, maybe? Some like old ass coverage that hasn't been taken over in South Africa? Oh, what? Thanks, Loon. Okay. I'll just remember that for next time and I'll get it next time, surely. Is that the France sticker? France plate. Walking? Is that Japan? Wait. No. I thought the white things, white stickers was for Malaysia. Oh, what? Am I dumb? I guess this is like, yeah. Bro, these houses, like, how are these not Japanese style? Language is Korean. Really? I would have never guessed that. Okay. Black car. I'm pretty sure we're... Wait, what the fuck? Why is it, like... Okay. Black car. South America. It's Gen 3. Peru, Argentina, Uruguay. This looks like Argentina the most to me. It could be Peru, and I just don't like get it, but actually maybe it is like wait, what? Oh, fuck me. Wait, what? Is this not in South America? I just totally thought this looked like Argentina. And then I was just trying to like line everything up with that. Oh, this is a yellow outside line. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, so this is Jordan? Unless it's... It could be... It could be... UAE? Could be UAE? Oh, like, why can't I remember this? I think it looks more like UAE than Jordan. I think it... Okay. Oh my god. Gen 4 black? Fuck. Where's my notes? Did I close them? When did I close my notes? Wait. Sorry, Is that... I'm sorry, I'm just bad. Let me... Okay. What was I mixing up though? Isn't there Black Car Gen 3? Oh, it's yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, okay, I get it. It's Isr no, it's yeah, it's Israel UAE. Israel UAE and then UAE Oman. I swear like yeah, I probably am just yeah, let me look at it. Okay. Like where was I? Like near the bottom? Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Compared to UAE is like, I just like could have sworn that UAE was like more hilly than I think I thought. Maybe it's only hilly in the north, maybe. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong. Okay. Oh, that's smart. I didn't know that. Okay. Is this like stripe or whatever? No. Oh, wait, this sandwich is like specific, I think, in this bollard. In the southern hemisphere. And this is Gen 3. And it looks like, I don't know. Oh no, I'm not gonna get this. I just don't know. Like, I just don't know. I don't know. I literally have no, like, this just doesn't look like anything I've seen before at all. And yeah, it's probably just a country that I literally know. What the fuck is that? I was like, why does it feel like Europe, but I'm clearly not in Europe, and these bollards are like driving right. Okay, so I'm just gonna rule out this. For me, it's between this and this. And like, could it be? Couldn't be any of these because they're not driving left, so it just has to be something over here, I guess. But the yellow lines, so it can't be this. Doesn't look like Peru. Like, I don't fucking know. Really? Wait, what? This is just like what? Yeah. Okay. So why do I have no info? There's no car, there's no sun, there's no fucking road lights. There's just fucking sand. And these are palm trees, I guess. This is this fucking tree. So like here. No, but like oh, the fuck. Lucky. Like we're in the like this is Lesotho, Eswatini, South Africa. To me, right? This is something I think, but I really don't know. I don't know. Is this not yellow outside lines? How does this... How? I guess, like, maybe that, like, doesn't look... I guess here, like... It's the same car. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, how am I supposed to... The Sutu's like too poor or something to look this nice. This feels so hard to me. I just don't get that at all. Alright, one more. Black front. Smallest roads ever. White line. Northern maybe. I mean, it's so South America vibes to me. Black car Gen 4 is just like Brazil and Mexico, but this is... Oh my god. I don't know. I think somewhere northern Brazil, but... I don't know. I just thought we were on like some like side road that would be like fine for the white line to be there. But I guess it just like feels more like this just feels more, yeah, okay. Mm. Dude, I'm getting so tired. Um, ugh. I couldn't tell if these were mountains over here. Which one? The poll on the last on the Peru round? I'm worried I'm gonna mix up Japan and South Korea again, but I'm pretty sure this is South Korea. Bruh. I mean, like, this looked like there was a lot of attachments on this poll. So I probably should have said, oh boy. Okay, 3 countries. I think. This is not white, though. Are we driving left? No. Wait. Oh no, which way is this person facing? Is that the light? Bro, I can't remember. I'm so fucked. Because like it's either Costa Rica, Panama, or Senegal. Is that right? And are we driving left? Because that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Um. I have no. I just don't know, dude. I can't. My eyeballs can't see anymore. Like. 2025. Alright, fuck it. Wait, no, not there. This. Oh. We are driving left. No, I'm throwing. Alright. I'm just like, so, is it just because that car is gray that because all I've been looking for was truck plus antenna. Bum, 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 bum. What are they doing? Yeah, I'm done. I will remember the Limpopo Bowls. What is this? Where am I? UAE Silver car? Well, I thought UAE could have black car though too. No? Black and white signpost help. Oh, okay, good comms. Silver slash white? Wait, what? Oh, right. Wait. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay, bye. Thanks for chilling. So, sip to Danny.